All right. And we're back now with YouTube in the mix here. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties. But what do you guys think about doing a little mock draft, just the three of us, before we kick off MLB drafts in about 30 minutes here?
Yeah, do you want to do it staff draft style or like just go one by one group consensus?
I'd love to talk through maybe the first 10 picks with all of you guys. And after that, we can just kind of speed right through it. I'm going to share my screen here. And here we go. There's the mock. And you guys still have time to use the wonderful Overslot mock draft tool. Quinn, you're part of building this, right? How much fun was creating this tool that so many people seem to love?
Yeah, it was a lot of like, I think when I got hired at Overslot, this was like, I think October. This was like within 20 minutes of my first time talking to Joe. I think this was like one of the ideas we brought up. And it's a lot. It was just a lot of fun to help put together. I think Joe's backend developers had definitely a bigger part than I did in it. But I remember like laying out the original like framework of it. And you guys were like just totally juiced about it. And yeah, like it's no surprise that it's gotten a lot of traction. It's been a lot of fun to play around with.
It's a really, really fun tool. And we do have the YouTube audience in now. Thank you, Chad. And William saying thank you for having something until the draft starts. No problem. And here's one. Maybe Landon, you can comment on this. Lackey number one. I'm also a Lackey at number one guy. Landon, what was the deciding factor between putting, Von Lackey at number one? Kind of, it's not contrarian, but maybe an unpopular opinion for some.
I mean, just comparing the bats, I think Lackey had the slight edge just based off his performance and data. I like the swing better from Lackey, and I think the glove, like Rock's obviously better graded. He's probably a 70. Lackey's still like a 60 catcher. So I think also 5 tools. That was my argument.
It's hard to pass up. All right, let's get right into the sim, and let's not play any games here. I think we're going Rock Chalowski at 1. Sound right to you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, the Rays here. This is where things could start to get weird. The Rays have been rumored to like a couple different options under slot. In the past, Joe has mentioned Tyler Bell. We're hearing Jackson Flora right now as well. Do you guys think that they just go with Grady Emerson, who fits kind of everything that they're trying to do in the MLB draft?
Yeah, I would generally go with Emerson. If we're just going from a pure like what we think is going to happen, and from a talent perspective too, in terms of like where both myself and probably most people have in the board, whether that's Lackey or Emerson, 2 to 3. For the majority of people, that's the 2 and 3.
Landon, if it were to be anyone other than Emerson, who are we thinking? Is it Jackson Flora here under slot?
I would think it's Lackey, but I think Flora is a very interesting underslot candidate because he's just like the best pitcher in the draft, like by far. So
I'd agree. I think for the sake of this exercise, we probably go Grady Emerson with things maybe shaking up further down the board. Now, Minnesota here is interesting. Things have been kept pretty tight to the chest for the Twins organization. By all means, this probably should be Von Lackey. Does anyone have any other names that they could throw out here just to offer up some other options? Quinn, you got anyone?
I think Booth, maybe. But I think like in every personal mock that I've done, I just put Lackey here. I think it makes the most sense. I don't think Lackey, I haven't seen much Lackey to the Rays traction, and there's a good shot he's still available here, especially if obviously Rock goes 1. I think generally speaking, I would pretty safe bet to put Lackey here.
Any opposition from Landon? I gotta agree with you guys. I think it makes the most sense to go Von Lackey, and this is where things start to get really interesting. San Francisco Giants have a larger bonus pool in this draft, have a lot of names that have been connected to them over the past month or so. I think the leader in the clubhouse right now would be Jackson Flora, the best pitcher in the draft, but also maybe EJ Booth. I'll start with you, Landon. What do you think the Giants are going to do here?
I think it has to be Flora, considering like their player development is not great, and Flora's basically a finished product as of now.
Fair enough. Quinn, any thoughts on the Giants selection at 4?
Nothing to rebuttal there. It's pretty. You got to take Florida here. It's again the best option outside of the top 3. It just makes the most sense. West Coast kid. He's going to stay on the West Coast with San Francisco. He has a good chance. I remember when we did the article a while ago of like who we think out of this draft class that could make the first leap to the majors. I think Flora could be easily the first option to make the major leagues. And you can make an argument that he's the most developed out of the bunch, like big league ready out of the bunch.
I could not agree more. It's elite stuff, as Dalen has commented over on the YouTube. Thank you guys. Please keep commenting. Happy to answer any questions that you guys might have, whether it's about your team or the draft in general. I think for the mock here, sounds like we've got to go Jackson Flora. And now we are on to a really interesting spot at number 5 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pittsburgh has been rumored to be transitioning toward kind of more of a win now model in this draft, looking most likely at a college bat here, especially with Jackson Flora off the board. Quinn, is there a college bat that you think should go in this spot rather than trying to project who will actually go here?
Again, not to go too cookie cutter as to what the board says. Like to me, it's Burris. If we want to go solely college bat, obviously there's plenty of other great options.
It's a good spot for college bats.
Yeah. And like in the, we were just talking about Joe's mock where it was Curiel that was put there, right? There's a healthy amount of college bats in that range that probably don't get taken. That are going to be available past the first 4 picks, even with Cholowski and Lackey off the board. I think again the safest bet would be Burris. I've had him, despite he's gone from 4 to 15 on the overslot board, but he's flooded. I've maintained him at the 5 spot on the board right behind Flora since really the beginning of the season. I haven't really moved off of Burris being that high. I would feel very, very comfortable putting Burris here.
Landon, who are you thinking for the Pirates?
For the staff mock, I also went Burris. I just think he's the best player available. I get if you're going quick mover with Curiel or Hakopian, but I think you have to go best player here.
And those Hakopian rumors are something that we didn't hear a whole lot of in the last month or two. But as Joe detailed in his most recent mock draft, the Hakopian to the Pirates is picking up a little bit of steam. And I think that is a pretty fun spot. However, I would agree with you guys. Drew Burris does make the most sense here. So we're going to take him because this is our draft and we can do what we want. Let's shake things up a little bit from what Joe put out in his most recent mock. And let's take Drew Burris to the Pittsburgh Pirates in a win now move. Looking at the Kansas City Royals, only a couple of options really make a whole lot of sense. But Quinn, do you want to talk about some of these rumors we're hearing about maybe the Kansas City Royals going with the second best college pitcher in the draft? Is there any real legs to that, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the only rebuttal to that would be like, again, if you look at the board, like there's a healthy amount of college bats available there, even high school guys with Booth, Lombard, etc. Whereas like once you're past Flora, the if we're speaking in terms of best player available, like you're not getting to a pitcher until you get to pick 15, pick 20, pick 30, that where a lot of the college arms are kind of living. So I don't want to say it would be a reach here to go for a college arm, but then again, like there is probably some verity to the rumors being true. Especially if Flora falls that far, like yeah, go ahead. Like he's probably landing there. But I do think it's hard because I would want to pick if I'm in a spot and Booth is available, like I'm taking him. And the next guy past that on a lot of boards isn't probably until pick 15. So who do you go with? Is it Fluky? Is it Rave? Is it like, do we go high school arm? Is it like a Gio Rojas kind of pick? If you're that like keen on taking an arm, I think the next best available would probably be Fluky. And Fluky at 6, just in my eyes, feels like a reach. So
I agree 100%. I think it's a reach for any college pitcher not named Jackson Flora at this point. Landon, what do you think the Royals should do here at number 6?
I know they want to go underslot to float a high school guy down to, is it 30?
Yeah, 30.
So I would go Gio Rojas as an underslot, but I think they go Eric Booth here.
And we've seen the Royals double up on prep guys in the first 30 picks in the past, notably last year. Let's answer some questions that have been coming through. Boss to Boss 2, is Flora really a finished product? Quinn, do you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, I kind of noted this somewhat in the staff draft where it's like, it's an easy 96. The shapes are really polished. It's like the performance numbers are stupid. I know he's not pitching in the SEC and he's in a West Coast mid-major conference, but like the performance numbers do really tell the whole story here. It's a big league arsenal. Every pitch you can make an argument for plus. Yes, he is.
I would agree with that. Here we got someone saying, need someone to text Joey D and ask him the hottest rumor he's hearing right now an hour out. Joe will likely be joining us later in the stream, maybe between the first and second rounds when there's a little bit of a break in the draft. And all I would tell you guys is turn the Twitter notifications on. Joe will have the first scoops all day long. Still thinking my Braves have a chance at Burris. Landon, do you want to comment on this one from Braves fan?
Obviously the teams have different boards, but I don't see him making it past the Orioles if he's there. But obviously anything could happen. So yeah.
Burris at 9 would be something to rejoice for in Atlanta. I mean, you guys should be out on the streets celebrating. This is by all accounts a top 5 player in this draft. Drew Burris falling down to number 9 and staying in the South, that would be incredible. Another one, can Burris get to the Braves? It's certainly possible, and Joe had a mock there this morning. Mick says, if the Royals take Burris, I'll probably quit watching baseball. Mick, you're going to be okay. He's a very good player. I'm interested in hearing about Liam Peterson, the stuffed demon in this class. Throws very hard, has 4 really good pitches, just some control and command concerns. Quinn, do you have anything to add about Liam Peterson, someone who's been pretty buzzy in the teens this draft?
Yeah, it's kind of been an up and down stock for him. I think, you can say that about anybody, but I think specifically him, where like, you see him as high as, I think before the season, people were looking at the stuff and being like, all right, he's going to throw more strikes this season. He's going to be that guy. And he was like that guy for Florida. Obviously held a prominent Friday night role in the SEC. Like he was that guy, and he's still in the crop of like the college pitchers that we were talking about in the 20 to 30 range. As for like, if we're talking about specifically this range, it's a little bit of a leap, unless you're that like confident that you can, unless a team is that confident that they can get him to throw strikes more consistently. I think the floor is really, really the stuff gives him a very, very high floor, just given it's a big league arsenal. The shapes, again, are really, really polished. There's a lot to like, even with him not being able to throw strikes as well as his peers. There's still a lot to like, and he can still be a starter someday, even if the walk rates don't improve, the strike rates don't improve all that much. But if we're talking specifically about this range, a team would have to truly believe that they can get him to throw strikes at a higher rate. And who like maybe there are teams that maybe spot low hanging fruit in that category. But it's hard to really envision him falling anywhere ahead of like pick 17, 18, I'd say is like his ceiling.
I think
I wouldn't say
12
ceiling,
to
but
the
like
Angels could happen. That's about the only spot though before
yeah,
that 17 spot that I would even
yeah,
consider or
that would make sense. But then again, it's like, okay, you can throw him in the Angels pen tomorrow and he would be
We've
fine.
seen
But
this
like
before. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like who knows what that looks like with everything going on in that organization right now. Obviously a GM change kind of complicates things. We don't know we don't know if they're trying to add to their big league roster tomorrow with this draft. So who knows what the direction they're taking. But yeah, I think he falls probably around pick 17 or 18 in a high case for him. And again, he probably doesn't get past pick 35-ish. Like you just have to take the stuff if he's falling that far.
It's almost kind of a condensed draft range at this point from maybe 16 to 24, 25. Like he's most likely going in that 10 pick range. Just because it's going to be hard for that many teams to pass up on the stuff. I'm going to rocket fire through a bunch of these comments, and then we're going to go through and try and finish at least the top 10 on this mock. People have been hinting at a surprise deal at number 2. Could that be Burris? Unlikely as of right now. If they are going to go surprise at number 2, we're most likely looking at Flora with an outside shot of Tyler Bell. Gio Rojas is a dude. I agree. Curiel has no power. I kind of agree. Not fully. Hit tool first. The power of the exit velocities actually are pretty surprising for a guy like Curiel. KC likes Grindlinger. A lot of teams like Grindlinger. As of right now, I'm not so confident that he's going to be one of those guys who rises into the top 10. I think he's more likely to be in the later teens than the top 10. OMG, forgot about Jared. Me too. Fastball doesn't miss bats, though. That's an interesting point on Liam Peterson. With that being said, looking at shapes and stuff like that, we think that's more of a kind of an outlier in the data set. And part of the command and control issues is that being able to command your fastball and put it in the spots that you want to is going to really affect that whiff rate. Liam Peterson was a bit wild this year, not always in ideal spots. Outside of Julian Garcia, Grindlinger is the best high school arm in SoCal performance-wise. Landon, I'm going to throw this to you as a California guy. Do you agree with that?
I would say yeah, just because I don't really know any other 26 arms that would be better than him. I know Julian Garcia is definitely the best, though.
Fair answer. Joe said Ty Head top 15 is his spiciest take for sure. We have him mocked at 14 to the Miami Marlins on a pretty major underslot deal that actually is starting to make a lot of sense. That's going to be a really interesting name to follow throughout the first 30 picks is how high does Ty Head go at this point? If you have control issues at 21, they aren't going away. I disagree with that. Peterson to St. Louis at 13. If the bats they like are gone, wouldn't surprise me. There are too many bats in this range that the Cardinals like for them to likely go pitching. I'm pretty confident that they go bat first pick and probably bat with their second pick as well. Ryan says Volchko should go today. He will definitely go today. It's just a matter of does he go in round 1 or not? I was thinking, and Quinn, I want your take on this. Volchko 25 to the Brewers or maybe 20 to the Red Sox? Those both feel like possible landing spots. The Red Sox especially because they love some outlier stuff on a pitcher. What do you think about Joey Volchko?
Yeah, I think in terms of airspace, I think Joey Volchko has taken up the most conversation with people. He has, to be honest, I don't know what to think of him. And I've talked about him so much to where, like, okay, the fastball is a unicorn shape, and it's like you're not getting that out of anybody. But we're talking about, a guy who struck out only 20% of hitters. There's not that much swing and miss. The sweeper is a big shape at 88, which obviously is really fun. It's a fantastic shape on a stuff model, but he struggled to really zone it at a consistent rate. To be honest, on my personal board, I don't have him until 80 or 90 just because I don't think he can actually start at the big league level, but I think his stuff will play in a reliever role. It's really just how much because truthfully, there isn't really a comparison for him. We've never, he went to, I actually wrote about this in my Carson Tinney article. And I also wrote about Volchko's kind of when he went to Georgia, what he changed and how he changed it. I think for 2 years, it was like, okay, if we can get this guy to a consistent swing and miss, to a spot where like this guy could be good. And he was the top name out of the portal, the top name, like, Arkansas, LSU, and then he went to Georgia. And it was always like, okay, this guy could be real. And then he was, but like, he's kind of a finished product now. It's like, what you see is what you're getting. Whereas like for 2 years, it was kind of a projection thing. And it's not like there's just better arms available in the first round that I feel more confident in. I feel like 25 or 20 would definitely be a stretch for him. But again, there's not really a comparison for him. It is very, very subjective. It's really difficult to project. And it's really interesting how much he altered things from, if you look at his Stanford stuff to now. It's really, really interesting. And obviously the College World Series helped his stock a lot. But yeah, it's really difficult it's very difficult. I'll just sum it up with that.
Totally fair. Let's go to a couple more questions. And actually, we have another member of the team joining us right now. Max, good to see you, my friend. How excited are we for today?
I am pumped right now, fellas. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Nate, I know this is our second go through, so happy to run it back. But yeah, super excited. This is one of my favorite days of the year as a baseball fan, so just happy to be here.
Me and Max had a great time on a draft stream last year, and there is a clip out there of us reacting to the Angels selecting Tyler Bremner last year, where we're basically just screaming and all of our jaws are dropped. Shout out to Reese White, who's going to be joining us later, and Will Thompson, who's now with the Miami Marlins. Good job, Will. All right, let's go through a couple more questions here. Maybe we can get Max in on one of these. Max, you want a Jackson Flora question?
I would love a Jackson Flora question.
Or there's actually a lot going on here. Flora can't miss bats. Burris is tiny and his swing is too high effort. Lombard can't hit. Casey is screwed. Mick needs some help here. Let's hype up Mick a little bit.
Max, okay, you got a lot going on here. Okay, I mean Flora can't miss bats. I don't know about that. I mean, sure, like maybe you can point to some of the metrics, but I mean, he 6'5", throws 101, nasty sweeper, 2 shapes on the slider. I feel like that's a pretty good bet to make. No, I mean, that's an arm I'd take a bet on. Burris, I do think like the size concern. I do think that like obviously models are gonna love Burris, and like I know a lot of model centric teams are all over him. I do think the size concerns are real. Like he is 5'9" on a good day, like a little stockier. But I don't necessarily know if I'd worry about like a high effort swing because he does make so much contact. It hasn't really necessarily limited him, and he's competing in the ACC and going against some pretty good competition night in, night out. So Lombard can't hit. He cannot hit. So I will give you that. I don't think
Do you have a
will,
response? I saw that face.
I will say I don't think he will never hit, but right now he has not. He has not hit, so I can't really dispute that.
It's fair to say. Quinn, any response really fast?
No, I don't necessarily disagree or agree. I'm just surprised you went with the bold. Yeah, he can't hit.
Well,
We're about takes here. We're about takes on the overslot stream.
I'll ask you this: like, do you think he's gonna get drafted, and it's just gonna be a case of Ethan Holiday, where like then he gets in a Pro Bowl and the numbers look as drastic as they did for Holiday?
I think Lombard is going to be obviously a project. I think it's going to be like it might take a little while. I don't think he's going to get to Pro Ball and just immediately like just figure it out. I don't know. Like I think he's going to need a little bit of development time to kind of because his swing is good, right? It's like it's not. I don't really know what it is. The swing is fine. Obviously, a tremendous athlete. I just think he's going to need some kind of development and like coaching. I'm not necessarily sure exactly what it is, but he's a good enough athlete and good enough like from a tools perspective where like you kind of have to just take him in the top 10 and try to get. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. He's a very high risk, high reward kind of prospect. So I think if you're the Royals. If there's other options, maybe you go that way. Like maybe Burris is there. I tend to like Burris more than Lombard, just from a safety like floor perspective. But I could totally see them, shooting for the moon and going for the, kind of star player. Taking a swing for a star player.
And as the draft is getting ready to start, we've got a little bit of time here. Let's finish out the top 10 in this mock. I'm just going to say your guys' names, and you're going to give me a pick. All right, Landon, Kansas City Royals at 6. We've talked about them a lot. Who do you want to go with here?
I'll go Booth.
All right, Eric Booth Jr. Max, for the Baltimore Orioles, we've heard a lot of different names here. Who do you prefer at number 7?
Who do I prefer? Who do I think it will be?
Let's do a blend of a little bit of both.
Okay. In this scenario, I'm going to go with Tyler Bell.
All right. Quinn, for the Athletics at number 8. What makes the most sense for you?
Yeah, I was gonna pick up Bell if Max didn't there. I'm actually gonna go with a name that has not been talked about much today. I'm gonna go with Ryder Helfrich.
Do you want to give a quick, maybe 20-minute or 20-second background on Ryder Helfrich? We don't have 20 minutes. And just what the appeal is to drafting him?
I think we're really, really hesitant at the beginning of the year to admit that like he's legit. I think a lot of us were afraid of the hit tool. But I think everything really came together for him this year. There's just a blend of both hit tool and power. And then on the defensive side where he's just universally praised. He calls pitches at Arkansas. Like he's a very, very literate catcher. There's a big league makeup. There's a big league framing and blocking ability. You are getting the whole package with him, I think, in just a big league catcher.
Without a doubt. With the Braves here, I'm going to go with a name that's been connected to them a little bit, Gio Rojas. I think there's a real chance that Rojas is going to slide out of the top 10 just being a prep arm. But given what's happening here, I think Chris Akopian makes a little bit of sense. But I'm going to go Gio Rojas for the Braves. Landon, do you want to finish this out with the Colorado Rockies at 10?
This one's tough. I'd probably go Curiel.
Curiel. And that's a name we've heard there quite a bit. So in this, we have Lombard sliding outside of the top 10, which seems to be a more real possibility by the hour. And Chris Akopian also falling outside of the top 10, which is certainly possible. He has a pretty wide range of outcomes here. All right, let's remove that and start answering a couple questions as we get ready for the draft to begin. William says, I don't really see it with Tyler Bell. What am I missing? Does anyone want to take that question?
I'll go
Go for
there.
it.
It's
Do it.
so if you pull up his percentile page, I think a lot of like if you pull up his percentile page, I think that probably gives reason to doubt. But like as Joe has said before, it's not all that like the data does not tell the whole story. He was playing through an injury this year. It's I'll sum it up as just the data definitely at the plate does not tell the whole story there.
Fair enough. Jordan says, anyone got a read on Peyton Bonds? Kind of a buzzy name after the MLB draft combine. Max, any quick thoughts on Peyton Bonds, who seems to be within the realm of going at some point today?
I would think he goes today. I think somebody will take a bet on him. I don't think it'll be rounds 1 or 2, probably not even 3, honestly. Maybe like end of round 3 or something. But he is such a weird player. I cannot get a sense on like exactly what to think of him. Obviously lineage is pretty good. But I think like his approach is like kind of terrible. Like he just swings at everything, but his raw bat to ball skills are actually pretty good. Like he has huge power. He's great athlete. He runs very well. Like there's too many tools that I think somebody will take him today. How high, I'm curious to see, because it is as polarizing of a profile as you can find out there.
I agree with you there. We have Dalen here saying Peyton reminds me of Bobby Bonds. He's a third rounder for me. Third round seem about fair to you guys?
I can see it.
Yeah, kind of nods all around. Too bad Carson Bailey, left-handed pitcher at McLennan, tore his ACL. Yeah, one of the most exciting JUCO prospects in this class. Percent any of the top 3 teams blink and not select the trio of Vaughn, Rock, Grady. This seems like the Rays. It could be the Twins with an outside chance. As we said earlier, there's a world where the Rays might go with a Jackson Flora outside shot of a Tyler Bell type. But as of right now, I think it's a pretty strong chance that those 3 go in the top 3. What percent would you guys put on maybe a confidence scale that the top 3 shakes out with a combination of Vaughn, Rock, and Grady? Max, I'll start with you.
What the percentage that I think that those are the top 3? I would say like 95. I mean, I would be stunned if that didn't happen.
Fair enough. Quinn, what do we got?
70. I was 75. Yeah, pretty.
I think that's fair as well. Landon, any thoughts there?
Honestly, I think there's a decent chance one of them doesn't take top 3. I'll go 60% that it is.
Do you have your eyes on the Rays or maybe the Twins for going outside the box?
If Grady falls, I think the Twins go Flora. That's what I think. And then also, if White Sox go Grady 1, I think the Rays could go Flora.
No doubt. Dalen saying again, Matt Holliday was not a great minor league player either. He learned to hit in the big leagues. Totally fair. Holliday reminds me of Dad. From Kyle, if Lackey somehow busts down, we need to strip GT of catcher U. Is GT getting thrown around as catcher U? I've seen that, I think, once or twice, but I guess that's fair. Kyle. All right, we're going to go over to Twitter here. We got a Joe bomb. I continue to hear Rock Chalowski at the top of the White Sox. Teams in the top 5 are operating/planning under this assumption. Short of a late negotiation surprise, sounds pretty firm. 25 minutes to go. Quinn, any thoughts there? Rock Chalowski seeming like he's going to be the #1 overall selection, according to Joe.
We've said it since July of last year. Yeah.
Not a big surprise. And looking at Joe's tweets earlier, there is at least a small chance this is a noteworthy day for the University of Miami. Interesting.
Whoa.
Do you guys think that is talking about Miami native Jacob Lombard?
I think that might be Gio Rojas.
Oh, Max, you want to expand on that a little bit more?
So Gio is committed to the University of Miami.
University of Miami. There you go.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, there has been kind of talk that maybe he's sliding a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's, if not the top arm, he's the second best prep arm in this class. That would be pretty unprecedented for him to get to campus in this day and age. I mean, I guess NIL changes everything, but man, that would be something.
How about Gio Rojas is just maybe the second best arm in this class? We've got a large kind of tier 2 of college pitching. I think it's completely fair for a lot of people to think Rojas is just the second best pitcher in this draft. Those guys normally get drafted. Quinn, any thoughts on any of that?
As for Miami, my first thought actually went to Daniel Cuvée. I could be wrong there, but like that's just kind of when I think of Miami, that's where my head goes. I don't know if there's any buzz to his name just being shot up. There's a lot of upside there. Again, I could be totally false on that thought, but that's kind of where my head went immediately. As for the guys, like I think anytime there's just a prep lefty, generally there's a chance at him just falling. Whether it's the school offering more money or the him asking for too much money, I think, or just the risk of a prep lefty in general. I mean, we were just talking about Lombard falling, like, you know, Lombard falling in the mock draft we did, like, you know, I think for any prep, there's just a chance of a lot of unpredictability.
Is there any world that Jacob Lombard elects to go to school? Is I guess my big question here is if he starts dropping outside of the top 10 and he thinks that he can go to school, make a bunch of money, and then be a top 10 pick in a couple of years, is there any maybe reality to that statement? Landon, I'd love to hear, I guess maybe first your thoughts on Jacob Lombard. Is there any chance that he could decide to go to school?
I mean, obviously, I'm not in Florida, but from what I've read, his spring was pretty good, like in terms of the hit tool. I think if he falls out, I'd say the top 20. I think he goes to school, but I think there's just too much money on the table within the top 20 to go to school, in my opinion.
Very fair. And we've got another question here from Anthony. Based on the reporting you guys have seen, what prospects do most executives believe Miami are targeting at 14? I would love to talk about Ty Head here a little bit. Max, do you have any strong feelings on Ty Head? I know Joe just recently kind of surprised some folks seeing him at 14 in Miami in our latest mock. Definitely an option there. What's the appeal of a guy like Ty Head in this draft class going earlier than expected?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like with Ty Head. Ty Head is a really good player. He makes a ton of contact, has a great approach, rarely strikes out, walks a ton, plays a killer center field. And he's 6'3", got a little bit of projectability with for the college player, which is nice. But the power right now, not great necessarily. However, I mean, you look at a guy that's 6'3", that physical, and you think there's got to be something more there. I've heard a lot of people really shoving Ty Head up draft boards. I think he's going to go a lot higher than most people thought, even maybe 5 days ago.
Sure thing. Some other names that have maybe been connected to the Marlins in the past month: Jared Grindlinger, Ace Reese, Hunter Dietz, Derek Curiel, AJ Gracia, maybe an outside chance of a Sawyer Stroh-Snyder. So there's still plenty of options, but right now Ty Head might be the leader in the clubhouse there, as we welcome on another member of the Overslot draft team, the great Oliver. Oliver, how are you doing today? How excited are you for the draft to kick off here in about 15 minutes?
Cheerio, gents. And I guess like not really that excited. I just kind of want to get this over with, honestly.
Wow, that's different than how I'm feeling, man. I'm almost nervous, and I'm not picking anyone here. Is that a feeling of nerves, Oliver? Just, a lot of buildups this day. You're just kind of ready for it to be over?
I'm just ready for it to be over, man. I'm kind of like simultaneously watching PG National as we do this. So
on to the next class. Should we just start talking 2027 right now, or what?
I feel like it's a little early, but I wouldn't complain. So
all right, going to some more comments here. White Sox likely to go with Rock. shortstop / offensive proven college production, bloodline scouting family, IQ, EQ, and hope wood bat production is similar. That's a great little breakdown there. What are guys' thoughts on Miami drafting Tyler Spangler or Tyler LeBlanc at 14? Spangler at 14. Landon, you're a California guy. Spangler at 14, I'm not buying it, and I haven't heard it a whole lot. Any thought there?
Well, he's NorCal, so I don't know too much, but I know he just didn't play most of the year. And just skill set alone, I don't think he's a top 30 guy, personally. Tyson LeBlanc, don't think he's going top 30.
Not quite. Maybe in the second round for Miami. As far as Tyler Spangler goes, definitely some concerns there that might make him fall down draft boards a little bit. We've heard Joe report that his draft stock is still pretty strong, and it's more likely that he's going to be drafted than go to school at Stanford. But definitely some buzz there. One of the more interesting names this class to see where he actually ends up going. Any surprise prep bats the Yankees could pop at 35? Oliver, I'd love to throw this over to you if you're ready for it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really think there is that many surprises when you have like the Yankees and you have the limited bonus pool you have. Sometimes you just gotta like look at it holistically and just go for the player that's not going to be on the board for your next pick. You don't have the money to play games. You don't have the picks to play games with. Like, they'd been connected to Kilby a lot last year. I think that like they just went with the guy that they liked the most in that range, really. So I don't know. Like, I think that I don't know if a Taj Marchand gets there, but I think that certainly could fit, But I think in terms of more specific, like a Luke Williams could fit. That's a guy I like a good bit. Rocco Maniscalco has been a late riser. I think that could make some sense there. Aiden Ruiz, maybe, like if that's their cup of tea. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of different ways that they can go. It's just about like who do they like that's not going to be there.
Super fair. We have a prediction here. New York Yankees draft Aiden Ruiz. I don't mind that fit if they were to go with a prep hitter. Might be in the range for Aiden Ruiz. Quinn, any thoughts on maybe that pairing? Is there any possibility?
Yeah, so I'm really glad you brought that up because his name popped in my head when or whoever asked that question of the prep guys for the Yankees. And then immediately after that, this guy said Ruiz to the Yankees. So he's been kind of on boards. He's a lot closer to the like 50-80 range from what I've seen in the public consensus. But like, I think there's a lot of mock traction to him in like the 30-40 range in the comp round. Yeah, just a lot to like here, especially with the glove. I think for specifically New York, it's a local kid. He's at Stony Brook. He's in their backyard. This would make a lot of sense for him.
And Ruiz is one of the better prep defenders in the class. That's certain to push him up maybe some boards late. We have another comment here that's really interesting to me. Also, is there any reason the consensus isn't higher on Martin Schlar's hit tool? Talking about the swing a little bit, it's a very unorthodox swing. Some aggressive toe tap in there. He generally has some timing issues, but man, is he an athlete. And the swing has shown a lot of progress this spring. Max, any thoughts on this comment in general, or any reason that Martin Schlar isn't boosted up draft boards right now and kind of remains in maybe that third or fourth round question mark area?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of touched on the things that are pushing him down a little bit. It's like he's supreme athlete, but it's going to take a little bit of fine tuning to get there. And there's just more sound prospects ahead of him. I don't think it's necessarily a knock on him per se. But I just think there are players with a better quality of, better body of work at this point. I still think he can be a super talented player, but you just got to do a little bit more fine tuning with him. And that's obviously comes with some more risk. So that's just kind of how it goes.
I agree. And here is just a demonstration of some of the things that we have to offer at Overslot. If you aren't subscribing, look at all of this data right here. Quinn, do you want to walk maybe some of our non-Overslot subscribers through like How much does this data mean right here? We see all these kind of red savant style bars. How rich of data is this, and what can people really do with it?
Yeah, it's really, I mean, not only do you get the percentiles, but you also get the if you want to go to like the stats page or whatever of all the college hitters. And yeah, it's a lot of, I think a lot of the prep scouting has always just been done, at least in the public side, just simply flipping through YouTube videos, especially given a lot of the circuit data isn't really publicly available in most cases. And I think it's just super helpful for not only people like us, but then also just people trying to dive into scouting and whatnot, especially of preps, to have like this data in front of them. I know for most college guys, I think the data is pretty transparent on the public side. And you'll see it mostly throughout Twitter, but like the high school data is really, really hard to come by. And you get a lot on the site, and it's really, yeah, you can get a subscription for basically the price of a sandwich.
Sandwiches are notoriously expensive right now. I have to agree with that. I mean, Jersey Mike's is gouging me. Oliver, when we're looking at this percentile board here, what's the first number maybe you want to filter by when you're looking for some under the radar prospects?
Ooh, under the radar types. I think as a whole, like looking at something like I think just average exit velocity, 90th exit velocity is a good barometer to start with. You know, just knowing that a guy has the impact. But I mean, I think it really just comes down to just like there's not really one specific thing. It's just like it's the entire whole of the package, not the pieces of the puzzle, you know? Like you gotta kind of piece everything together. And like there are players that don't really have that loud of metrics, but when you watch them, it's a little louder than, you know, this percentile sheet will give them credit for. So
Without a doubt. Yeah, looking at some of these guys, the 90th EV and the 100th percentile, some of these are pretty much all of these are names that aren't going to go maybe today at all. Quinn, I know you wrote an amazing piece on Carson Tinney yesterday. Do you want to give any background or maybe your thoughts there as someone who we'll see get called at some point?
Yeah, so he's obviously going to go today. As the question is, for anybody, where? And I think I tried to touch on the fact that like he went to Texas, got objectively better. I think the framing was among some of the worst in the country last year when he was at Notre Dame, specifically at the bottom of the zone, and Texas completely just revitalized that. He's it's not like he's some crazy frame, like he was among the collegiate average framing wise, but I think that was always the biggest knock for him. He had a decently high floor behind the plate, just given his 70 grade arm, and he's always been able to control the run game, which he improved upon this year as well. But I think the knock for him has just always been the framing ability, and the blocking isn't great either, just given he doesn't move well in his size. But then at the plate, I think a Mike Zunino comp is very, very achievable. It was Oliver actually that floated me that one, that I've been all over it since. I think the Cal Raleigh dream is always going to exist for a guy like him, but it's probably not realistic. And Texas really, really improved the hit tool. He's a lot closer to the mold. He basically fits the mold of Texas hitters now, where really, really low swing rates. They get really, really deep in accounts. He became even more of a 3 true outcome player this year at Texas. His walk rate improved. The bat speed, it's already 70 grade, but that even improved. And then the bat to ball, it got a lot better. He saw spin and soft shapes so much better. Whiff rates were cut. He just did a lot. Like the package is a lot more improved. And I think it definitely raises the floor. But as for a holistic draft view, it's very, very difficult. Like I would say the changes he's made, despite that, and despite the floor objectively being probably higher, the public draft consensus on him hasn't really moved. If anything, has gotten worse. I think a lot of people saw him as a potential day one pick, potential round 1 pick, maybe even in the comp round. before the season, and he's kind of floated more down towards like a mid to late round 2, round 3 kind of guy.
And as you can see by this fancy widget I cooked up in about 10 seconds earlier, guys, we have our first pick of the 2026 MLB draft, courtesy of Joe Doyle. The Chicago White Sox are selecting UCLA shortstop Rock Chalowski with the number 1 pick in the draft. Deal is expected to be around $9.5 million. All right, the pick is in. We're going with somewhat of a consensus here. Let's go round table. Oliver, I'll start with you. Rock Chalowski's a White Sox. How do you feel?
I forget how early Joe has these picks, man. I did not expect that, but I mean, what is there to say? I think that this is kind of like, I think that he's been nitpicked throughout the entire spring. I think there's been so much smoke, but I think this is the guy that makes the most sense and the most talented player in this class. I have no complaints.
Max, what do you got? First pick is in.
Yeah, I do think there was a little bit of nitpicking going on. I like people talking about like his Friday number. I'm like, come on, guys. He's he's the best player in the country. He's supremely talented. I do think whoever the Rays take it to, they're obviously going to get a great player. I think Grady Emerson or Vaughn Lackey in a lot of years could go 1 and nobody would bat an eye. But yeah, I mean, Rock is he's an insane prospect, and I think he'll be very good for the White Sox.
Landon, Rock Chalowski, what are you thinking?
I mean, 70 glove, 60 hit. I think Joe has 55 power. Like, it's pretty much a layup there.
Pretty undeniable. Quinn, the first pick is in, as expected. Any commentary there? All right, Quinn is maybe on Wi-Fi problems. Who knows? Let's move on to what we think the Tampa Bay Rays are going to do at number 2 now. With Grady Emerson on the board, is there any thought to anyone else going at number 2 at this point? Or is Grady Emerson just a slam dunk pick for the Tampa Bay Rays? Max?
I would be pretty surprised if they went Vaughn. I'm not going to lie. Grady Emerson is just such a Rays player. You know, just up the middle, shortstop, high school, great hit tool, projection. They would be breaking their kind of typical mold going with Vaughn over Grady. And I just think Grady's too good to pass up at this point. I don't know.
Landon, any thoughts? Anyone except for Grady Emerson going right now?
I mean, I think like Rock, Grady's just been the guy the whole year, basically at 2. So I don't think there's any.
And Max, I'd love if you wax poetically right now about what Grady Emerson might offer to the Rays, who jumped up in this class and are now rewarded with someone who could go 1 in almost any other year. Grady Emerson to the Rays, like, how excited should they be?
Oh, I mean, he's insanely good. I mean, like you said, he would be a fantastic number 1 overall draft pick in like any other year. I mean, just super smooth swing. He's arguably the best hitter in this class. Some would say he's definitely the best hitter in this class, like pure bat to ball. Great projection. You know, I mean, he's just a great athlete. There's really not a lot to complain about with Grady Emerson. And I think Rays fans, and obviously they've got a killer development program going on, and obviously great scouting. But yeah, I mean, assuming he is the pick, obviously we don't know this quite yet, but it would, I don't know. My gut says it's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, he's a killer player, so they should be absolutely thrilled.
Oliver, any thought to what the Rays might do at 2, and maybe just your thoughts on Grady Emerson if you do think that's where they're going?
I've watched Grady. I think he's a very good player. Definitely one of the top players in this class. I think that it's kind of hard to nitpick the player, so this is not to nitpick the player, but I've heard from people, and I don't necessarily disagree with this. It's like, I think this notion had been going around a lot, like pre-draft of like, oh, like Rock Chalowski might be like the most talented college player, but Grady Emerson has more upside. I'm just like, kind of like, why is I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that Grady Emerson is some of its parts player. I think he's a very high floor. I think that he does everything pretty well, but I don't think he does anything necessarily plus. That's just kind of my opinion. He does everything pretty good, nothing great.
Fair
But
enough.
as a left-handed shortstop, that's fine. Who cares?
As we get a update from Joe, Rock Chalowski will get north of $10 million to become the number one pick. Talking about signing bonuses, Oliver, any thoughts there? A little bit more money than maybe we are expecting, but not out of the realm of possibility for Rock to get somewhere between maybe $10 and $11 million this year.
I mean, yeah, it's the signing bonuses go up every year, right? So like naturally we're bound to have these records be broken like pretty routinely as the years go by. But this does break. I believe it was Chase Burns that got 9.25 million. There could be other players on that like got more. It might be Dylan Cruz has the record, but this definitely shatters the record, which was around 9.2, 9.5 million. So
yeah, and it makes a lot of sense for a guy like Rock Chalowski, who's been at the top of the boards for so long this year. All right, let's take a breath here. Maybe we'll look at the comments. Prophet says, far and away, my hottest take in this draft is that I wouldn't be that surprised if we fast forwarded 8 years and Peyton Bonds was far and away the best player from this class. Is there any possibility of okay, I don't want to put it like that. There's always a possibility. Anyone can be the best player, I suppose. I'm not buying this hot take, guys. Does anyone have any strong? Landon shakes his head no. Oliver, any thoughts on Peyton Bonds? I know we already heard Max talk about him.
Peyton Bonds has a lot going for him in terms of tools. It's very good bat to ball. It's very good raw power. It's very good like raw speed. He can steal some bases, but I think that just the issue is just kind of more like the roughness around the edges. Like you look at like him defensively, and it's not as good as you might hope. You look at him offensively, and he kind of swings at everything. I think that I'm a little concerned with how just he's not really performed in college all that well, despite playing and against pretty lesser competition. And then like the injury like is a little concerning. But I just think that the approach is a big issue. I think the lack of elevation is a huge issue, and just general barrel accuracy. I think like raw power is only so good if you can tap into it. So I kind of don't really buy it right now.
Kyle said Ethan Holiday set the record last year.
Okay, that makes sense.
Want to be this guy, but that is not true. Ethan Holiday signed for $9 million. Chase Burns and Charlie Condon share the record at $9.25 million. And we get another Joe Doyle tweet. Let me add it to the stage. Let's refresh here really fast.
Okay,
the pick is in. The Tampa Bay Rays will be selecting high school shortstop Grady Emerson with the number 2 pick in the draft. Bonus will be close to $10 million. An absolute haul for Grady Emerson. Looking to now be the second highest bonus ever in the MLB draft era. Landon, all right, we were expecting this. Any extra thoughts on Grady Emerson and what this might mean to a Rays farm system that's already so good? Landon, I cannot hear you. Is that just me?
No, I cannot either.
All right. We'll go to you for a second here, Oliver. Talking about this Rays farm system, they still have a lot of options later in the draft with their second pick. What does this mean? What kind of haul is this for the Rays?
What do they have the rest of the draft? I think that for the Rays, they've been connected to Grady pretty much very early in the spring. I think this is pretty obvious that if Rock went one, that Grady was going to go too. So everything is going pretty chalk. When it comes to like what this means for the Rays, I mean, you're just getting another this is just another 5-tool guy, left-handed, like hitting prep that they've got that has up the middle tools, and that matches what they've gotten in recent years with guys like Theo Gillen and Cooper Fleming's more of a corner guy, but like that left-handed like pure hitting stick, the Daniel Pierce types, Tate Gray, like all those players that they've gotten in recent years does definitely fit their mold.
Yeah, and they have another pick at 33 where they're likely to go probably another prep hitter. They've been tied to Cole Prosek quite a bit throughout this process. This comment is about Jackson Flora, who will be relevant very soon. The hype to me for Flora is way too much. He's not a starter in the league. He's an elite reliever. His secondary stuff is not consistent enough to justify that high of a pick. Max, I would love for you to rebut this comment maybe. All comments are very valid. We'd love you guys sharing your opinions. What are your thoughts on saying the hype is too much for Jackson Flora?
I can see where you get that thought. I mean, he's obviously got it. He's kind of like a if you want to clump him into a 2-pitch guy, you maybe could. He does kind of have two shapes on the slider, so I do think that there's a little bit of variation there. I don't know. I mean, when I just look at him like on the mound operationally, I think he's obviously an incredibly he's a big dude. He's got clean operations. I have a hard time thinking he can't start at all at the professional level. Maybe it works out that he just ends up where he's too good of a reliever that they just want him in the back end. But I don't think it's a case where it's like he has no chance of starting. And with his stuff, I just think it's too hard to pass up at the top of the draft to not take that chance.
I agree with you fully. The manipulation of breaking ball shapes, the burgeoning changeup, kick changeup kind of shape that we got out of him, and just the fastball overall, it's going to be enough to start at the next level pretty consistently. Another comment here, not shocking me that Tampa is going to go with Emerson with the success they've had with the last high school shortstops that they've drafted. Absolutely. Like 25 out of 30 of the league starting shortstops are either high schoolers or international. A valid point here. Oliver, any thoughts to what we're seeing here? Sorry, the comment that we're getting here. That most shortstops come from international.
That's great, but like, what if all of them went to college instead?
I do think I will chime in. I do think there's a little bit of selection bias because I do think the best prep players are typically shortstops, and typically the best prep players don't go to college where they ended up getting paid beforehand. It's not to say that what you're saying isn't true. Like, yeah, it's very true. A lot of really good shortstops end up skipping college because they were really good. So I do think there's a little bit of that. Like, I think like Rock could have skipped going to college. Rock wanted to go to UCLA. He was a first round name, maybe second round name when he was in high school, and he skipped that process and chose to go to UCLA. So, he's a little bit of an exception there, but I mean, he's I don't necessarily know if I would draw too many conclusions just by looking at okay, this guy went to college, so he's lesser than something else.
And guys,
I think I care just a bit more about whether players have a choice or not.
Also very fair. We have Jeff Passan now reporting that the Chicago White Sox are going with Brock Chalowski. I would love to see some credit for our guy Joe in this tweet. Joe had it first.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jeff's out of his element here.
The Shams of college baseball, the Jeff Passan of the MLB draft, Joe Doyle had this first. And as we wait to see who the Twins might be selecting at number 3, are we thinking Von Lackey here, guys? Or is there any chance maybe Jackson Flora could slide up here at 3?
I would say Vaughn. I think he's too good of a prospect to pass up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, unless one of this guy in like the next tier is willing to cut a deal, which I don't know why they would. It just seems like the talent gap is too much to pass up there. Vaughn is such a good player. I would have a hard time passing up on him if I were Minnesota.
Yeah. Landon, are we still here with Vaughn? someone who I believe you consider to be the best draftable player in this class. You want to just talk a little bit about Vaughn Lackey?
I mean, the EV jump he showed, he was like fringy last year. It's plus now, obviously. And now I think it's plus hit too, considering his launch angles and contact rates. Plus, he's a plus runner, plus thrower, plus blocker. His framing is probably average, but still probably plus defender at catcher.
Yeah. Any thoughts to maybe the higher ground ball rate on Vaughn Lackey, Max? Does that have you concerned at all, or is that just a result of maybe his swing isn't super tailored to maybe hitting the lower pitch at times, so he just kind of hits him into the ground? Seems like a pretty fixable issue to me. Any thoughts that might concern you as like maybe one of the higher ground ball guys?
Yeah. I mean, I do think when you are drafting this high, you do kind of have to nitpick a little bit because obviously the weight of the decision is a little higher. But every player is going to have. There's no such thing. I mean, well, maybe there is such thing as a perfect prospect, but they're very, very rare, and you're probably not going to draft the perfect prospect at third. I'm not necessarily overly concerned about the ground ball rate. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit elevated, but I just think like he made such a big jump from last year to this year. And I think if you get him in a professional dev program and get him, with, the highest quality coaches you can, I have a hard time thinking that he can't take another leap if the problem we're talking about is elevated ground ball rate. He could fix some stuff and sort it out.
Kyle says Manfred couldn't even pronounce his name right. I'm assuming in regards to Rochelowski, I'm not watching the draft. I'm on Joe Doyle Twitter notifications right now, but that sounds about right from good old Rob. Anthony says teams rarely draft a catcher in the top 3. I think Adley was an outlier. Would it be fair to say Vaughn Lackey is also an outlier in this class? Obviously, it's been some time since Adley was selected, but I would say that Vaughn Lackey holds up in a lot of the same ways that Adley Rutschman held up as the number 1 overall pick last decade now. As we still wait for the Twins selection, looking down the board a little bit, Max, is there a team in the top 10 that you're most intrigued to see what they do, and why is it the San Francisco Giants? No, I'm joking.
Well, I mean, I heard all spring that the Giants were getting Rochelowski, so I'm floored.
They're working him down. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, they're gonna buy him down. Buster Posey was gonna work his magic. I mean, the Giants are weird because they're definitely they're kind of in a tough spot for picking 4th overall, assuming Vaughn does go 3rd. I will say if Vaughn gets to them, the decision's made for him. The Giants, they just don't. They're not going to have that top shelf, easy decision. Like the Twins have a pretty easy choice in my eyes, right? They just take the guy that of the 3 that fell to them. The Giants, assuming it does go the way we think it will, are the first team that don't have that easy pick, right? So, I mean, do they want to go arm with Jackson Flora? Maybe, but obviously some teams just have a hard time buying into that, and for a fair reason. A lot of pitchers end up getting hurt and missing a lot of time. That said, Jackson Flora is really good. So, I mean, I don't know, Curiel at 4, maybe a little rich for my blood. Do they want to go prep with EJ Booth or Lombard? I've heard a little bit of buzz that they really like Lombard. Don't necessarily know how real that is, but yeah, I mean, they just don't have a clean cut. Okay, this is the guy, and I'm sure they're fully bought in on whoever they're going to take, but I'm personally am not sure who that is.
Yeah, Oliver, any thoughts on what the Giants might do in 4 as we look at Joe's latest mock, having Jackson Flora, but also saying there's a lot of smoke surrounding Jacob Lombard in this spot with Booth in contention.
Just underslot Hakopian. It's fine.
Explain that some more.
They're not. I doubt they're going to do it, but I really like Hakopian. But I think that
so much.
Oh, for matches, come on now. But I think more realistically, I think that like the three names, Booth, Flora, Lombard, are just the names that have been connected to them the most. So I'd imagine they go down that route. There is definitely a tier break there. I assume if the top three goes as chalk, we assume it'll go, then yeah, it definitely sucks to be right at the spot where you don't get the premier talent. But you gotta make it do with it.
And now let's split hairs between EJ Booth and Jacob Lombard. I'm an EJ Booth guy myself. I think most people have tended to value Booth's upside mixed with the floor rather than Lombard's sometimes scary hit tool, like we talked about a little bit earlier. I'm looking at EJ Booth as the best prospect on my personal board at this point. Max, do you have any thoughts between Booth and Lombard and what teams are looking at when trying to decide who the next prep hitter is off the board?
Yeah, I personally, I'm with you. I'm a Booth guy over Lombard. It's interesting because Booth has a little bit of a funky swing, but he makes so much more contact, at least on the summer circuit, than Lombard. That like Lombard is you're shooting for the moon. It is a scary kind of bet to make, especially at like 4 or 5 or 6, whatever this high. That said, Lombard's swing should be better. It's a very odd situation. So, I mean, it's obviously going to come down to preference for these teams. I tend to like the tools that Booth brings, and I think he's going to be a really good player. But I mean, if somebody wanted to make the argument for Lombard, I don't think the gap there is overwhelmingly large.
Super fair. As the draft tracker has caught up to all of our information with Grady Emerson confirmed at that number 2 pick. Twins notoriously kind of tight-lipped in these drafts, so we might not know who they're selecting until that actual pick is being turned in. Landon, is there any pick that you're especially excited for in the top 10?
I think the Braves, considering I think they're the first landing spot for Gio Rojas, who's my 6th best player in the class. I just really like he has 3 present shapes, and he's able to get on both sides of the ball. So, and he obviously super projectable with his frame. But they could also go like underslot pitcher. Drew Burris is the target, I believe. So that's mine.
We got a comment here from Anthony. When I look at Stroh-Snyder, my comparison for him, he reminds me of Hunter Pence. Ooh, interesting comp there. Stroh-Snyder is someone who is currently falling down boards a little bit. And I don't want to speak too early because there's always a chance he goes, between 10 and 20. But right now, it seems like he's more likely to go in the 20s. And that is in large part because of some hit tool question marks and some other question marks surrounding the profile. Oliver, any thoughts on Sawyer Stroh-Snyder? And if you have anything on the Hunter Pence comp, go right ahead.
That's before my time, man. I can't comment on the Hunter Pence thing. But in terms of Stroh-Snyder, I don't know. I think Stroh-Snyder is a weird one because I think that you'll see some of these sophomore eligible players who have a very, very good freshman season and then struggle upon getting their second season. And I think it's hard to weigh that sometimes, but he's very toolsy. And I'm going to shut up now because we've got the pick in. So
Vaughn Lackey, Georgia Tech catcher, is going to the Minnesota Twins with the number 3 pick, says Joe. And things are shaking out kind of how we expected in the top 3. That 90%, 95% confidence that Max said earlier turns out to be 100%. Vaughn Lackey, number 3. What are the Twins getting on a team that could use some reinforcements in the farm? You're getting one of the best catchers that we've seen in the past 10 years in the Major League draft, and he can also play every other position on the field like he did in one game this year for Georgia Tech. It's one of the safest bats in the class with a blend of power and hit that you look for in a top prospect who both has a high ceiling and a high floor. Max, Von Lackey is a Minnesota Twin. Is this someone where we might see in the big leagues in a year? Like, is this someone who's gonna rise through the ranks fast and kind of immediately help out this Twins team?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, it's pretty rare to, talk about a catcher moving quickly. That's not something we really see. I don't know if I necessarily like bet the house that he's going to be playing in 2027. But if there is a catcher that could move quickly in the last, even decade at this point, that's crazy to say that Adley went almost a decade. Was it a decade ago or almost a decade?
2018, I believe. 2019.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yeah. So damn, that feels not that long ago.
We're getting old.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. But if there is a bat that could do it, it might just be Von Lackey. He's such a sound player, just does basically everything on the diamond really well. I'm not necessarily. I don't know. 2027, especially with this lockout nonsense, I'm not certain how that's going to shake out. But yeah, he's really good. He's going to move a lot quicker than basically every other catcher we've seen in a decade.
Looking at the Giants pick here at number 4, they are on the clock. We're really down to 3 names at this point: Lombard, Flora, or E.J. Booth Jr. Does anyone have any other names that they want to throw out as a surprise at number 4? Oh, and we actually have the pick. Let me go over and share this screen again. We are going to the Giants. Jackson Flora at number 4. As expected for most of us, man, what are the Giants getting in Jackson Flora, Oliver?
The Giants are getting someone who, since day one of the college season, has definitely been the best college pitcher in the class, and there's been no challengers. And it is a farm system, and it is a group of prospects in the Giant system that is pretty lacking on the pitching side. You have some guys that could be back-end starters, but in terms of top of scale arm talent, top of scale stuff, like top of the rotation upside, like this is their guy.
Yeah, Landon, any further thoughts on Jackson Flora as the number 1 pitcher off the board, going number 4 to the Bay Area?
We talked about it earlier. He's just the most finished product. I know the swing and miss is a concern, especially in the Big West, but I think that's mostly locations because Flora does throw a lot of strikes, but his command, it's more control over command, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, and now we look ahead here. What is going to happen at number 5? The Pittsburgh Pirates are on the clock. Max, any thoughts or leans to what Pittsburgh might be doing here?
That is a great question. First of all, I want to shout out our man Joe Doyle going 4 for 4 on his mock so far.
How about that?
We like that. We like to see that. That's what you get when you subscribe to Overslot.
Right. And what's on your screen right now?
Yeah, no, that's the good stuff right there. I sound like a broken record. I don't know what they're going to do. I think if it were up to me, I would lean. Like I feel like the Pirates are they've got something good going on, and I kind of think there's going to be pressure from up top to get somebody that could contribute sooner than later. It's kind of why I think they'll maybe stray away from Booth or Lombard. Maybe Burris is their guy. Maybe they do just shoot for the moon and go for one of the Booth or Lombard types. But I think, honestly, Burris makes a little bit of sense, and they might even be able to save a little bit of money there. I'm very curious to see how they play it because, as much as, scouts and departments can say, hey, we're taking the best guy available no matter what. They have bosses too, and they've got a little bit of sway. So curious to see if that plays out.
For Pittsburgh here at 5, I'm kind of looking at Derek Curiel or Chris Hacopian at this point, seeming like Drew Burress might not be tied to the Pirates a whole lot. Oliver, as the Hacopian guy on the stream, let's talk about Curiel versus Hacopian maybe at number 5 to Pittsburgh.
I think you're talking about two very high floor, but for very different reasons, kind of players. I think that with Curiel, I think that the athleticism is a little lacking as a whole, but I think what you don't have in athleticism, you absolutely make up every day of the week with polished routes in center field, polish at the plate. I think that Curiel is a pretty solid bet to be a big league starter. Make tons of contact from the left side. He's going to play center field. But in terms of just like the exciting tools, I don't really know if that's there versus a Copian who, he has had some injury issues this year. He played through injury, and he's played through, and he might be a first baseman when all said and done. But I think that this is plus power with the Copian. I think the dude absolutely just is one of the most natural hitters you'll find, and if he is healthy, then it doesn't really matter where he plays. He's going to be a middle of the order presence. So,
I love it, Landon. Same question to you. Looking at maybe Derek Curiel. Oh, and actually, I lied. The pick is in, and it is Derek Curiel. Joe has it. Pittsburgh Pirates are selecting LSU outfielder Derek Curiel with the number 5 pick in the MLB draft. Man, this is a lot earlier than I think a lot of us expected Derek Curiel to go off the board. Even just a week ago, looking at him maybe between 8 and 14. And there's going to be a lot of teams in that range who are disappointed he didn't make it down to them, as they were probably penciling him in for their selection. Derek Curiel going to the Pirates signals an organization that's ready to contend right now. In the era of Paul Skeens and dominant pitching for the Pittsburgh Pirates with some great free agent acquisitions in the lineup this year, this is a Pirates team who says we are entering our competitive window right now, and Derek Curiel is going to help us in that in a couple years. Curiel is someone who's going to probably fly through the minor leagues within a year or two with one of the more comfortable hit tools in the whole class, with being able to play a really solid center field. Curiel to Pittsburgh. Max, all right, it's confirmed. It's not our guy, Drew Burress. The college outfielder instead, Derek Curiel. Is this a mistake in your opinion?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's a mistake. Curiel is maybe not the most exciting, guy if you take the 5 overall. However, he's such a sound player, and he gives them exactly what they need in a fast-moving college bat that should be able to contribute for them. There's not a ton to nitpick on. He's got, taking one of the best hitters in the draft in SEC baseball, it's hard to argue with. I mean, he's a super, super talented guy. He's left-handed, got the quick swing directly to the ball. It looks a little weird, from the eye test. It's not the most fluid swing and operation, but still, he's a very talented player, and I think he'll be good for them.
Yeah, the kind of the longer swing from this contact first bat. It's unorthodox for a guy who makes as much contact as he does at times. Yeah. Quinn joining us again. We're through 5 picks so far, Quinn. Any storylines you want to touch on early in this draft process?
Yeah, it's kind of exactly what up to number 5, the first 4 picks were essentially what we predicted. And it's pretty, it's playing out like I think a lot of us thought it would. There's no Bremner at 2 type surprises so far. Pretty stock. I think Curiel is the first one where there was a little bit more nuance to the pick in terms of at least the one I've been surprised at most. I don't think anybody was surprised at any of the first 4. And that's not to say anybody's surprised by Curiel at 5. I think it's pretty stock so far. No surprises.
And now I guess it's time to start looking ahead. The Royals at number 6. They're sitting pretty here, guys. They got their pick of prep bats. If they want to go off the board, they can. Landon, who are you looking for the Kansas City Royals to select here, and why is it Eric Booth Jr.?
I do think it is
whoever you want.
I do think it is Booth. I think they're solid player development on the hitter standpoint, and his swing probably needs some work. But it's a premier table setter type, 70 wheels, really good contact rates on the circuit. So
Fair enough. Let's go over to Oliver at number 6. Who do you want to see come off the board next?
This is number 6. I mean, I think as a whole, like, I'm a little surprised that Drew Burress didn't go here to the Pirates, but I think the Royals, there's been buzz around Gio Rojas. I think that, I don't think Hakopian's really their style, but they've had the links to a Lombard and an EJ Booth. I think those make plenty of sense. I'm a bit more hesitant on Booth, but I get the appeal. So
no doubt. We have a comment here that we should address. Is there a few minutes of lag between the NBC and Peacock live draft and what we were reporting? We got boots on the ground, and he's one of the best in the game, Joe Doyle, who was having conversations down there in Philadelphia, and he's able to report what some of these picks might be ahead of time. So we've got the right picks. There just might be a little bit earlier than your TV. So if you can't wait to see what happens on your TV, come over and join us on the Overslot draft stream because we've got it all. And I just got a Joe Doyle notification, guys. Let's see what's going on. Eric Booth Jr. with the number 6 pick. Joe is now 6 for 6 in his latest mock draft. Pretty unprecedented
we're never going to hear the end of that one.
If we're being honest, this is a masterclass we're putting on right here. Let's keep glazing Joe. EJ Booth to the Royals. Quinn, just thoughts on the pick in general?
It's kind of – sorry to cut you off. But again, this is exactly what we were talking about in terms of they're probably going to take a prep hitter, and this is who they went with. I mean, it was essentially either Jacob Lombard or this, if we're speaking in the realm of like specifically taking prep hitters. And yeah, it's the clear no-brainer pick. I don't think Jacob Lombard at 6 is very, at least over Booth. I don't think there's much of a case for it. In terms of defense, like I shouldn't say much of a case for it, but in terms of when you compare EJ Booth to Jacob Lombard, there's a clear answer to that.
Without a doubt. Kyle says, I think Joe might have to retire from mock drafts after this masterclass. I hate to break it to you. Joe's going to be sticking around for a while. It truly is a masterclass, though. And now we talk about, is Tyler Bell going to go to the Baltimore Orioles? I do want to say this is the first pick where I'm starting to think this might not go as Joe has laid out. We're looking at 7, 8, 9 here with some more intrigue to these picks. Tyler Bell to the Orioles, though. A really well-rounded younger player. Max, any thoughts on maybe Tyler Bell going to the Orioles and maybe some other options at this pick?
Yeah, this is heat check moment for Joe on the mock draft here. If he pulls this one, this is pretty good. We've kind of talked about it at length here, but there's the top 3 in the tier of their own, and then that next 3 kind of shook out how we expected a little bit. This is where like Lombard comes into play. I don't think it will be Lombard. I could really see Tyler Bell. He does a lot of stuff that the Orioles like, and his warts are typically something that the Orioles have overlooked in the past. That said, there has been a little bit of discussion on kind of the hit rate on their top guys. And potentially, maybe they'll look internally and say, hey, this maybe isn't shaking out exactly how we want. Maybe we need to pivot. If they do pivot, I think Hakopian or Burress makes a lot of sense for them. But I do think it will be I kind of think it'll be one of those 3 college bats. Lombard, maybe, but my gut says it'll be a college bat, either Bell or probably Burress, but Hakopian maybe.
So we have Bell, Burress, and Hakopian. How about a guy like Ryder Helfrich, AJ Gracia, or what about the prepster Bo Lawrence? That's a name that we've heard begins right around this range. at 7 or 8. Is there any chance they go way off board here for a guy like even Gracia would be off board? Helfrich, maybe not so much, but there's like 6 or 7 options here that they can really choose from. Oliver, do you have a favorite in this range not named Chris Copian?
You gotta take the low hanging fruit away from me, huh? Well,
I knew what you were taking.
I think that I think that Burris makes plenty of sense as a whole. I think that just as a whole, like I think we've seen that the Orioles are not gonna fiddle around with any nonsense with college arms or just arms at the top, you know. So I think you're just gonna see like pick your poison of the bats, you know. Are they a Justin LeBron team? Maybe they went with what was the Arkansas guy's name? Wakil Aloy last year. I think that Stroh might be a bit rich here, but I think that, like, I think they've shown they're willing to go for these college hitters that have some flaws in development that they can just kind of try to iron out. And I think that Bell fits here in that regard. I think LeBron does fit here in that regard. Helfrich fits here in that regard. There's a lot of places they can go.
And we actually have a new Joe tweet that says, hold the phone on the Royals here. Let me share this super fast.
Oh.
What do you think this might mean, guys? Maybe they were thinking EJ Booth and then things changed last second?
Jamie Arnold situation all over again last year?
This is getting a little weird. Quinn, if they're switching
Oh
here,
my God.
what do we got?
Zion Rose.
Zion Rose going at number 6 to the Kansas City Royals. We heard that they might be the team to switch things up, and they did it. As I pull up his page on Overslot, Quinn, initial reactions to Zion Rose?
Yeah, I think my face tells the entire story there. Whoa. Yeah, that's all I got. Whoa.
Is this a defensible pick in anyone's mind right here? You're going to get him at a major discount, but with the talent left on the board with EJ Booth, Jacob Lombard, Chris Cope, we've got Drew Burris is still on the board, and Zion Rose is going at pick number 6. Clearly a surprise to everyone, including Joe. Max, can you somehow frame this of why Zion Rose would be the pick here?
This has got to be a huge haircut. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're just enamored with this kind of glut of prep players in like the 30 to 50 range. And I know they've got, several picks where they could make some stuff happen. This is high. This is really high for. I mean, I was looking at Zion Rose in like 20s, maybe like 15 at the earliest. Like just kind of that middle third or at the early. I mean, 6 for Zion. I mean, he's a good player. Like he makes a ton of contact. He's got some speed. It's an unorthodox frame for somebody as fast as him. Zion Rose over Drew Burris is an interesting move in my mind, but we'll have to see the numbers because obviously MLB drafts is not like other drafts, and best player available isn't necessarily. You can move some money around, so I'm curious to see the number here, but it's certainly a surprise to me.
And the Baltimore Orioles ran to the podium with EJ Booth Jr. at number 7. Baltimore had been described as his floor throughout pretty much this whole draft process, and it turns out to be that way. The mock draft has changed at this point. Now everything is thrown off with a guy like Zion Rose going so early. It means some of this premier talent early on boards is now sliding further and further down. Quinn, we see EJ Booth here at number 7. Expected pick for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty we all just thought the Royals were taking Booth at 6. And wow, that's Burris is still on the board. That's the other thing I was going to say. Like, this is pretty standard. I think it's pretty much what was left of the top kind of, I guess, crop of guys. I think there's about 5 to 6 names that kind of fit that. And past that, probably the only guy left. I think it was really either Burris or Booth here that was going to be picked, I think.
Looking at the A's at number 8, I want to throw out some names really fast. Chris Akopian makes a lot of sense here. Is this the Bo Lawrence way early spot? And then Ryder Helfrich or maybe Logan Hughes in an underslot deal. We will find out shortly. I want to go around the table right now and ask you guys, who is the best remaining prospect left on your own personal draft boards? Landon, I'm going to start with you. Who's the BPA right now?
I got to go Burris. He's my 5th player on the board or on my draft board. I just can't get over the Royals pick. Like,
you're not alone, my friend. Max, who's your best player available?
Yeah, I've got Burris as well. He's just does too much well. I get the frame concerns, but I mean, metrically, there's just nothing to really poke holes in. He's a really talented player.
Oliver, who is your BPA?
Burris is my 4th best player.
All right, and after that, Chris Akopian?
Yes.
Quinn, are you in line with Drew Burris here?
It's Burris at I have Burris at 4, same with Oliver.
Pretty clearly the best player left in this draft, but is he going to go to the A's? We have not heard much about Drew Burris and the Athletics, but we've heard about some other college bats. So Drew Burris could be actually a surprise here as we wait for this pick to come in. I want to remind you guys, we're live tweeting from the Overslot Twitter account. Whoa is right. The Royals did shake up the industry, and you can go to the Overslot site and get metrics just like this with Zion Rose. Truly a phenomenal hitter by all accounts, just not quite the upside maybe we're looking for in the top 10. Even with the savings, there were a lot of other underslot deals that could have made a lot of sense on the board. All right, State of the Union. Max, where are we at right now? Pretty crazy. We're getting shades of Bremner at 2 from last year. Really not to pick in the top 10. How are we feeling?
I'm making sense of this Royals pick. I like most people that are following. I mean, I'm trying to like ration. It just feels like you're getting too cute. You know, like you're picking high in a really good draft. Oh, there we go. We got news. I'll shut up.
Not to interrupt you, but Drew Burris, the best player remaining on all of our boards, is going to the Athletics. Expected to be $7.5 million. So significant signing bonus there. Any thoughts, Drew Burris? I think all of us are pretty content here. The A's had a lot of options to maybe even go off script, but looks like Burris, if he fell, was going to be their selection. With Derek Curiel getting drafted at 5, you have to wonder what they would have done if Curiel and Burris were both still on the board. As we look ahead to future picks, the Atlanta Braves are now on the clock with lots of players available. Quinn, what do you think the Atlanta Braves might do here? Someone like Tyler Bell, prep pitcher Gio Rojas, all still available with Chris Akopian.
Yeah, I think the best player available here would be Tyler Bell. I also think it could be somebody sneaky like Ryder Helfrich or another prep guy like Gio Rojas. He fits kind of, if you guys remember, Cam Caminiti from the Braves a while back. I think he fits kind of that similar mold as a prep lefty. But I think personally the best player available here would be Tyler Bell.
Who has a contradiction to that? Oliver, I know you do with Chris Akopian. Anyone else have any other thoughts on where this pick might go?
I think Gio Rojas is the best player available.
I love it. I love it. Max, who's your best player available right now?
I really like Gio for them here. I mean, I'm a big Ryder Helfrich guy. I'm personally, so I could see that. But my gut says this is going to be Gio.
Does Helfrich not make a lot of sense with the next couple of picks now as well, specifically looking at 10 to Colorado? And now where does Jacob Lombard go? The slide has begun that a lot of us predicted. Where do we think Jacob Lombard might end up falling to? Landon, any ideas over there?
I don't think he'll make it past the Nationals just based off. I think they're targeting prep guys like Grinlinger But I think if Lombard falls, he's definitely going to be the best player on the board for them, I would assume.
Oliver, any possible Jacob Lombard landing spots coming in, or might he slide a bit further and go to campus like maybe Joe was telling us before the draft started?
I don't think it's out of the question. You know, I think that there's a couple places you could point at, but generally it feels like these other places down the board generally go for players that are not that flavor. But, it's not a big end all be all. These things change depending on circumstances, right? I think that, the Rockies last year obviously took a chance on a player with big tools and big hit tool, right? And when not much hit tool, right? The Nationals have done it in the past, right? Historically, this is a new regime, so I don't know exactly how they're going to go about things now, but they have done it in the past. Like the Rangers, maybe the Astros can make sense. The Reds can make sense, But I think at that point, we're talking about pretty downboard teams.
Without a doubt. Can we just get a quick rate my GIF? I say GIF. I don't know if it's GIF or GIF. I think this kind of feels appropriate from Joe. I mean, we're all in on the pick being Booth, and then we got a Zion Rose out of left field, literally. The mock is on fire at this point, but 5 for 5 to start. Count your wins where you can get them. All right, guys, we're getting close to the next pick in this class. Does anyone have any storylines maybe they're looking at right now? Anything they might be predicting over maybe the next 5 picks?
I am very curious to see what the Angels do, because obviously Perry Manassian recently ousted. Curious to see if the college hitter immediately to the big leagues thing continues. I kind of think my gut says they're going to go prep, which is crazy to say, but I think they need to try something different. I do like their class last year. I mean, obviously they skipped on Kate Anderson, which is not looking great for them. But the body of work for their classes is quite good last year. Whoa!
Virginia outfielder AJ Gracia with the number 9 pick for the Atlanta Braves. This is a player that we like a lot at overslot. Not totally expected, but it was in the list of names we talked about maybe 5 minutes ago that they have been connected to in the past. And the board continues to get shaken up here. Gracia in the top 10 was not something most of us expected. We kind of thought that he would stay around the 10 to 20 range, or maybe even slide further in this class. But Gracia goes at number 9. Landon, what are we thinking here?
I actually really like this pick. Gracia is 11th on my board. So I didn't expect it, but for sure, definitely I like it.
Max, looking at some of these numbers here, give me a quick picture of the kind of player that the Atlanta Braves are getting in AJ Gracia.
Yeah, big Gracia guy. Go Who's. But, yeah, no, I mean, he's just such a complete player. I mean, I had a pipe dream of him slipping and the Mariners, my team, could scoop him up.
Too, my friend.
Absolutely not happening. He's just like – he's one of the safest college bats in this class, and he has like he'll probably move to left field at the next level, but he's playing center field right now. 6'3", big frame, clean swing. He's got some whip to his lefty swing. He's just a really sound player. And there were all these reports of him kind of maybe slipping a little bit, and he had dealt with some medical stuff this year. I do think that's why his numbers were maybe a little bit down from last year. But assuming he can get that sorted out, it's hard not to bet on just one of the safest college bats in the country. And I just think that's what he is. So I think it's a great pick for them.
Without a doubt. Oliver, I'll give you the choice if you want to talk about Gracia or you want to talk about what Colorado might do at 10.
I like to talk about Gracia because I think that this is I really, really like the hitter. And I think that you are looking at just one of the best swings in this class from the left side that covers the entire zone. You're talking about a great approach. You're talking about a guy that has a legitimate hit tool that I think really is very loud. I think he's a little better in the outfield than people give him credit for too. It is a corner guy ultimately, but like having those little edges helps, I think the big thing is, take these guys that can hit, take these guys that can hit with a natural elevation. People are gonna criticize the raw power, and I think that there is some validity to it, but I think that he's performed in the power department every year, and I think that these guys, like, just the profile is one that consistently outperforms the raw power when it comes to game power. So I really like this pick, and I really like the player.
It's a really fun pairing. Atlanta fans should be excited, and you got some savings without a doubt at number 9. Looking toward the Rockies at 10, couple different options here, guys. To stop the Lombard fall would make a lot of sense. However, Chris Akopian and Ryder Helfrich also appear to be matches here at number 10. So we're most likely narrowing in on one of those 3. Let's talk about pitching, because we haven't seen Gio Rojas go off the board. We haven't seen any team dip back into the college pitching ranks since Jackson Flora. Quinn, I know you're busy over there on socials, but any thoughts on maybe where the next pitcher might get taken and who it could be?
Yeah, I just want to touch on Gracia real quick because I feel like the steam on him sort of ran out towards, I guess, the end of the year. And everybody talks about Logan Hughes as the safe college bat, and I don't think Gracia got enough love in that category. And I think, yeah, as Max said, it's a complete profile. It's there's just a lot to like, and he does everything well, or at least everything at an average ability. And yeah, I think it's, in terms of the safe pick, again, it's not really like Logan Hughes is absolutely safe pick, but I think the safer pick would be definitely Gracia. But as for the specific question, I think somebody like Sawyer Strasnider could go here. I know he's gotten not much. I guess there's a lot of concerns with the hit tool, but that saw major improvements this year. And yes, he can hit lefties, but I think there's a lot that fits Colorado here. And I did take him at 10 as well in the staff draft with the 10th overall pick.
And we are likely just a matter of minutes away from knowing who Colorado might be selecting. A lot of new faces over there in the Colorado front office. So it'll be very interesting to see the direction that they might take in this draft. Let's answer a quick question here. You guys high on Daniel Jackson? Do we have anyone in here who would say that they're a big Daniel Jackson guy? Sorry, I don't remember your guys' boards necessarily. It sounds like nobody is very high on Daniel.
I feel like I'm right down the middle.
I would say I'm down the middle to slightly lower than maybe others. So I guess if that answers your question, Matt, we're not the highest on Daniel Jackson. Great college player, though, without a doubt.
I don't think we're the lowest, but I don't think that we're the highest.
No. Prediction on who Red Sox might take. We're still a few picks away from the Red Sox at 20. A name I've always really liked, there's Cameron Flukie. Landon, any thoughts on the Red Sox maybe?
I like Taylor Rabe here because they're a big they're off the 14 fastball, so he has really good secondaries. They could probably tweak something with this four seam to get it a little better. That's the guy I like there.
All right, Matt, keep asking questions when they come up. And this is about as long as we've had to wait for a pick all day. We're about 6 or 7 minutes since the Atlanta Braves selection from Joe, while the actual MLB draft is still catching up a little bit. Well, they got AJ Gracia in there right now. Oliver, Chris Akopian, what are we thinking? Not as much of a slide as someone might get some great value here in the 10 to 15 range.
I think a pick just got submitted, so
it did, and we have Tyler Bell going slightly off the board. The Colorado Rockies are selecting Kentucky shortstop Tyler Bell, someone that had not been linked to them very often throughout this draft cycle. Tyler Bell, one of the best players left on the board, without a doubt. But it's a college player here, and they had some ties to other ones. Landon, any thoughts on Tyler Bell at 10?
I mean, I thought they were just gonna take the best college guy available. I thought it would be Helfrich for them maybe, but I mean, Bell's a good pick.
Max, any thoughts on Tyler Bell? One of the more well-rounded players in this class, coming in with some youth as well.
Yeah, I do think Bell's a really good player. He's got some. The hit tool is a little concerning. However, I do think you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt, considering he was playing with like 1.5 labrums all year. It's fair to look at that, but I mean the Rockies just took Ethan Holiday last year at 4th overall, and he had some hit tool concerns as well. So I think it makes a ton of sense. I mean, he's a great glove up the middle, and assuming Ethan Holiday, ends up at third base, which I think most people expect him to, ultimately, I think he'll be best there. Tyler Bell can just slide into that shortstop spot and have no concerns whatsoever.
Yeah, and talking about the projection aspect of this whole thing is Tyler Bell, right? Those whiff rates in and out of zone are higher than we would like, but some of these under the hood metrics also paint a really disciplined hitter with 98th percentile chase rate. So without a doubt, getting one of the younger college players in this draft, a guy who should by all means hope to stick at shortstop as we move forward. Tyler Bell to the Colorado Rockies indicates this kind of safer pick that maybe we were talking about with the Rockies throughout this whole process is let's just get some good players in our system, not take too many risks. And now we have a good comment here from Matt. Surprised Lombard hasn't gotten picked yet. In the build-up to this draft, Lombard was the guy that I definitely did, and I think a lot of people kept circling as this might be the guy who's within a top 10 on most boards who's going to fall out of the top 10 because that hit tool is so scary, and there's so many great college options available. We've seen guys like AJ Grassi and Zion Rose go earlier than expected in favor of those safer college picks rather than a guy like Jacob Lombard. I had Lombard mocked personally to the Nationals here as maybe an upside swing for a team that's been doing some really interesting things over the past years. Anyone have any thoughts on what the Nationals might do here? Max, how about I start with you?
I would agree with you there. I really like Lombard for this pick. They've got it's a system that's up and coming. I like a lot of the guys that they've got in there right now. Why not? You're picking you're picking 11th overall, and you've got a chance to land a guy that could be foundational player for you. Why not take a swing? There's some other guys that you could like Grinlinger. I really like him. I think I like him a little bit more than Lombard personally, but the swing, the home run swing here is obviously Lombard, and at a not necessarily premium draft position to land a potentially premium value, I think it's worth the risk.
We're looking at a Nationals team who has had a lot of their college connections already taken, but there's one left that it looks like they're going to take. Here we go. The Washington Nationals select Chris Hakopian, infielder out of Texas A&M at number 11, signaling another really safe college bat going early here, guys. We're seeing a real trend. Oliver, it's your time, man. The floor is yours. Chris Hakopian has been selected at number 11.
Yeah, with Hakopian, I think you're talking about just arguably maybe arguably the best pure hitter in this class. I think that you're talking about a guy that blends hit and power super effortlessly and has a very, very good approach, knows how to hit, knows how to just get the barrel on the ball, even if he's not fully synced, even if he is playing through injury, he's still able to put up really big numbers. I think that this is a great pick. I think it's a great hitter. I think it's a great player. I think that an interesting trend that you've talked about is that we've seen a whole lot of electing to go for college and go for safety. And I think more than we expect. I don't think that the top of this high school class was anything that was absurd, but if you're looking at something like Lombard, like his big spot for 4, 5, 6, and all of those, like you're looking at Fuller, Curiel, Rose, those are safety picks. Those are picks that what you're getting. And Grassi is a safety pick. Like Chris Akopian's a safety pick. Now, I think that this is interesting to see these teams maybe just being a little scared off, perhaps, by the hit tool and by the swing. But I think that it's difficult because when it comes to looking at someone like Jacob Lombard and pro ball, with at least with like someone like Ethan Holiday, who had a lot of hit tool concerns, there was something that you knew for sure Ethan Holiday was going to do at a very high level, and that was hit home runs, you know, and that could get him through in the lower minors, you know. And I think, frankly, I think we all overreacted a little bit to Ethan Holiday's struggles, and I think that he was doing pretty well before he got injured this year. But I think that, you know, players like Ethan Holiday's initial struggles and like Elijah Green just kind of show like the downside of some of those. And I know that like teams have gotten a lot better at scouting these players and teams have gotten a lot better at hitting on these types of players, but that doesn't mean that there isn't still risk with these players. And I think that's boring out right now.
I would say, first of all, I love that, Oliver. Just looking at now picks, 12 through 20, the middle tier of teams is absolutely winning this draft right now with the amount of prep talent that is sliding down boards. Guys like Gio Rojas and Grinlinger and Jacob Lombard are all still going to be available here as we almost approach the teams.
Wow.
With the Angels picking now. Just really, really exciting amount of talent sliding down boards. And we have a pick from the Los Angeles Angels, Grinlinger at number 12. The Angels go with the prep two-way talent.
Wow.
Really surprising here as well. Max, I'm going to let you start. What's going on here, man? Finally a prep off the board, though.
Yeah, I think Grinlinger's really good. He's a really talented player. Obviously, supreme athlete. He does it both ways with the arm and the bat. I think he'll ultimately be a bat, but I am curious if they will let him do both as a professional. My gut says they just kind of want to do the bat thing, but he's an immense talent. He's obviously incredibly young. He reclassed up to this year's from next year's. So I think he's 17 for several months at this point. Yeah, I mean, he's a great player. I think he's got a chance to be ultimately the better player than Lombard. I personally prefer him to Lombard. Now the ceiling is obviously different. I think he's got a slightly lower ceiling than Lombard. If everything clicks for Lombard, he could be one of the best players in the MLB. But that is a big if, because the hit tool is obviously scaring some of these teams away, and Gridlinger has that hit tool that obviously these teams are coveting.
Yeah, and the possibility of Grinlinger being a hitter rather than a pitcher is much more likely as we stand right now. But who knows, a team like the Angels, who saw the amount of value that Shohei Ohtani brought to them, maybe they're one of the teams that might let him test it out. I would be remiss not to say that I hope he gets to test it out for a couple of years as the Cardinals pick is in, and we have another, I would say, surprise here. Let me share this on the screen. Trevor Condon, one of my favorite players in this class, is going at number 13 to the St. Louis Cardinals. He's a bat like we expected of the Cardinals, but he's not a college bat. This is a raw prep talent with a ton of upside in the outfield. Trevor Condon at 13. Landon, obviously this is a little bit off the board for maybe what we were expecting, but we're starting to see a lot of fun picks here. Trevor Condon to St. Louis. What are you thinking?
Condon's my second prep bat in the class. I really like it. I think there's room to get to at least 50 power, and obviously the hit tool, the speed, the glove is one of the best in the class.
Without a doubt. Max, any thoughts on Trevor Condon?
Yeah, he's a super fun player. I had seen his name rising up draft boards past several weeks now. He's obviously the super high floor with the speed and the glove, and he's got the contact ability that I mean, again, we're seeing with Zion Rose and Curiel and Grinlinger, and I mean, these teams are valuing guys that can put bat to ball consistently, and he's definitely one of those guys.
Yeah, Quinn, I want to give you a chance here if you've got anything. Any notes from the last pick or two from you?
Yeah, I mean, kind of locked on socials right now, getting these tweets out on the OS
Doing a great
account.
job.
But Yeah, Copian was interesting. I think it's just kind of out of like that bunch of college bats kind of in that range. It's interesting that it kind of went Burris, Gracia, Bella, Copian in that range. And then obviously we had 2 preps land just now. It's a healthy, again, we've talked about the healthy bunch of prep or college bats, but I think we're going to start in a few picks here. We're going to start to see kind of the bunch of college arms that are going to be in that next couple picks here. And then they're going to start to kind of fly off boards like these college bats have started to.
Without a doubt. Here's a question I would love, maybe Oliver, if you answer this. What do you think the reason Jacob is falling? We've already talked about the hit tool a little bit, but how about the reports that teams might be worried about him signing with him actually going to go stay home in Miami?
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I think that I'm going to be kind of honest in that, like, I am not privy to these conversations between teams and players and like what exactly gets discussed, but that's not really something that that I feel like any of us had heard too much. I think it's more just like like a Miami commitment is not a Stanford commitment, like these are not things that are just unbuyable. I think that just the issue with Jacob running down the board is not because of a price tag. I think it's because of the profile. And I think that it's a scary profile, and you need to have confidence that you can develop this player. And if you don't have 100% confidence, then you shouldn't take the player. But yeah.
Now talk. Oh, sorry, Oliver. I agree.
No, you're good. I'm done.
Let's talk about the Marlins a little bit. Ty Head was the name that was mentioned in Joe's last mock. Someone who we all really think is an interesting underslot option here, really early. And with some other options off the board, the Marlins go a lot of different ways here. Ace Reese has been connected to them. Hunter Dietz in an underslot deal makes some sense. They were in on Curiel and Grassi, obviously. Stroh-Snyder could make some sense here. I've been looking for the Marlins taking up the middle talent in this class. Does everyone want to go around and maybe just give a quick prediction on who the Marlins might select here at 14 before we get there? Landon, if you're ready.
I would think Lombard is in play, obviously. I would go probably Gio Rojas, but I don't know if they're tied to any other college bats besides Head. I didn't see that.
Well, the pick is actually in, so I'm going to skip all the rest of you guys. The pick is in, and it's Jacob Lombard to the Marlins at 14. You have to imagine that they did not expect him to be here even 24 hours ago, but nonetheless, Jacob Lombard falls to 14 and is probably a great value there for a player who was once thought of as maybe a top 5 pick in this draft. Max, any thoughts on Jacob Lombard to Miami? A fun pairing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we've talked about him, he's supremely talented. He's got one of the higher ceilings in this class. It does not come without concerns. Obviously, that's why he slipped a little bit. The hit tool is concerning. I know there's been reports that it's getting better as the spring went. But over the summer circuit, it was truly tough for him. And I do think I'm curious on if the Miami connection helped there a little bit. Maybe they felt more comfortable taking him and they could get him away from his commitment that apparently has been we've been talking about a little bit the last few hours here. But no, I think it's a great value pick. I mean, they've got to be thrilled that they can, picking in the middle of the first round, you're not typically afforded this kind of a potential talent. So I think they've got to be happy.
Just looking at things now, this is going to be an expensive signing for the Marlins, who originally were floated to maybe be a team that wanted to go under slot at 14. And now they're going to go pretty significantly over slot. Not saying that's a bad move, but it'll be interesting to see who the Marlins target later in this draft. Can they afford more high-level prep talents like Lombard, or do they need to maybe go to some safer college options toward the middle and end of day one here? All right, this is where I take a breath and let someone else maybe talk for a little bit. Oliver, we're through 14 picks. You want to just maybe talk about what we might see in the next 5 that are coming up, and some players who are still left on the board here?
Yeah, I think that there are just generally we're starting to see a little bit of a run on some prep hitters going off the board here. So I think that as a whole, you could see some. I think the majority of those that would go in this range are kind of gone now. So, but I think that maybe now you see. I'm interested to see where exactly Gio Rojas goes. I'm interested to see who the Diamondbacks pick. The Diamondbacks have a type in recent years, and I personally thought that Trevor Condon fit that type perfectly, but he is no longer on the board, unfortunately. Um, I think that, I think that there's a lot of directions that we can go. We've seen the Rangers and the Astros linked to Justin LeBron a good deal. But I think as Quinn was talking about earlier, the fact that there has not been a college arm going off the board yet is pretty interesting. I think that I wouldn't say it's stunning, but I think that the fact that there isn't any is indicative of potentially there being a run on some of these talented guys as we go along, maybe into the 20s and 30s and 40s. Or I don't think it's out of the question that we don't get this run until we get into the 20s. And I've seen some people say that they don't think that this college arm draft is very strong, and I would say I'd say there's a lot of interesting talent, but in terms of top 20 types, it might not be everyone's cup of tea.
Completely fair. Landon, what are your thoughts on some of these picks that are coming up as we wait for the Arizona Diamondbacks, who might have been sniped a little bit here, as a team that would definitely value someone like Jacob Lombard, Grinlinger, even a Trevor Condon has been mocked them a lot. Gio Rojas still on the board, though, connected to Arizona. But nonetheless, what are you thinking is coming up in the next 5 picks here?
This is probably the range where college arms get picked. I would assume the Rangers, Astros, Reds, Guardians would take one of Peterson, Fluky, one of those guys. So, and also, yeah, the Justin LeBron rumors are with the Rangers and Astros as well.
Yeah, do we see LeBron get taken in the next 5 picks? One of the more polarizing players in this draft. Max, what are your thoughts on Justin LeBron?
It's a lot of, honestly, there's a lot of similarities with him and Lombard in terms of warts there. I mean, one of the better just athletes, like preseason. I know Joe had talked about him as a potential 1-1 candidate. He's got a great glove, great arm, tons of power. He had a bit of a down year this year, which is obviously why he's sliding a little bit. It's one of the bigger swings you can take on the college side this year. He's got a lot of stuff that he could be, but he's got to show it more consistently. I'm curious who's going to make that bet on him, because he's got a ton of talent. He could be one of the better players taken today, but like I said, he's just got to prove it.
Without doubt. Quinn, are you live over there, my friend?
Yeah, trying to hang in here, doing the multitask thing, but we're getting.
Who's one player you're looking at in the next 5 picks that you're hoping to see drafted? Who's the guy left on your board that you're like?
I think I don't know if it's necessarily a guy. I think it's more of just a college arm that I want to see go. I could say Strasnider there, but then I could also go. Yeah, again, I think it's more for me just a college arm that I want to see. I guess Helfrich, we haven't seen yet, and yeah, I would say either Helfrich or Strasnider, but more importantly, probably just a college arm that I want to see.
I love it, man. Just to preview the next couple picks a little bit, looking at the Marlins, some names that have been connected. There could be an Ace Reese. Oh, the Marlins already drafted. Sorry, I'm looking at the Diamondbacks now. The prep lefties are certainly in play here, along with Liam Peterson, possibly. Mason Edwards is a name that's been connected. Maybe he'll be the college pitcher that goes next. For the Rangers, we're also looking at a Liam Peterson, maybe Justin LeBron. There's a lot of names that the Rangers have been connected to. Maybe it's a Tegan Coons or a Cade Townsend in a surprising move. For the Astros, everyone loves mocking Justin LeBron to them. A couple other targets, maybe Daniel Jackson goes off the board early. Maybe it's a Mason Edwards, a Logan Hughes, who they like quite a bit, but might fall to 28 at this point. With the Reds, they seem like a premier landing spot for Ryder Helfrich. We know that they like him a lot. Will they be able to get a really great player sliding all the way down to, I believe, 18? We will have to see as we wait here for the Arizona Diamondbacks pick. Lots of players on the board still, but waiting on a couple storylines, mainly the pitching. Landon, where are you at with this Diamondbacks pick? Gio Rojas still on the board. I know you really like him. Is that kind of a no-brainer for you?
I don't know if it's a no-brainer. I think they're more inclined to take a pitcher or a college bat, considering their farm system isn't all that great. So I don't know if taking a swing on a prep lefty is the move here.
And we have a pick, and it's something that we were just talking about. Arkansas catcher Ryder Helfrich with the number 15 pick. This is not someone who was necessarily connected to them throughout the draft process, but not too many of us thought he would be here at number 15. Max, we know that Ryder Helfrich's made a bunch of strides in the last year and is maybe considered a steal here at number 15. How excited should Diamondbacks fans be?
Yeah, I think they should be pumped. It's definitely not necessarily their MO with going when college bat here. They did take Rand Waldschmidt a few years ago. But yeah, I mean, they typically, I feel like I associate kind of toolsy prep guys with them. That said, Helfrich is an immense talent. He's very, very sound player. He's got the great defensive chops behind the plate, premium position, obviously. And he just does a lot right with the bat, man. I mean, it is a there is some swing and miss. Like you're gonna get some whiff problems. But given his defensive value behind the plate, and he's got a pretty good approach at the plate as well. It's tough to kind of look at this player and think that that's not a big leaguer at some point in his career. He just does too much outside of the whiff issues, which are not necessarily that terrible. He just does too much right to not be a big leaguer.
No doubt. Can I get a woo pig from Shelby, Arkansas fan, clearly in the chat here? Oliver, do we think that this is just a case of Arkansas going, or of Arizona going best player available here? You know, they've been linked to a lot of prep players. Maybe some of them got taken before, but Helfrich still being on the board might just be BPA.
I think there's an element of that. I think there's also an underrated element of system need and organizational need. I actually mocked Helfrich to the Diamondbacks in our little staff mock that we did a bit ago, and my reasoning was that, this is really a system that doesn't have much catching talent. And this is a system where the current best catcher in the organization is Gabriel Moreno, who's a great catcher, but also does not have that many years left when it comes to like the players in their system. It's not an organization that spends a ton of money, right? So you're not going to spend the big bucks on a premium catcher in free agency, I would not imagine. So I think that this organization makes a lot of sense. Helfrich made a lot of improvements this year and really, really accelerated the profile, both offensively, and was already a great defender and should improve even more upon entering pro ball. So I do really like this pick. I think it makes a lot of sense for the team.
Quinn, I want to let you talk a little bit here, but first we have a question. Maybe you can answer it super fast. What do you think this means about Jacob Lombard possibly going to play in college? Do you think him just being selected alone is enough to say, hey, he's probably going to end up signing here?
Yeah, it's too early to tell. And I don't know if like he fell because of money, because he out negotiated teams, or the Marlins picked him up as like, hey, maybe we can sign him. Just given how far he fell. I think he fell probably just given how low the floor is with the hit tool concerns. I think things like Elijah Green and Ethan Holiday definitely scare people just given the recent track record on those. But then also guys like Connor Griffin exist. So like, how does that, I think it just generally depends on how much money the Marlins are willing to give and also how much money he's getting in NIL at Miami.
Without a doubt. I think part of this we just have to address it, is he gets to stay home in Miami for a young player. That can't be overstated how great of a match that is for both Lombard and the Marlins. You would expect to get the most out of him being able to live at home. The parents aren't too far away for a young 18-year-old, and we can continue to speculate, but I think it's pretty likely that he ends up signing with the Marlins, if not a sure thing at this point. For the next pick.
And to touch on Helfrich too, like I think the hit tool really took a major rise. And I remember us, like, especially early in the year, we were like, why are people so high on Helfrich? And is like in the Overstock group chat, I remember being like, it was consensus that like this guy is being terribly overrated by the public consensus. And he kind of, I think as the year went on, he gradually sort of proved us all wrong. I know Oliver specifically wasn't that high on the hit tool at all to start the year. And I think, like, as you said, like there's just a lot to there's a lot to show with, how many things he can really do well.
Without doubt.
All right, outing me. I see you.
But, I do remember you specifically on like the just the hit tool specifically with Helfrich.
Hey, and I saw him swing it, and I'm like, okay, now this looks better.
Yeah.
It's a good journey. It's the journey of scouting. You can go from disliking a player to liking them in the blink of an eye. As Joe reports, the Texas Rangers will select high school left-handed pitcher Gio Rojas with the number 16 pick. The slide is over. Landon, your guy has been taken by the Rangers at 16. A really fun pairing. Any thoughts on this selection?
I think he does fit their pitching philosophy with his big two-plane fastball, lower slot. I think they could get a lot out of it.
Without a doubt. Max, any thoughts on Gio Rojas here to the Rangers, who've been tied to a lot of players, and Rojas was on that list?
Yeah, no, I think this is a great pick for them. They took AJ Russell last year, who's kind of a similar, like, low launch, big fastball kind of guy. They're gonna have to do a little bit of tinkering, I think, with the secondaries, but I mean, this is arguably the best pitcher in the class, prep pitcher, for sure, in my opinion. So, yeah, great talent, especially to get him at 16. They've got to be thrilled.
Really, really fun. Where you might get the best pitcher in the class here. Certainly the best prep pitcher on the board. Pretty undisputed at this point at 16. I think Rangers fans have to be absolutely thrilled at that selection. All right, let's look ahead now to what might be coming up next on the board. The Houston Astros are on the clock. Justin LeBron is still on the board. Sawyer Stroh-Snyder still on the board. Could we see a college pitcher? Maybe Daniel Jackson, one of the best players in college baseball last year. Who wants to maybe give the little prediction here? Oliver, any thoughts on who the Astros might go to here?
I mean, I think the fact that it has been across multiple outlets a consensus that Justin LeBron gets mocked here is one of those things where you kind of just trust it at this point. Like, I feel like you don't see that many players generally mocked to one spot, generally this late in the draft, without there being something pretty tangible here. So I would be a little surprised if that wasn't the pick with that reasoning. But, I like LeBron is my top player on the board right now. I think Mason Edwards is my second player on the board right now. I'm not sure if that necessarily fits them. This is the lowest that the Astros have picked in recent years, so they're definitely going to have more freedom than they usually would have.
Without doubt. Yeah, looking at the Astros here, I think it's hard not to put Justin LeBron. But Mason Edwards is also a name we've heard pick up some steam to Houston. And overall, Mason Edwards is said to be going most likely in the top 20. So we're looking at some of these teams. Maybe Cincinnati picks them up, maybe Cleveland, both teams that could target college pitching. We're getting really close to college pitching, hopefully starting to come off the board here with these next few picks all the way into the late 20s. Max, anyone you've got your eye on, just kind of waiting to see selected at this point?
Yeah, I'm curious on these next kind of handful of picks, because in my brain, I kind of had Cincy as a spot for Trevor Condon. Obviously, he's long gone at this point. In terms of like an individual player, I'm really curious on how high Logan Hughes goes, because he is such a well-rounded bat, but I do think that him kind of being a left field, already, that we'll see how it kind of shakes out. I'm curious on how much teams are going to value the bat with the lack of surrounding traits, let's say. It is such a sound profile that I think he'll go high, but like if he slipped, it would not shock me.
Without doubt. And some of you listening right now, we've had almost 3,000 of you throughout the 2-ish hours we've been on here so far. Can't thank you guys enough. Feel free to ask some questions about your team as we start getting into the second half of the first round. We'd love to give you guys some predictions and talk about some players. Looking ahead to Cincinnati, a couple players that have been linked there include Hunter Dietz. Maybe we get a Rabe or a Coons a little bit earlier than expected. I've been waiting to see Taylor Rabe taken within the top 20. I know a lot of organizations like him, and there's a lot to like with a pitcher like that. So that's one player I'm kind of keeping an eye on as of right now. All right, Landon, we're through the first half of the first 30 picks, or the first round, however you want to say it. What do you think is the biggest storyline that's come out so far?
I mean, I think it's obviously the Royals pick. Obviously, it depends on whoever they could float down to 30. But I just don't see how they could get anyone worth taking Rose 6.
That's a great thought. Max, maybe we want to talk about who the Royals could be floating down into the 30s. Are there any players on the board, maybe any prep talents that we could see kind of go down there?
Yeah, I mean, my gut says that they're going to go wide, and they want to take like 3 prep guys with their next 3 picks or something, and just kind of go for the mass approach, because I have a hard time believing that there's one guy that's still on the board that is worth. I mean, I'm not gonna they're not tanking their pick with Zion Rose, but it's certainly a very considerably down board pick. I think he's a great player, but he's not the 6th best player in this draft. So my gut says that they're going to take, 2 to 4 prep guys in the coming picks.
There are quite a few prep pitchers that have been connected to the Royals, maybe a Logan Schmidt, a Sean Duncan, or the Royals have often been stated as the Bullmon floor, maybe a Jack Slidham. Mason Edwards is also someone who we know that the Royals have even discussed as high as 6. Maybe they're trying to double dip and get Zion Rose and Mason Edwards, 2 premier college talents. It's a bit unorthodox, but there's a lot of different ways that this could shake out as we wait for the Houston pick. And that is still not in. So we will keep talking here. We got a question. Does Fluky have a shot to make it to the Cubs? Rylan, I would say without a doubt at this point, Cameron Fluky has a strong chance of making it into the early to mid 20s. We've heard him talked about with the Cubs, with the Mariners, some of these other teams, maybe even the Padres go with him. He's also been connected to the Detroit Tigers. So from the range of 20 to 24, all of those teams are suitors of Cam Fluky. So I would expect to see him somewhere in that range, but it might be tough for him to go all the way to 23. We'll see what other college pitchers get taken coming up here soon. Oliver, what do you think is the biggest storyline? I know I asked the same question to Landon, but there's quite a few storylines other than just the Royals selection. What do you think is the biggest maybe surprise of the draft so far?
I think that, you can't talk about storylines without talking about Curiel and Rose back to back. Very safe picks. But I agree with what Max said, that I don't think that there is just one player that is clearly worth like $5 million that you just pull down to 30. I think this is going to be a bucket approach. You're going to take as many bites of the apple as you can here on talented preps. But I think a name that fits in that range would be Coleman Borthwick. I'd highlight. I think that makes a lot of sense at 30 personally, and maybe more down the board. We've heard that he's going to be a bit expensive too, so that would work quite well. I think that You know, as a whole, I think that some of these, um, yeah, I don't know. I think that the Grinlinger pick was really, really interesting by the Angels and goes completely against what has previously happened with the Angels in the past for drafting and what we famously know their tendencies to be. And I think Grinlinger is just a really fascinating player in this class because he is super unique. He is super young. I genuinely could not. I don't know whether he's a pitcher or hitter. I've been split on that all spring. I saw him in Long Beach last year. I saw him down at Dodger Stadium this year at Area Code Select West. I mean, I just kind of don't know. And I think you have. I personally think you have to let him give it a try at two-way, but I don't know.
It would be pretty rich to take him this early and not give him a chance, right? Especially the Angels.
Right? He's 17. Like, you don't know yet.
I
Right?
could not agree more. Quinn, any storylines you're watching right now from the previous or maybe coming up here soon?
I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier. That the college arms are gonna start flooding in here probably in the next few picks. Just waiting for one. Just waiting for one to be picked because I feel like the floodgates are gonna open. Once one is picked, I feel like the floodgates are really gonna open.
As we have a long wait for this Houston Astros pick, Joe announced Gio Rojas 10 minutes ago. So maybe some indecision in the Houston war room. Maybe they have a lot of options as the pick comes in right when I said that. And they are going with one of their favorite players tied to them throughout this draft cycle. Texas Tech outfielder Logan Hughes with the number 17 pick.
There we go.
This is one of the better bats in college baseball, one of the safest picks. Obviously, the defensive value is nothing to write home about. This is a guy who's likely going to save you some money at 17 and allow you to do some more fun things with the Astros who have more picks than they're used to in this class. Texas Tech outfielder Logan Hughes. Landon, any thoughts on this pick? And it's not Justin LeBron like a lot of us thought.
I mean, I think it kind of goes against their MO of like loud athletic traits, but I think, you know, underslot guy, probably one of the better bats in the class. Good pick.
Max, any thoughts on this selection?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Hughes. As a Mariner fan, it does kind of hurt me to see him go to the Astros here, but I think they should be very excited. I think he's a great bat. Obviously, we talked about it a little earlier. I was curious if he could maybe slide a little bit due to the defensive limitations. But obviously, he found a home in Houston. This is going to be, I think, a really good player for them.
Yeah, I think this signals Houston trying to keep their competitive window open as long as possible with Logan Hughes, someone who should move pretty fast through the minor leagues with such an advanced bat. You know, Houston has some aging stars, but certainly still a couple years here to capitalize. And you know, he fits the secondary timeline that the Astros are working with some of their younger players. Thinking about a Cam Smith or something like that. So I'm a huge fan of this pick. Oliver, any thoughts on Logan Hughes here? As I'll announce the next pick shortly.
Yeah, I think Logan Hughes is a very talented hitter. You're talking about a guy who can really just like adjust the barrel, has a really good ability to send the ball the other way specifically and tap into power that direction. He has it with wood, and he has generally shown very good feel for the barrel. I guess my one question would be a lot of his pop and power production has come the other way. And I think that with a corner guy, I think one question I do have is how that translates to the next level, given the fact that you are consistently hitting in more big league stadiums against pro pitching, against all of that, right? So that would be my one question there.
I love it. Super fair. And the Cincinnati Reds have taken Justin LeBron at number 18, what was described as possibly his floor throughout this whole process, with someone saying that LeBron is not going to be in the 20s, so don't even think about him. I think that signaled that Cincinnati was definitely going to be the floor for him there. Getting an advanced defender and one of the most interesting players in this whole cycle with Justin LeBron. Landon, really interesting landing spot here at Cincinnati for a really high upside player. What are you thinking?
I'm trying to think of their past player development like success stories. I mean, Ellie obviously is one of them, but I'm not really sure about his minor league days. I mean, it's a good pick. I don't think you could let LeBron slip out of the first round just given his upside.
Danny is definitely rolling in his grave right now. Not the biggest LeBron fan. Max, what are your thoughts on the pick here?
Yeah, no, I mean LeBron's a tough one to kind of tie down. The hit tool does scare me quite a bit. They've taken some swings with like a Tyson Lewis in the past, and with kind of mixed results so far. There's been some good, some bad. Obviously the glove's going to play, and if they can figure, I mean, he doesn't. This is not a guy that's ever going to be like a 270 hitter, I don't think. But he has enough pop where if he can just be kind of like a 230, 240 hitter, that like it's probably going to be enough for him, especially with the defense. So, they are kind of taking a little bit of a risk here for a college bat that's a little less typical. But I mean, I think it's a perfectly fine bet to take at 19 here because if everything works out, he could be one of their franchise cornerstones.
Yeah, Oliver, any thoughts on this selection? Maybe the Justin LeBron player.
I think you're talking about I mean, this is a pick. I guess this isn't Houston picking. I was going to say this is very similar to Bryce Matthews, but I think that as a whole, like this is a hitter that is definitely flawed and definitely has both clear strengths and clear weaknesses at the plate that definitely could be limiters that hold him back from being a big league regular. But I think that these tools are genuinely fantastic, right? And I think that people will hear like that this is the biggest like shot you could take in the college side of things, and I think that some people immediately flinch and some people's eyes light up. It's simply philosophy. It's whether you can develop it. It's your appetite for risk. I think that this guy brings double plus speed to the table. He could be a 30 stolen base threat, legit power. Like I just think that he brings so much to the table, and you just get so few true shortstop prospects with this kind of tools at your disposal. So I think that this is a good pick. I think whether it works out or not, like sometimes you just need to take a shots.
Sometimes you just got to shoot, right? Quinn, any thoughts on LeBron here?
Yeah, as you said, I would really like to just have Danny on here to see what he would say about this. But yeah, I mean everything's been covered on him, like in terms of just really obviously high ceiling, really low floor. I think the defense, his defense being what it is, definitely helps the floor a little bit. I'm just worried that he's never going to hit, and it's tough to not that anyone puts much weight into batting average these days, but he hit like 250, 260, and it's definitely worth something. But the upside is what it is. And it's kind of the same conversation with Lombard, just in a different sphere of college versus prep. But yeah, obviously everyone touched on pretty much everything there is to note about him.
Quinn, I'm giving you the first shot at the next pick because you keep going last, and it's kind of like, all right, everyone's already said everything, so
yeah,
get ready. As we wait for the next selection with the Guardians on the clock, did it come in already?
Just got it here.
It's in. It's just in. I got it literally the millisecond it was tweeted.
All right, let me switch over tabs here. It's not Justin LeBron. It's not Logan Hughes. Let me refresh. It is Liam Peterson, who fits a lot of what the Guardians are looking for in their pitching, falling, I guess, all the way down to 19. I think this is a fantastic selection. You get the best pure stuff pitcher in the draft with the Guardians organization that should have a decent chance of developing him into a future, top starter in the big leagues is really the ceiling here. Quinn, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's so I was thought, well, it's ironic that the floor is mine here, just given I was talking about college pitchers, and I guess here's the first one, the first college arm off the board that is not named Jackson Flora. It's really, I'm surprised that he's the first college arm off the board, but it's not necessary. It makes sense though, just given the ceiling. Obviously, it's pretty similar to LeBron in the sense that, like, if you get the comparison I'm trying to make here, in the sense of just the floor being where it is with him. Can they get him to throw strikes more consistently? Do they find there to be low-hanging fruit in the sense of just something they find that can get him to a better strike throwing spot? But the ceiling, no one needs to tell everyone about where he could be one day.
Without a doubt, this is a really, really fun pick here. Oliver, any thoughts on Liam Peterson here in right around his range, what we were expecting?
I think that Quinn's comparison to Justin LeBron on the pitching side is very apt. I think that with both players, you are clearly talking about players that are very, very toolsy and bring a lot of metric traits and upside to the table, but also clearly have flaws that are clearly things that you do question, like, are these like fixable, right? And I think that a very common stat line you'd see with Liam Peterson this last year was like 6 innings, 4 walks, 10 strikeouts. And I think that's kind of been the story of his college career, is just a lot of inconsistency with the mechanics and strike throwing. Pitch quality and consistency is just something that I do really question. I've watched these players a long time now. I've seen a lot of strike throwing issues with him, and I do kind of question this. But I mean, Cleveland's appetite for risk is, like, the last 2 years has been very different from how we've perceived it in prior years. So I think this is a very interesting pick.
Without a doubt. And I'm going to name a couple of players that the Red Sox could be targeting here before I let Max talk about either Liam Peterson or the Red Sox, who they might select. Cameron Fluke's still on the board. Joey Volchko. Ty Head is a popular underslot option at 20. Maybe we get a Ray, Reese, Prosek. Bo Lawrence has been discussed here. The Reds are one of those teams that we've heard a lot of different rumors coming out of their war room. Max, take the floor, whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, this is a super interesting pick to me because I think it's one of those. Whoa!
We have the Danny pick.
Wow.
Jake Schaffner at 20. They do go under. Not Ty Head. It's North Carolina shortstop on a proposed heavy underslot deal here to the Red Sox. Certainly not what anyone was expecting, but without a doubt, one of the more fun picks of the draft so far. Overslot certainly likes them some Jake Schaffner, and here we go at 20. Max, right back to you here. Crazy pick.
Wow, yeah, that is a lot higher than I thought he would go. However, I do like the player. He makes, obviously, but you can see on the screen here, makes a ton of contact. I mean, he's a very, like, ball player-esque player where he just, like, does the little things right, steals a bunch of bags. I'm still kind of trying to process that. I did not think he would be 20th overall. I mean, I know Danny loves him, but yeah, I mean, it's not quite Zion Rose at 6, but this is a pretty substantial move up the board for him.
Yeah, one of the best underslot targets in the draft, and we thought it might be a guy like Ty Head, but they opt for the infielder. Landon, Jake Schaffner this early. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm probably the lowest on Schaffner here. I wasn't really subscribed to him being first round talent, but I mean, he's pretty, like, Ty Head adjacent when it comes to the bat, but I just don't really think the glove is all that great.
Fair enough. This is a guy who I had mocked to Milwaukee at 25, thinking that they might go underslot. Never did I think 20 would be in play, but Danny told us all along, how can a team pass up on this guy as an underslot option in the 20s? And he was dead right. Oliver, any thoughts here?
I'll just say that this is not a player that I had in this range really at all. I had Jake Schaffner at the end of day one. So
Fair enough. Quinn, any thoughts here on Jake Schaffner? Really a fun move.
Yeah, I honestly, I thought it would be, you mentioned the guys that could be picked here. I was honestly set on Hunter Dietz being picked here for a while now, and so I'm surprised they went kind of out of the orthodox as they did. But it makes sense. As surprising as it is, it does make sense. And I mean, shoot, maybe Danny wasn't that crazy after all. I'll say that.
Yeah. Hard to say anything there at this point. Really fun selection there for Boston at 20. As we get ready for the Padres, funny enough, Danny's team coming up here at 21 with some really good players still on the board. How about like a Sawyer Stroh hanging around here? Is that the pick at 21? Do the Padres break their typical prep mold and go for maybe a college bat here? We'll see. Max, any early predictions on maybe what the Padres might be doing here? One of the hardest to nail down teams in this draft.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of buzz with college arms here. I'm curious on who that might be if it does end up going that way, because we have seen so few college arms go. I think there could be maybe a run here in the next 5 to 7 picks here. Personally, I like Mason Edwards here. I think the SoCal kind of connection here could be good for them. He's obviously right in their backyard. And he's an immensely talented pitcher. It's a little unprecedented for the Padres to not go like freak prep player, but that's not really what we've been hearing so far. So definitely curious, but I'll throw Edwards into the ring.
I love it. Landon, we've got a lot of prep talent left on the board here. A lot of guys are projected to be picked in the next 15 or so selections. Do you have a favorite maybe of the prep guys remaining?
I mocked Bo Lawrence here, but my favorite remaining is probably Taj Marchand.
All right. I don't mind that at all. Oliver, same question to you. Who's kind of the prep guy left on the board that you're really interested in?
I think that there's some pretty interesting, just like pure hitter types down the board. I think you got guys like Bo Lawrence, Cole Prosac. I like Martin Shalar a lot. I don't know if he's going to go in this range, but I think that the Stanford boys are still an interesting possibility here. If I'm to be honest, I don't really think either of them are going to get picked, but like there has definitely been way more buzz about these guys getting picked than Stanford kids in prior years. So I wouldn't rule it out. But the NorCal Stanford thing, you get assume it doesn't happen until it does, right?
Without a doubt. I'm a big fan of Archer Horn, and I saw when the Royals took Zion Rose, I said, well, maybe they're looking at a Archer Horn type, floating them down into the 30s. As we have a question here, who might Detroit take? So I pulled up our mock draft. We have Ace Reese going to the Detroit Tigers at 22, but there's plenty of options there. We know that they're a team that were in on Zion Rose. He's obviously no longer there. What if a Landon Tomei goes earlier than expected, or a Cameron Flukie, Cade Townsend could make a lot of sense to the Tigers at 22? Looking at our mock for the next couple picks, we do have Mason Edwards to the Padres, just like Max detailed earlier, and then Townsend going to the Cubs. Still a lot of really interesting college pitchers on the board where teams are going to have the opportunity to basically select who they want, who fits their best mold. This tier 2 of college pitching is wide if you want to be generous and lump them all together, to where we could see any number of college pitchers come off the board here in the next 4 or 5 picks. Quinn, any thoughts right now coming up on the Padres pick and just the back end of the first round?
Yeah, I'd want to see if they kind of similar to how the Angels flopped on their kind of tendencies in past years. I'm curious to see if the Padres take the same route in terms of the opposite of if they end up picking a college guy. Obviously, everyone knows how much they prefer high school guys in the first round in recent years, but there's still a lot of college arms available that are really fascinating. As for college bats, I think the thick of that kind of first round group is starting to get thinned out. So I think, obviously keep your eyes still on the prep pool for them, but I'm curious to see if they go with like a college arm here. That obviously Peterson was the first one off, not named Flora. Curious to see if they go with one here.
Yeah, things are starting to get interesting. Sawyer Strosnider still on the board, a couple other college bats, but like you just mentioned, starting to get really thin and moving toward that second tier of college bats where I'd put the Ace Reeses of the world. It's probably not the second tier. It's probably more like the third or the fourth, but we're splitting hairs at this point as we wait for the San Diego Padres pick to come in. Will it be Mason Edwards? Will it be a different college arm, a college bat, or will they stick with maybe there's a Carson Bullemon here who fits some of their previous trends? I don't got much to say at this point, guys. This draft has been absolutely electric. Schaffner really blew me away. Looking back at some of these earlier selections, the top three really just kind of went as expected. Really, the top four, Derek Curiel at 5 was something that picked up a lot of steam late in this class. Zion Rose was an absolute surprise for all of us, as Joe Doyle sends a text in the group chat that says, "Brace yourself, Danny. What is going to happen for the Padres here at 21? Can't wait to see it." Drew Burris, great value there. AJ Gracia going a little bit earlier than expected at 9 to Atlanta. But all these teams should be incredibly excited about this college talent that they're gaining from 11 to 7. Jared Greinlinger breaks the mold at 12. Trevor Connon goes slightly earlier than expected, but right around where his value was for a lot of us at 13. Jacob Lombard takes a long fall to 14 at Miami. Staying home there, Ryder Helfrich, great deal at 15 to Arizona. Gio Rojas, the top prep pitcher on the board, takes until 16. And Coleman Borthwick is off the board at 21. Wow, really interesting. Oliver, I'm going to let you start here. Coleman Borthwick to the Padres.
I like this a lot. I actually had Borthwick at 21. I think that this is an incredibly talented player. You're talking about a massive, massive guy, and a two-way player whose abilities on the mound are extremely, extremely extremely good. He's one of the best strike throwers among the top guys in this class. You're going to find he's been up to 100 miles per hour, the big riding fastball, some big sweeper. I think you're looking at some similarities, kind of what Patrick Forbes was last year, but more strikes, I'd say. And I think that a third pitch is kind of the one big thing. But with San Diego's track record of developing these preps in recent years, I think that this is a really interesting pick, and I like this. I like this direction a lot.
Yeah, really fun. Max, any thoughts on the Borthwick selection here?
Yeah, it is interesting. We'd heard a lot of the college arms, but they end up going for the prep guy. I mean, he's a great player. I'm not overly shocked that he went this high. I think this is kind of the pocket I figured he'd go in the 20 to 30 range here. Yeah, I think they're getting a really talented player. The Padres have gravitated towards these kind of larger, intimidating presences on the mound, so to speak. But yeah, I'm curious to see how he'll go make out for them, because I do think he's a very talented pitcher. It's just not the pitcher I thought they'd necessarily go with.
Certainly a surprise to see him go off the board before maybe at least Carson Bullemon at this point. But I think it definitely makes sense. Landon, any thoughts here on Borthwick?
I think it's just a win to get someone that could actually spin the ball, unlike Schoolcraft and Mayfield. So that's my input.
So it is a taste breaker in a way. Quinn, any thoughts here on this selection for the Padres?
Yeah, I mean, it's your typical Padres prep pick. I think he was mocked really heavily in like the 15 to 25 range. Pretty consistent there. And not really any surprises about him there.
No doubt. As we now turn our eyes toward the Detroit Tigers, lots of college pitchers still on the board. Maybe a prep batter or two circling Cole Prosek or maybe Landon Tome here. Lots of different ways that this could go. Let's answer a couple questions here. Timothy Payne says Gavin G will be a steal. Are we talking Gavin Gallagher? That's the only Gavin G I think I know, unless I'm forgetting someone.
Maybe Grahovic, maybe.
There you go. All right. They're both kind of in a similar range, I feel like, in this draft, maybe late second to fourth round picks. Anthony says, what are your thoughts? This is my prediction for the next pick for my Marlins. Jensen Hirschkorn. Well, I certainly don't hate it. However, Miami tends to skew away from the prep pitcher market, so I'm not sure if we're going to see them spend big on a bit of a project like Hirschkorn, but certainly one of the more exciting pitchers in the middle of day one as far as prep guys go. Absolutely dominated area codes, a very intimidating presence. He could have gone to the Padres here, I suppose. Oliver, who are you looking at with these next couple picks? Maybe your favorite college pitcher that might go here?
Yeah, Mason Edwards is the only guy left in my top 15 that has not gotten drafted yet. Teen Coons, Cade Townsend. I've heard that the Townsend one's going to be a little tricky, just as a whole. I think we've heard that a bit. But as a whole, you go down the board, there's definitely some guys that, are defensible picks, even if like maybe they're not necessarily my flavor as much. I don't think it's out of the question that you see a Joey Volchico, a Jack Riddell, a Cole Carlone, Hunter Dietz, Cam Flukie go here. I mean, Cam Flukie is very well liked. I imagine he's not getting out of the top 30, but anyhow, I think that it's really a pick your flavor kind of thing here. You have so many options. It's kind of what I was saying earlier when it comes to like, I don't think that this is a weak college pitching class. I think there's a lot of options, and it really is just like pick the guy you have the most faith in that you can get for the best deal.
Really interesting to see the third prep pitcher come off the board. Or sorry, the second prep pitcher come off the board before the third college pitcher. Not something that a lot of us are probably projecting, thinking college pitching might have gone a little bit earlier here, but still, obviously plenty of options with a lot of teams selecting here soon. As Cameron Flukie is the selection for the Detroit Tigers. The righty out of Coastal Carolina was in the transfer portal, but nonetheless, he will be headed to Detroit. One of the more fun profiles this year. It's an interesting arsenal with a really fun curveball, fastball combination and some question marks surrounding everything else. But Cam Flukie heading to Detroit is likely pretty good value here at 22. Quinn, I want to give it to you first. Cam Flukie going here, one of your college pitchers off the board finally.
Yeah, I took him in the staff draft a lot earlier. I think a lot of the hype on him was unfairly derailed due to the injury he had. He was kind of working his way back from injury. He was very, very fastball curveball in the outings that he had, and I think the changeup and slider weren't really used as much. But they're better than the usage would suggest. I wrote that, and again, I think as I've said 20 times now, I think we're going to start to see a lot of college arms in this range, and it's again he is unlike Tyler Bell, where I think the injury he wasn't hurt that much by his injury. I think Flukie, for the right reasons, suffered a lot more on his draft stock due to the injury. And if we go back to if we go back to the beginning of the season, like everyone kind of viewed him as like, the consensus guy that's going to be fighting with Flora for the number one arm in the class. And now they're miles apart in terms of stock.
Yeah, really interesting that the top three heading into this year was Flukie, Peterson, and Flora, and they do go in that top three order. Just interesting to see how far apart all of their values ended up actually being, with Flora being the only true separator. Oliver, what do you think about this pick?
Well, we've got a quick turnaround pick. Cade Townsend just got picked at 23 by the Cubs.
Wow. All right. Cade Townsend.
Like instantly after Flukie got picked, too. It was very fast.
Townsend to the Cubs. Very interesting. That was in our mock draft 5.0 released this morning. What are we thinking about Cade Townsend? Oh, and now the Mariners select. Oh boy. Mariners select Ace Reese. Picks are flying off the board. Ace Reese, not my cup of tea, but certainly one of the better college hitters in this draft. Max, what are your thoughts here?
I'm a little surprised, honestly. We just kind of had a flurry come, so I'm kind of processing all this. So Ace Reese is an interesting player. It is the Mariners system has not had a prospect that is like a third base like profile in a long time, and that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Typically, you want those shortstops up the middle kind of players. I mean, it's a good bat. It was a better bat last year. Kind of took a step back. Not necessarily sure what was going on there. It may have been an approach thing. He really his walk rate was considerably higher this year. So I don't know if he was necessarily trying to work a counter or maybe that was just a product of just happenstance. But Ace Reese, yeah, I'm a little surprised. I'm not going to lie. But I mean, last year we saw a similar kind of profile with Luke Stevenson, where they had a little bit more appetite for some swing and miss, and not necessarily, he's not necessarily a that drastic, because he has shown in the past where he's had better bat to ball, considerably more than Luke Stevenson. But yeah, third baseman, left field profile. You're betting on the bat here, and you're hoping he can get back to 2025 levels.
Without a doubt. Max, I'm going to turn over hosting duties for you for just a little bit. I'll be right back, but excited to see more picks come in.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. What do you guys we got a couple picks right all coming in all at once. What do you think of the Townsend pick to the Cubs? I'll kick it over to let's go to Quinn.
Yeah, I was really, really high on Townsend from the beginning. It was kind of my, I guess, home run pick of the draft from what I had earlier in the season. I thought there's a lot of shapes that he can get to. The size was a concern for me at the beginning of the year, but I think everyone's kind of moved past that. And it's a clear first round arm. Really, really fascinating what he can do. He ended up moving into the, him and Rabe. It was kind of a debate of who would go higher. But as for, I think I was pretty even on Townsend being the guy there for Ole Miss in terms of who would be picked higher. And yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Oliver, I know you've had some thoughts on Townsend in the past. What do you think of him as a player?
I think Townsend's a curious little prospect. I think that, you're looking at a guy who can really shape the ball in all directions. I think you're looking at a guy who, I think has some concerns when it comes to size and injury, right? Like you have a guy that's sophomore eligible, throwing very hard, throwing with some intent and violence. And I think that can scare guys, especially given the fact that I believe it was a shoulder that he struggled with earlier. And yeah, I think that this kind of fits like a glove exactly where, I would probably put him. Like this makes a lot of sense.
Landon, any thoughts on the Townsend pick?
I thought the Cubs should have gone after a quick riser, which Townsend should be, considering how mature his mix is. Also would have liked Redmond or Edwards in this spot.
Perfect. Yeah, and then moving on to the Mariner pick, I know I kind of contributed my thoughts. Oliver, as a Mariner fan, what are your thoughts on the pick?
I just want to say, Ace Reese can play the outfield. He's not necessarily a first baseman, so that's really early on. That's a lot of the text I'm getting. Is they drafted first baseman, but I don't know. I saw him play the outfield a while ago. It was when he was at Houston as a freshman, but he didn't look bad there. He's not a third baseman, but I think that I think it is a really, really sweet swing. I think you're looking at someone who has great feel for the barrel and exceptional feel to just effortlessly get the ball in the air and impact the baseball and outperform his game power, I think you're looking at a guy who's going to hit 20 plus home runs. I think you're going to look at a guy who's going to be a pretty quick mover and be like an above average hitter in a corner. I think this is a solid pick. I actually mocked, not, it sounds like I'm bragging. I'm not. I mocked him to them back in December, early, whenever after the draft lottery happened. And the first text I got was like, "Oh, he's probably not their type." I'm like, okay, whatever. But hey,
Yeah, calling your shot. That's impressive. Quinn, any thoughts on Ace Reese as a player, and especially with the fit to Seattle?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back on all these tweets here. A little behind with the flurry of picks, but yeah, I think the defense was the concern for me. I'm really curious if he can play the outfield. But yeah, I don't know what the defense outlook looks like, and I don't. But it's like an SEC performer bat that has been able to be, and you know, we all know how much how valuable SEC performance is, and there's a lot to like with the bat. Again, the defense just really concerns me.
Fair enough. I do not think you are alone in that sentiment. As we're waiting for this next pick to come in here. What do you guys think Milwaukee does? They've always been a little off the wall in years past. Do you think they underslot here, or what do you think the pick should be? I'll kick it to Landon.
I mocked Volchko here, just off their success with Mizrowski throwing strikes, but I could see like Prosek, Tomei here, like underslot prep bat.
Gotcha. Oliver, any thoughts on Milwaukee? Any demographics you think they should be looking into?
they're going to do something wild. I don't know, man. They always do something wild.
I'm very curious to see if they'll underslot a prep like Landon was talking about. I know a few years ago they did the Braylon Payne thing. They've kind of been off the wall. They've done some things in the past with some college bats. I don't know if that's necessarily how the board has fallen to them at this point. But yeah, very curious to see this. Quinn, any thoughts on it?
Yeah, really, really interested to see who they take here. I think Oliver's right in the sense that there's a lot of things that could go here. There's, I think, a lot of, there's a lot of routes that this pick could go for sure.
Fair enough. Yeah. So we're waiting on the pick from our man on the floor, Joe here. I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, personally, I like the idea of just taking the best player available. I mean, the Brewers system is so deep, and it's obviously pretty, I mean, in my opinion, it's pretty clearly the best in baseball. I don't necessarily know if they need to go super wide, but I mean, they obviously have shown a propensity to land some talent down the board, and maybe they want to utilize some of that money elsewhere. So definitely curious to check that out. As we're still waiting here. Does any one of you guys have in the last, let's say, 8 to 10 picks with obviously Schaffner going this early is a bit of a surprise. Do you think Schaffner as a player to Boston, and obviously we haven't seen the number yet, so we're expecting a pretty sizable haircut on that. Oliver, you had mentioned that you had him at the end of day one. Is that not a player you're super pumped about? I was curious on that, and we kind of moved on to that relatively quickly.
I don't really think he's a player I'm not pumped about. I think if you're looking at, I think that me looking at it holistically, I think he plays a good shortstop. I don't think he plays a great shortstop. I think he's just a little slow to get the plays off that you would want an average shortstop to make. I think that he could play it early in his career. I don't think it's out of the question. I don't think it's out of the question he also improves too, but like he's kind of just more of a heavy-footed guy, but he makes up with it with effort. I think the big thing isn't just like, it's really just like a contact guy. There's like little to no leverage in the swing. I I just personally like I would just I don't think that this is really a guy that's going to hit for much impact. This is a guy that's really just kind of contact only, speed only, maybe like second base or third base type. To me, that's just like not that special. Um, that's just my opinion. I'm not. I also think that there's an element of, like performing down the stretch there, and I think that I don't really care about that as much as some other people do. It's why I have Schaffner a lot lower than other people. It's why I have Taylor Rabe a lot lower than other people. To me, I just don't really care about like performing in the playoffs, really. So
Fair enough. And as we see our leader Nate Rasmussen has returned here, so I will kick it back to him. But it's definitely been an exciting draft, especially with this Rose and the Schaffner, and not a lot of college pitching. I mean, we've had a little run, but I kind of expected a little bit more. But anyway, yes, Nate, do you have any thoughts on the recent picks?
Yeah, I went and punched a hole in my wall after Ace. It's never that deep. However, I do see pick 25 coming in here. Trey Ebel, really, really fun pick. This is a guy who had a bunch of helium heading into this week, and it pays off. It's such a Milwaukee Brewers pick. I can't believe it. Someone who is more like in the 50s on a lot of boards, maybe even deeper than that, goes at 25 for some savings as an underslot prep bat. Trey Ebel. Landon, do you have any thoughts? I don't remember where in California you're from, but
Oh yeah, SoCal around there.
okay.
I'm not the biggest Trey Ebel guy. I wasn't a big Brady Ebel guy either last year. I just don't think their ceilings are that high. But I mean, Trey has a good hit tool, good defender, probably stick at short long term. I mean, it's a mad pick for me.
We've got brothers reuniting is, I guess, the biggest storyline here. Oliver, Trey Ebel, any thoughts on this pick?
hey, I said they're going to do something wild. They did something wild. This is just kind of what the Brewers have done in recent years. They've kind of gone for more of a kind of round two-ish like prep and underslot them in the first round, trying to like spread their money out. Like they're probably going to take some guys that are probably like rounds like 5 through 7 types of preps and like rounds 10 through 20 and try to see who they can snag with the money they've got allotted. I think that I think that I actually like Trey a good bit. I think that there's a lot of tools here. But I just think that like in terms of like refinement, there's definitely some stuff that I'll question a bit. Like I think that the hit tool's really good, but I think he also hits the ball on the ground a lot. I think that the defense is quite good, and I like the instincts there. But I also don't. But also, like when I've watched him, he's had some issues with arm accuracy. It's been a smaller sample, so I'm not going to say it's like a massive issue, and like there's some power there, but it's just that it's mostly BP power and not power that has really been tapped to as much in game settings. So I think that all the tools are there. It's just about like extracting it in games. I think this is a pretty good fit for a Brewers dev program that is clearly among the best in baseball, if not the best in baseball. So I think that this is actually quite fun.
I'm a big fan of it. His brother went 32 last year, and now he's going 25. The same team. Like, what a storyline there.
Can't hear you, Nate.
Oh,
I could hear him.
oh, really?
You could? Oh,
Am I good? Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I'm muted.
whoops.
You're all good. Just a really, really fun selection there. I think this is so Brewers, and I just love it how they do this every year, and it just keeps working out for them. It's obviously high, but that the Brewers are gonna do a good job no matter what. I'm seeing faces from Oliver, which means that a new pick must be wow. Carter Beck. This is fun. Braves with Cade Townsend off the board opt to go for Carter Beck, the Indiana State outfielder who has some really clear tools, some really defining profile for a mid-major bat. Not expected to be a first-round pick, but a likely second-round pick maybe. This is a guy that Overslot loves. Landon, Carter Beck, what can you make of it?
I think it's kind of a weird pick considering they probably went under slot with Gracia, but I guess they like the depth of the prep class. I mean, I don't think the power is that legit once he gets to wood. It's probably around 50, but the hit tool is good, and he's a good defender and center.
Yeah, he checks a lot of boxes. Certainly pops out on some models. Oliver Carter back here. Obviously wasn't expecting it. What do you think? Oliver cannot hear me. Yeah, this is a problem. Oliver, maybe try leaving and rejoining. I'll actually text you that. I'm just going to keep talking for now. Quinn, any thoughts on Carter Beck?
Yeah, it's, you always kind of, whenever there's a guy taken from a lower tier mid-major conference, I think you always try and question the ability against higher level pitching. And the sample against higher velo, higher spin, it's very, very good. And there's a lot of interesting things that he can do with the bat. I think the defense helps him out a lot. Obviously, a shorter, stubby frame, 5'10", 200. It's very compact. The swing is really interesting from the left side. But yeah, the data is really, really, comment. As I was about to say, the percentile page is really, really clean. And again, you always kind of worry about the sample or how they'll fare against higher pro level pitching. But again, he kind of checks every box, and it makes sense. It definitely is a reach. It's probably an underslot pick, but there's a lot to like here. And it's really interesting.
We saw Atlanta, and by the way, Oliver, can you hear me now? Awesome. We saw Atlanta last year save a lot of money to go with Briggs McKenzie. Spend a big old bag on him later on day one. So maybe they're gearing up to do something similar, saving some money early with their first two picks. Will be very interesting to see what they do with maybe their next selection or two. Oliver, Carter Beck, what are your thoughts?
Carter Beck is really massive tools. To me, he's very clearly the top mid-major bat in the class. I think that he flashes some truly, truly impact defense in center field. I think that you're talking about a guy who flashes just elite defense sometimes. I think that the power is pretty real. I think that just in general, you're like the metrics all line up with what you're gonna hope for. The eye test lines up with all what you're gonna hope for when it comes to a guy who's facing this kind of competition. And it just comes down to your appetite for risk. And I do think that the Briggs McKenzie thing is interesting. How much are they saving? I think a bigger question is maybe who are they going to go for later?
Without a doubt, as two more picks have come in, Carson Wiggins at 27 to the New York Mets. Wow. This is a name that Joe reported earlier this week has a lot of traction with MLB teams still. Despite the injuries, Carson Wiggins still is held in very high esteem. With that being said, this was a guy who isn't on even the top 70, maybe top 100 on some boards. So certainly a bit of a reach here for the Mets, but really important to note, the Mets are working with among the most limited bonus pool space of any team in this draft. So taking what I would presume is their guy here at a really cheap rate is going to set them up to actually maneuver down the board and select some more talented players rather than having to go really cheap at every single pick. So fascinating move there. And then the Astros select one of my favorite pitchers in this draft, Notre Dame righty Jack Raydell. Super imposing frame, really fun shapes. This is a guy who, this is right around the range where we saw him. We heard him rumored to teams like the Mariners. Hopefully saving a little bit of money here are the Astros, who went Logan Hughes and Jack Raydell, two of the more, I would say, safe prospects on both sides of the ball, college pitching and college hitting. Two really fun picks there. Quinn, I'll start with you. Two interesting picks, different flavors, two college righties. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I had it's funny because I had Logan Hughes here at the Astros pick in the staff draft.
I feel like almost everyone was thinking that they would get Hughes at this spot.
Yeah, and then he ends up going 10 picks earlier. And then they pick Radel, who I know, Nate, you've been a huge fan of. And I think the overslot crew has been all over him. And I think, there's a lot of interesting things. with him. It's a nice slider shape. That's plus. And I don't think anyone had him. I retract that. I don't know if anyone saw him going this high, but I know a lot of people were in love with him, at least in the early second round range. But this is pretty a little surprising as to how high he's picked.
Yeah, certainly a little earlier than maybe we expected, but with just the state of college pitching, he was firmly in that tier 2 of probably 10 guys. Wiggins, on the other hand, on the outside looking in. Oliver, I'd love to get your thoughts on that selection.
Yeah, I think Wiggins is a player that I definitely had like way further down the board, but I kind of want to but I do want people to take that with a grain of salt. It's a player that has really, really had a hard time to get a consistent like pulse for, because this is a player that did not throw much last year. He threw around, I don't know, I think like 15 to 20 innings, an average like 99 on his fastball. He has really, really, really big stuff. And I think that if he was healthy down the stretch, this is a guy we could be talking about solidly within the first round. It is like truly elite arm talent. He's been up to 102 as a freshman. He unfortunately had some sort of UCL surgery last year, did not pitch this year, threw at the combine, where I thought that the combine reviews were kind of more down the middle, but I think that this is just a player with like a ton of tools. And I'm not going to lie, Joe put in the some sort of mock draft recently that he was getting round 1 buzz, and I thought he mistyped it. So I just want to give credit to Joe for not mistyping, and there actually being first round buzz around him. So egg on my face, I suppose. But like as a whole, I don't hate the pick. I like the player a lot. It's just about like where does this player get popped? It's just kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, without a doubt. Landon, any thoughts on those 2 picks that we just saw?
I mean, I didn't have either of them top 50 on my board. I mean, Wiggins just has like probably the best arm talent in the class, so I don't know how confident I am in him starting, but I mean, I think it's an okay pick. Riddell, I'm also not the highest on, just because I don't see that much of a ceiling, but I think he's definitely one of the safer arms in the class.
Without a doubt. I'm going to go through some comments here really fast as we wait for more picks, which I don't think have come up yet. Matt does not like the Schaffner pick. Fair enough. Guys, after Rojas, who are your best pitching prospects left? I would say Carson Bullman is definitely up there at this point. I'm a big fan of Sean Duncan. Logan Schmidt still hanging around. There's a couple others. Schaffner should have been in the 80 to 90 range. Some would say for sure. I think others would say he's a great underslot option. I think Rabe could go here. Nate's going to be pissed about Ace Reese. It's possible. Guys, being that my Marlins went all college in the first few rounds last year, do you think they go all high school this year? Or who do they target after Jacob if that's their plan? Assuming that they got Lombard around slot, you would say that they still have options to go both ways. They certainly won't be able to select all prep, as we have a new pick coming in that I want to switch over to really fast. The San Francisco Giants, as expected, are going Carson Bullman here at 29. A really interesting pick. The number 2 prep pitcher for a lot of people in this class. We were told early on that this was the floor for him, and the Giants are able to swing a deal here at 29. Oliver, I'll go to you first. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, Boltman's been connected to this pick as a possibility for a good while during this time, ever since the Giants trade for this pick. And I think this fits quite well. Kind of what I said earlier with Flora. You've got a system that really just doesn't have that much just upside and talent in the on the like organizational side for pitching, doesn't have the top end upside. And I think that Bowman and Flora give you options both long term and short term that could provide it. I think that we've seen some guys that are of this archetype, kind of like a what was the guy that went to the Padres a couple of years ago? The lefty. The guy doesn't, but like players like but like we've seen kind of players like that not really like pan out because they don't throw hard enough. I think that is a question with Bowman, is how much velocity is there. I think there's a little bit more than a tank. there, and I think that that could be someone you could get sitting at 93 and be a mid rotation starter. Some of the best strikes in the class, really advanced pitchability, breaking ball. I like the pick.
Really interesting here. Taylor Rabe is now off the board to Kansas City, who saved a lot of money with their first pick, taking Zion Rose. Now going likely closer to slot here with Rabe. Quinn, any thoughts on the Rabe pick?
Yeah, we were talking about Rabe earlier. Again, I think the shapes are really interesting in the sense that, as Landon said, probably want to get to a better fastball combination. It's two fastball shapes. He doesn't have a fantastic breaking ball shape, as in the cutter slider mix. But again, it's ridiculous SEC numbers. He was maybe the reason why Ole Miss made it to Omaha. I mean, if you watched his Nebraska outing in that regional, it was ridiculous. I don't know how you can watch that and not fall in love with the kid. Yeah, there's just there's a lot to like here. I was it was kind of, as we talked about earlier, it was kind of a debate of like who would you take, Townsend or Rabe? Obviously Townsend went ahead of him, which wasn't what kind of recent mocks pointed to. But yeah, nonetheless, I think it's the right spot for Taylor Rabe.
Yeah, it's a nice landing spot. You have to wonder what the Kansas City Royals might be gearing up to do later in the draft. But Rabe with that elite command. Oliver, any thoughts on that pick there?
I kind of already alluded to this earlier. I'm not really a big fan of like boosting up performers that perform down the stretch or in the playoffs. I do not have Rabe as high up the board as most people. It's just a taste thing personally. I think in my write-up, I said that this is very similar to what Tanner Franklin was last year, and I had Tanner Franklin at like 60 to 70, and that's where I have Rabe right now. So
fair enough. Landon, what are your thoughts on maybe these last two picks?
I'm also not all that high on Rabe just because I like to have a good four-seam foundation, and I don't know if Rabe will ever get close to that. But Bowman, I like the pick. Bowman was, I think, 16 on my board. I still liked him as like mid first round pick.
Yeah, he was a top 20 guy on mine as well. Bo Lawrence, not picked yet, is surprising to me personally. Atlanta can really draft, man. Once again, from Matt. They've done some fun moves here. What's our take on LeBron? I feel like we went over that pretty well in the LeBron pick, and then you guys give real good analysis. Matt, we appreciate you and all of your questions and comments. You're the man. Looking at a new pick here, the Arizona Diamondbacks are selecting high school right-handed pitcher Blake Bryant at pick number 31. This is a bit of a surprise to people, but Bryant is beloved in the scouting community. A lot of people like him. Oliver, do you want to take a shot first on Blake Bryant? We got another prep pitcher off the board.
Yeah, I like Blake Bryant quite a bit. I'm a little surprised he went this high, but like I like the player a good bit. I think that I don't know how much money like they're gonna Arizona's gonna save with Ryder Helfrich. Realistically, those are things we're not going to be privy to right now. But I think that Bryant is a very talented pitcher. I think he can move the ball in multiple different ways. He's got four-seam sinker options. He's got projection on his side. He's got long levers. He's got strikes. He's got a big sweeper, a developing changeup. I think this is just kind of how you draw him up, honestly, when it comes to like the projectable prep arm that kind of checks all the boxes. I don't think that there's necessarily one thing that's like super explosive, which is why I'm a little surprised he went this high. But as a whole, I do really like the player, and this is a fun prospect. This is a fun project.
Yeah, it's the really fun splitter in there with a frame that projects to just continue to add velocity. It's certainly a shot, but a good shot for the Diamondbacks, who were connected to prep pitching in this draft without a doubt. Quinn, any thoughts on Blake Bryant here at 31?
Yeah. Again, really behind on these tweets here with
I won't talk to you for a while. This is it.
but yeah, really the kind of the interesting prep pick that we get. I think, there in my mind there's still better prep options on the board. But nonetheless a projectable pick here for the Diamondbacks. A lot to like with Bryant.
Without doubt. Any thoughts on Bryant, Landon?
I'm not all that high on him. I think it's kind of a weird delivery. Field of spin is all right. I just think there are better options available to me.
No doubt. As we look at the St. Louis Cardinals now, I believe are on the clock at 32. A lot of interesting names. I've mocked them Archer Horn quite a bit at this spot. Taj Marchand is still available. Maybe Luke Williams climbs up into this range. I'm looking at prep hitters here, but they could obviously go a lot of different ways. As we take a look here at the MLB draft tracker, there we go. Let's go back to round 1. Cardinals took Trevor Condon in somewhat of a surprising move for them early. We've been told that they want to go back-to-back bats here. Is there a chance it's back-to-back prep bats? We'll see. It's kind of rare for a team like the Cardinals. Oliver, do you have any thoughts on what maybe the Cardinals might be cooking up here at 32?
I mean, there's so many directions you can go. I think that's a fun part about this draft is that you see teams going after the players that they clearly very much like, but as a result of that, players that are more widely liked on public boards, have kind of fallen into this range. And as a result, there's just so many options, so many directions you can go. You can go with Bo Lawrence or Cole Prosek, very popular ideas there. I think a Tegan Coons or a Mason Edwards is really interesting, especially in Edwards. Is really interesting to get here at 32. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many different ways you can go. You can go like arm. I think Jack Slidham has been a really, really interesting late riser. You could go with I don't know if a Caden Wayactor is going to go this high, but and what do you know, Tegan Coons.
Good call there. Tegan Coons going at 32 to the St. Louis Cardinals. After selecting Trevor Condon in the first. A nice little prep hitter, college pitcher, back-to-back. The Tegan Coons draft stock had cooled a little bit heading into the last couple of weeks, but still a fair landing spot here at 32 for one of the more talented pitchers in the class. Looking ahead to some of these picks that we have coming up, Tampa Bay, Chicago, Colorado with the back-to-back picks coming soon. Still a lot of prep talent for some of these teams that picked at the top of the draft to either double dip or, in the White Sox case, and the Rockies case, get a really talented prep player down the board here. Those Archer Horns and Taj Marchands are still certainly available right now. So we'll see what happens next. Any thoughts on Tegan Coons from any of you guys? Anyone have any strong feelings on this pick? Not a whole lot of strong feelings.
Yeah, feels. I think this is kind of the range that Coons was the public consensus range for Coons. Feels very fitting here. I personally I found myself a little higher on him than the public gave him credit for, and where he's picked, obviously. But yeah, a lot to like. Lean frame, throws strikes, throws hard. Like his curveball a ton. Yeah, there's it's a really fun arm. I enjoyed watching Tennessee this year, that's for sure.
There you go. Landon, any thoughts on Coons or what we might see from either the Rays or the White Sox coming up here soon?
I think we could look out for Landon Tomey in that White Sox spot because he's just been heavily tied to them, and obviously they trade up for that pick. I think there should be a lot of prep bats coming up too, like Marchand, Horn, some other guys, Lawrence.
Sure thing. Oliver, anything you're liking with the Coons pick or looking forward to in the next couple of picks?
Yeah, I like Coons a good deal. I'm not shocked he went like in kind of more of the comp A range. I think that's kind of where some of the stock has been favoring in recent weeks. Like it has been a pretty hot and cold profile in terms of how people like him, how people view him. I tend to be more higher on him. Um, but like I understand the hesitations. You need to find a slider. You need to find better feel for a changeup. But I think that this is a generally a demographic of pitcher that works quite well. And what do you know? Landon gets it right. There is Taj Marchand off the board. So
it really felt like him or maybe Cole Prosek at this point, and we get, I suppose, what we predicted here with the White Sox having an interesting pick coming up. Maybe there's a prep outfielder that they really like at 34. Plenty of options. We know that Landon Tome is still on the board, who Chicago's obviously been connected to for a multitude of reasons. Same with Jack Slidham. Another Midwest guy who the White Sox could get at 34 or 41. So really exciting picks coming up here soon. Landon, any thoughts on that Rays selection, kind of as expected, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Marchand fan. He made a ton of contact both in the summer and spring. It's a pretty big swing, like his pre-swing move, but he creates like a ton of tension, bat speed, barrel whip. So I think there's at least 55 raw in there.
Without doubt. And we start getting into kind of the fun portion of the draft here, you know, anywhere from 30 to 50 is where things start happening, going off board a little bit. So excited to see what happens. And I'm so lost, I don't even really know who the best player remaining on the board might be. Maybe Mason Edwards at this point, kind of falling a lot further than maybe we thought. Landon, is there anyone that sticks out to you as someone who's kind of slid down boards?
I think it was kind of predictable based off his injury stuff, but Redeman is still my starting pitcher too. His fastball changeups plus. His command's probably the best in this range. But yeah, the fall's like predictable since his elbow injury.
Without a doubt. Looking at the actual overslot board here, number 21 ranked Daniel Jackson is still available. Number 24 ranked Cole Carlon still available. 25 Mason Edwards. Hunter Dietz is still available as well. Sawyer Stroh-Snyder at 27. Chase Brunson at 29. Archer Horn at 30. Plenty of people still available, both in the prep and college ranks. As look at that, Landon Tome is here at 34. Not a huge surprise there. A name that's been linked to them over and over again. I selfishly, I went on 2 White Sox podcasts this week, and I gave this one out. So I feel good for giving out a good pick maybe, but this was fairly predictable. Oliver, any thoughts on Tome, who has seen a bit of a rise in his draft stock lately?
Yeah, I was going to say that, really stunning pick. Tome is a very interesting player. He's performed pretty well on the showcase circuit. There's obviously bloodlines there. It's a really nice swing. It's a nice, well-rounded offensive profile. I think it's a little more skills over tools at the plate, but Joe gave a pretty interesting comp, which is Brandon Lau, which I think can definitely work here. Just like a player that, has all the tools to be something good. And maybe if there's a little more that we tapped into here, could be an impact player. So I like this pick. They've been connected. This has been a name that's been connected to them since like April. So yeah, not that shocking, but makes sense.
And I don't think you're on the hook for that much money here as well. Landon, any thoughts on Tome going here at 34?
I think it's a fine pick. He's a little lower down my top 100, but I mean, it's a good bat. The defensive value is not really there considering he's a second base, third base type, but it's a fine pick.
Yeah, now looking ahead to the Yankees and Phillies, who are set to make their first selections of the day at 35 and 36, respectively. The Yankees, maybe Sean Duncan, maybe Eric Becker, Jake Brown, Prosek still available. Plenty of options there. Bo Lawrence, if they want to spend a little bit of money. The Phillies have been connected to Rocco Maniscalco and a couple other players, maybe Caden Sorrell at 36 if they went for a college bat. Plenty of fun options coming up here soon. When you guys think about the Yankees and Phillies, are you expecting to see like some money get spent, have them go for like a Dax Kilby type, add a little bit of money for that first overall pick, or maybe try and save some at 35 or 36? Landon, any thoughts on what they might do here?
I think the Phillies will try to save. They did with Dante Nori. Was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
I don't know about the Yankees. Let me check their.
The Yankees are a tough one to nail down sometimes. You always want to give them, a Logan Redeman type has been connected to them over and over, but we'll see if they trust those medicals or not. Oliver, any thoughts on what we might see coming up here soon?
The pick's in.
Is it?
Yar.
Let me go over and look at that. The New York Yankees are selecting Arkansas left-handed pitcher Hunter Dietz. Makes a ton of sense here. I really like that pick. Dietz was someone who I thought could have gone as early as the early teens in an underslot move. Some of the most projection of almost any pitcher left on the board. Quinn, I know you like him a lot as well. Quick thoughts on Dietz, the Yankees. Feels like a slam dunk.
Yeah, it's just a ton of SEC performance. I know it's only 1 year of a track record, given he didn't pitch the past 2 years. Plus the cutter might be 70 grade. Obviously the fastball shape isn't great, but he throws hard, throws strikes, checks a lot of boxes. I think he can get to in the future. He's probably going to be more of a 4 or 5 shaped guy. Currently, he's just fastballs, cutter, curveball. And he's a little heavily reliant on the cutter right now. But anytime you can get a guy that's 6'6" and with the tall lefty angle that he has, it's really it's a dreamy pick, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm really fired up over that one. As we have our first guest of the stream, my old boss and my great friend Reese White is joining us.
I think I'm having some technical difficulties. Let me check something real quick.
Uh-oh. All right, I'll move you to the back. Well, that was my fun surprise for the day, but he's gone for a little while now. But we'll catch up with Reese really soon. He'll text me when he's ready. But we have 1 or 2 guests joining us for, the second, third, and fourth rounds I don't even know how long we'll end up going. But Hunter Dietz to the Yankees is a really, really fun combination. Logan Redeman's still on the board. Landon, I'd love if you told me just a little bit about your love for Logan Redeman. I know you've seen him pitch in person. You have him highly ranked. The medicals are whatever. Just talk to me about the pitcher.
I mean, there's 6 pitch shapes there. His fastball is plus. He got up to 99 early in the season before he got hurt. He is flat approach guy. He peppers at the top of the zone with the fastballs. So, and then off it, his changeup kind of mirrors the fastball shape, but he really sells it with his arm speed. And I think there's over 10 mile an hour difference in the velocity. He also has the hard cutter slider shape, which is around 90, and the sweeper and the curveball.
Thank you for some killer analysis right there. As Tyler Spangler goes off the board to Philly, we thought that it might be a prep shortstop. Spangler ends up going at 36, someone that Joe told us still held a lot of his stock despite not playing this year a whole lot. As I attempt to add Reese and Oliver back. Reese, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we are all good, my friend. First of all, how has your draft day been going? We're almost 40 picks into this thing. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's been, I was kind of worried about like the 10-minute, for the first 10 picks or so, but it honestly feels like the draft's been moving along pretty well. I'm really excited about this new crop players being added to, our lives and stuff and the pro ranks and everything. And yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out to everybody at Oversight. You guys did a fantastic job all season. I'm a big fan. I'm a subscriber, and I'm super excited to be on this stream with you guys.
Me and Reese go way back. We used to have a podcast together. We were doing a stream last year together. Reese now works for the Dynasty Dugout. You can go check out all of his incredible content with the really smart people over there. So excited to just add another mind to the mix. Tyler Spangler at 36. But Reese, we can play catch up later on some picks that are coming up. Do you have like 1 or 2 picks or maybe just themes of this draft that you've been just interested in so far that have intrigued you?
Yeah, I kind of like the run on pitching that sort of just happened, in this little sort of, it started with Cameron Flukie, and then the run on pitching. This is sort of where the the draft sort of opened up a little bit, and it was interesting to see all these really smart teams decide to go with some pitching. I really like some of the landing spots. I like Townsend ending up in with Chicago. I don't know what your guys' all opinion on that is. I like Fluky with Detroit. I think Wiggins with the Mets was a really, really interesting pick, but obviously big riser, proving that he's healthy at the MLB draft combine. And at this point of the draft, there's always the interesting prep shortstops that sort of come off the board when teams are like, "This is my second pick. I'm more willing to take a little bit of upside risk." And obviously Chicago, getting Rock at 1 and then getting Landon Tomey at 2. Tomey at 2 at their second overall selection was probably the if you're a betting man, probably after the trade that happened yesterday, was probably the thing that you could have bet on the most and been right on, because Tomey, good player. Family ties to the organization, and I like that fit with him and Rock as far as the foundation of a really good draft class, hopefully, for Chicago.
Yeah, it's the Tomei one's funny. It's almost too predictable. I just know White Sox fans are having the time of their lives today. This might be one of the best days in White Sox recent history. So really fun there. As we wait for the next pick to come in, 37 should be Colorado with back-to-back selections. In my eyes, it sounds like the Rockies are going to try and parlay maybe a safer college player with a young prep hitter. We have a lot of prep hitters still on the board here. There's also a guy like Ty Head or Eric Becker still available that would make a lot of sense for their safer selection. Let's go to Oliver. Oliver, any thoughts on what Colorado might do here with the rare back-to-back picks in a draft?
I mean, I think they're who was their first pick again? Oh, sorry. Very professional. But the first pick was Bell. I think that you could see maybe some more I think more upside college players can make sense. I think both of the TCU outfielders both kind of can fit this mold here, right? Both guys with tools who maybe don't have it fully figured out yet, but definitely could at the next level. An Ian Robbins type can work there too. Maybe there's a chance that they save some money with Bell, so maybe they can go with a prepster. Maybe, who knows? Maybe both Archer Horn and Tyler Spenger go in this draft. That would be pretty shocking, but that it's not out of the realm possibility. I mean, that being said, though, Spengler's getting drafted doesn't necessarily mean he's going to sign either. So,
absolutely, it definitely makes you wonder if Archer Horn is to be even selected today at this point, and if Stanford might have made some kind of commitment to keep one of them home at Stanford. Reese, you got anyone you're looking for in the next 10 or 15 picks that you really just personally are a fan of?
Yeah, I just let me pull up my board real quick, and then I can give you and then strike through if you want to jump over to someone else. But I really like the TCU guys, Straw Snyder and I forget the other one. There's a few guys. Straw Snyder I thought would go a little bit earlier than this. I like the upside. I like the tools. I think it's a power speed guy. I'm surprised that he kind of slid this far. But, like I said, there was that run pitching, so that opened up some of these guys. Someone was going to fall in this draft, and I think he's probably someone that I was a little bit higher on than most that ended up sliding. So I think that if he's the pick here for Colorado, which I do not know anything what the Colorado Rockies are doing, although it seems like they're actually a smart organization for the first time in our lifetimes, because I really like the Tyler Bell selection. So that's kind of like my big guy right now. I'm kind of surprised that he's lasted this long.
Yeah, on the most recent mock at Overslot, we had Dietz and Brunson, the other TCU outfielder, set for Colorado with Straw Snyder at 29 to the Blue Jays, or 39 to the Blue Jays, pardon me. So we're looking to see maybe some of these college outfielders come off the board soon. According to Joe's mock earlier this morning, it'll be really interesting as the first pick for Colorado comes in as Daniel Jackson, the highest rated player remaining on our board. The obvious madman this year within college baseball at Georgia, the catcher. Daniel Jackson finally comes off the board to Colorado, where his tools are going to play and continue to play. They already have Hunter Goodman out there. Why not add Daniel Jackson into the mix? Landon, any thoughts on this really fun selection?
I'm not super high on Jackson, but I think the power is definitely there. Speed guy. I don't know how confident I am at him sticking at catcher, but I think he'd play a good outfield if he can't stick there.
100%. Oliver, any thoughts on Daniel Jackson there?
Yeah, Jackson's a really interesting player. I think that it's really easy to nitpick, swing and miss concerns, but I think that it's also fair to admit that there are plenty of very, very talented impact big leaguers who also swing and miss a good bit. And it's about whether you have the power and the consistent power to tap into and make an impact to alleviate the swing and miss. And Jackson absolutely does. He just absolutely hammers the baseball to all fields. It does not matter. He is not trying to get pull side. He will hit it everywhere he needs to. And I think that this is a really interesting pick. I think that's a very interesting player. And, I think this is about this fits. This fits especially well in Colorado where you can let that oppo power really play.
A Golden Spikes winner heading to an organization like the Rockies is just a fun mix. Get some proven college talent. As we have a guest joining us right now that I want to add to the stage, Joe from the actual draft. You got some music in the background. You're on your break. How are you doing?
It's not a break yet. We still got 3 picks to go. If this music, it is the loudest room I've ever been in my entire life, dude. The DJ's been pretty good, but oh my god, how we doing, boys? How's it going?
Man, we've been enjoying our time over here. I'd love to ask a couple questions. Our listeners can deal with the music; they'll be okay. I want to start with just Zion Rose at 6. Obviously, a surprise to everyone that developed really late. What do you think the thought process was there? Saving some money maybe for later in day one or the future draft?
I mean, my understanding, and listen, I was the guy that tweeted Eric Booth was going 6. The negotiation was very, very late. Sounds like Paul Carlone is going to go to Toronto. The negotiation with Zion was very late. It was last minute. I assume it's going to be close to a full cut. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking about a guy that has elite at the ball skills, both inside and outside of his zone. He's flat, above average raw power that he's having trouble getting to in games because he hits the ball on the ground a lot. He uses right center field, the opposite field gap a lot. But this is a guy that if you get him hitting the ball in the air, if you get him peppering the gap, especially with his speed, like it's a tailor-made 3.5, 4-win player if you can get some of those physical tools, being used. So I'm a big fan of it. I assume it's a full cut, and it should be interesting to see what Kansas City does the rest of the way.
Without a doubt. Is there any slide that maybe you weren't expecting yourself? Obviously, lots happened that maybe we weren't expecting, but is there someone who's fallen a lot further than maybe you would have thought heading into today?
I think as I look at more, the high school guys obviously stick out. Both Lawrence obviously sticks out as a guy that I thought was going to go a good bit better than where he's gone. But it's been relatively soft in terms of at least the way that we treated these players out. The one player that sits out there right now, and I guess there was always going to be one college pitcher that fell. There had to be one. Paul Carlone, fell into the Blue Jays here at 6:39. That's a little bit later than people expect.
Yeah, no doubt. As Justin Bieber's probably going to get us kicked off YouTube. You got a whole DJ there or what?
Yeah.
That's great, man. That's great. Is there any fan base that you think should be ultra excited? Immediately, I thought the White Sox just getting the Tomei and Rock combination. Maybe is there any fan base that you think is just going to be kind of over the moon after the first 40 picks here?
So it's hard not to be super excited if you're a White Sox fan. You get Rock Solowski, who is he's just a big leaguer, and he's a potential Gold Glover, and you have to be excited about that. But as we look at the way this board is shaking out, I have a hard time believing Landon Tomei isn't also going to be either at slot at 34 or slightly under it, just considering the family connection and kind of where he was forecast to go on boards. I expect the White Sox are still going to do something really splashy at 41. So I would be very excited about that. Let me just pull up my notes on where all these guys have gone.
It's crazy.
It is so loud in here. It's got to be 120 decibels. It's like a jet engine. I'm screaming at you guys. Let's see. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is awesome.
It's an experience.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what the Dodgers do here. I haven't heard anything yet. Okay, let's pull this up here. I've been moving so fast that I don't really have time to like think about this. Okay, so if I was a fan of this team, if I was a fan of the Pittsburgh Pirates, I would be pretty excited. Derek Curiel at pick 5 is a surefire center field, at least at PNC Park. He's a surefire center fielder. I think he's got the chop and the skill set to move very quickly. And what I think this is going to afford the Pirates to do is to spend a little bit. And they've done well, going after high school talent later in the draft and continuing to stack chips. So, I figured when they flipped that number 34 pick yesterday, it was going to be a college guy at 5. And at least, I think Drew Burris is the better long-term prospect, but at least for what the Pirates are looking for and what they need, I think Derek Curiel is a slam dunk.
Without a doubt. I want to talk a little bit about this Jake Schaffner pick at 20. It surprised all of us. We're talking Danny nonstop, redemption for Danny. What do you think caused that move? Did you expect that at all? Like, just kind of a little confused, all of us were.
So I love the pick. Like,
It's fun.
here's anybody that watched Omaha, watched the Supers. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to watch Jake Schaffner and recognize that's a pro. Their pro takes in the box. It's a pro batted ball profile. I don't care. Even if he's not a shortstop, even if he moves to center field, he's got the speed. Play center field. He's still long and wiry and rangy and projectable. I would expect it's a considerable cut at pick 20. And then the Red Sox are going to go out and they're going to get more talent on top of that. But I think people forget the purpose of the Major League Baseball draft is not necessarily to get ceiling. Like the draft is not inherently about ceiling. It is about getting big leaguers. It is about getting pros that can help your team. And Schaffner is just, he might be, on the heels of my Derek Curiel comments, Jake Schaffner might be the most pro-ready prospect in this class, at least from like a plate approach and bat to ball and everything like that. I mean, his plate appearances over the course of the final month of the season were stellar. It is so loud in here.
It's a good selection of different musical tastes. I wanted to open up. Anyone have any questions for Joe that's here, so I don't just keep going at him? Does anyone have anything that they want to ask him? Nobody cares you're there, apparently, Joe.
I can't blame him.
How about this
Carson,
Carson?
man? Come on.
How about this Carson Wiggins
For
selection?
what it's worth, anybody that's watching this, I'm hearing the Dodgers are taking Bo Lawrence here.
A lot of money. Do you think that that's going to maybe? Well, it's certainly going to hamstring the rest of their draft, although they don't have a whole lot of picks coming up soon.
I don't know what it's going to cost. I always find that Bo Lawrence. I don't know if you're talking about Bo Lawrence. I always find that the Dodgers get a fair deal on whoever they draft, wherever they draft. So, I don't know if they're going to have to go that far over slot for Lawrence at 40. Everyone wants to play for the Dodgers. Everyone wants to live in Los Angeles. That station grew up, in Colorado, Utah, and South Carolina or whatever. No offense to those states, but the idea of playing for the Dodgers is pretty exciting to people.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Talking a little bit maybe about the Mets here, another team that didn't have a super big bonus pool, going Carson Wiggins, something you kind of alluded to earlier in the week. Do you think that that's like a good landing spot for him? Did that kind of make sense as things started to materialize through the 20s?
So, I heard all week that the Mets, or not the Mets, I heard all week that Carson Wiggins had $4 million on his name. He was going to get it. And there wasn't a lot of teams actually connected to it. I thought it was going to be the White Sox, to be honest, because they had so much money. And they've done the Grant Taylor, they've done the Peyton Palette, they've done the damaged goods things before, and they've got so much money. It just felt like such a slam dunk. But then you kind of look at what the Mets saw in Nolan McLean and the spin trace and the arm talent and the upside. And, the Mets, sneakily have done very well identifying starting pitching talent over the course of the last couple of drafts. And I think if you're going to pick 26, you might as well shoot the moon and go for a guy that, could be a front of the rotation type talent, even if we haven't seen it yet. So I like the fit. I think they're going to get the most out of Wiggins. And what we got 5 innings under his belt. Interesting to see what he looks like in 27.
It's a fresh arm. Teams are going to love that.
Yeah.
My last real thing I wanted to ask you is we saw Jacob Lombard slide further than expected. We knew he might make it outside of the top 10, but all the way to 14 was pretty significant. Gets to stay home in Miami, assumedly, hopefully going to sign with the Marlins. Any insight into maybe why that slide materialized?
I don't know. To be honest with you, hold on. I'm just getting another text out. I don't really know what happened. Like at the end of the day, I think his swing and miss last summer was scary enough for teams to just go, there are safer players in this draft, and we've seen Elijah Green thing, how that panned out. By the way, Chicago, I saw is it Jack Slightum here, is going to be Cole Process with pick number 41. But no, to answer your question, like, I don't know. I don't think he should have fallen this far. Like, I understand the risk, but like, it's a potential plus shortstop. It's a potential plus runner. It's plus raw power projection. I was telling another team, even if he hits 230, even if he hits 220, but he hits 22 to 24 homers and he plays a really steady shortstop, like, I think the chances of Jacob Lombard being a 2.5 or a 3-win player as a score are pretty high. Now, if you're one of those people that think that he's going to be a 190 hitter with a 35% strikeout rate, then we can have a different conversation. But yeah, I was surprised he fell as far as he did.
Yeah, without a doubt. And then the Sawyer Strasnyder fall. We've kind of alluded to it over the past week, especially on the mock you published this morning, that maybe he wasn't this sure.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Strasnyder?
All good. Yeah, Strasnyder's still falling. Do you expect him to come off the board pretty soon here?
Strasnyder's interesting because he's a draft eligible sophomore. He's only been out of high school for 2 years, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, there might be some money at TCU for him to go back to school if he can't get his hands on more than 1.5 million. So I'm a little bit surprised that he's fallen out of the top 40. Like, I figured maybe Colorado or the Dodgers would just take a chance on the projection and the tools. But, he really finished the season with a whimper, and the combine performance, there's rumors that he might be a little bit beat up. Wasn't encouraging. So I would expect him to come off the board in the next 10 picks. But we'll see. There's always surprises there. That includes guys that don't get drafted.
Without a doubt. Still a lot to go. You can feel free to stop me whenever. I can do this all day. Carter Beck to Atlanta. Kind of a surprising earlier pick, but we were just looking at the overslot side, all that red, man, and some Braves fans were excited in our comments. Maybe just shed some light on what Carter Beck might be and why teams coveted him so much.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of discourse on Twitter, at least, and Blue Sky about this being a massive reach. And I know some other publications had him in the 60s and I believe in the 70s. We had him like 44, or 45 or something like that. So at least Overslot as a staff, or I guess, mostly me, I'm a huge Carter Beck fan. I think if you trust that the production and the under the hood stuff wasn't just a product of Indiana State, he could be a real steal. And some of these mid-major guys that get drafted late and work their way up and surprise people, there's a lesson in history not to discount the guy that comes from a small school. So I think it's a good pick. I'm assuming there's going to be a haircut there, and I think they're probably going to pull more talent down the board. So I like the pick a lot.
Yeah, without a doubt. We've seen the Houston Astros have a pretty fun day drafting two college players. Obviously going with Logan Hughes a little earlier than expected and passing on Justin LeBron. I guess just questions about the Houston draft class as a whole. Do you kind of like what they're doing, maybe signaling an extension of their competition window?
Yeah, I think they've done well. I think Jack Raydell is as surefire a mid-rotation starter as you'll ever find. Like the fastball, even though it doesn't have traits, even though it doesn't have phenomenal shape, he does have velocity, and I think there's more velocity coming, and he really commands the baseball. So, and it's a workhorse frame. I mean, that guy probably doesn't have a real high chance of breaking down. So I love the Raydell pick. Logan Hughes is I've said it before. I think he's one of the best hitters in the class. Like, I understand that it's a corner profile, and the path to a 3-win player is kind of difficult to find. But Logan Hughes, 270 hitter with 22, 24 homers, and especially playing in Houston, he could get even more out of that. So, like I said about Schaffner, the point of the draft, the purpose of the draft every year is to get big leaguers, and they might not be sexy, but they're big leaguers, and I think that's important for a team like Houston that's trying to extend that competitive window.
Without a doubt. Oliver, I'd love to open this up for anything you want to say. Got quite a few people joining us so far, so it's nice to see you join us from the floor, Joe. Really, really cool.
Yeah, we're on a big break right now, and they're still just blowing my ears out with this team.
Oh, we know.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oliver, you got anything?
Not really a whole lot. I think that I guess what is your opinion on the entire Carson Wiggins thing? Because I think that I think that it's been a player that's been really hard to get a pulse for, and what is there going to be a lot of savings there? Is there going to be a lot of I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but
I got you.
Okay. But yeah, is there gonna be a lot of savings there? Is it the Mets just thinking, I don't know if this guy's gonna be on the board with our next pick? What do you think about that?
No, like I said, I heard his number all for 2 weeks was $4 million. And there was real chance that he was going to go back to Arkansas. Now, I did hear most of the week that there was only a couple of teams on it. Chase Brunson's going to go 42 to the National. But he had a big number, and he had leverage to go back to school. And, if he was healthy, he might have been a top 15 pick. So will the Mets save money? Maybe a little bit. I think, what is their number at 26? Like 3.7, 3.6. So they might get him for 3.5. But yeah, I think this was a pretty much a straight shot at slot, close to slot pick. We'll see how it goes.
The highest ranked player left on our board is Mason Edwards at 25, still yet to be selected. Someone who we heard might go as high as the top 20. What do you think has maybe contributed to that fall?
It's a pretty good year for college pitching. It's a deep year for college pitching. There's a lot of names, and while Mason Edwards dominated this year, you stick his stuff into a stuff plus models, and it's just average. It's an average curveball, it's an average fastball. The shapes are good, but the velocity isn't great. The command with the fastball is solid, not spectacular. I think there's just a general apprehension and reluctance or worry that his stuff won't, translate to professional baseball as easily as it dominated college. So you have to convince yourself with Mason Edwards that this is a deception play, that just it's an invisible fastball, it's an invisible breaking ball, and a slider, nobody can see it. So I would be surprised if he lasts much longer. He's a good arm. He's got good stuff. He throws strikes. He dominated. But at the end of the day, it is 90 to 92 with, a 79-mile-an-hour curveball. So it doesn't look good under the hood.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, unless anyone has anything else or anything else you want to say out there, Joe, man, we appreciate you coming on from Philly.
Yeah, it was fun today, boys. I'll tell you this, I am surprised that Ben Blair is still on the board. I really thought he was going to come off the board. It's 70 grade control. I thought someone was going to take that safety early, but hasn't happened yet. So I'll continue click-clacking away, and you guys keep doing your thing, and looking forward to all the news and analysis that we have coming out of this thing.
All right, Joe. Thank you, and maybe wear some earplugs. I don't know. You might be ringing tonight.
I got AirPods in, and it's not good enough. So I'll catch you guys though.
All right, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and our ears are all saved on the draft stream. Listeners, I think it was a fair trade-off having Joe on, but having to go through the torture that is the MLB Draft live music. Let's catch up on a couple picks and then get some analysis. Where to start? So, the Blue Jays took Cole Carlin. The Dodgers took Bo Lawrence, a really fun matchup there. The White Sox took Cole Prosek. The Nationals took Chase Brunson, the TCU outfielder. Carson Tinney just went off the board to the Twins at 43, one of Quinn's guys. And Aiden Ruiz goes to the Pirates, as many expected, due to a lot of connections there. Reese, I want to start with you as our guest that we haven't talked to in a little while. Sorry about that, my friend. Are any of those picks super exciting for you? Some of the last, 7 or 8 that have just recently come off the board?
I kind of like Carson Tinney there. I think that's a fun little pairing in the Twins. I don't know. He'll probably have to have his mandatory oblique injury that every Twins prospect has. So there's that going for him. I like Chase Brunson. I like at this point, I feel like Paul Taboni does no wrong, and Chase Brunson ending up in Washington is a good fit. I like the mix of tools. I think that it's a very exciting sort of secondary, in their draft class. And I love Bo Lawrence, and I love Bo Lawrence being drafted by the Dodgers. I think Bo Lawrence has a really good swing. I know that there's some other publications that aren't that call themselves Bo Lawrence haters, and that's totally fine. I like Bo Lawrence. I think it's possibly above average hit, above average power. I like the swing a lot. And a third baseman who has above average hit and above average power, that could translate to a really, really good player. And he's in the organization who's going to give him the best chance to maximize those tools.
Yeah, Joe noting that, Bo Lawrence might just go for a round slot at 40 is really interesting.
To a smart team.
Would be one of the best picks in the draft instantly if they did save that much money. Quinn, same question to you. Of the last 10 or so picks, what's really standing out to you is Jared Vincula goes at 45 to the Angels. He will be in the big leagues soon.
Yeah, obviously Tinney. That's, I guess, the one that we were talking about a good amount today. Beforehand, I think that kind of track record, or that little pool of prep guys that were kind of taken in the 30s is really, really interesting. I think Coons, I touched on Coons earlier, but I think he fell further than he should have. And then we're getting into round 2 here. Brunson's really, really interesting. I'm surprised. Speaking of TCU guys, am I missing? Sawyer Strider has not been picked yet, correct?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. Brunson comes off the board at 42 there. And then Aiden Ruiz, actually one of my personal favorites. Took him in the staff draft at pick number 40. Obviously adore the glove. Fits perfectly, I think, with the Pirates there. And then not to get too ahead of things here, but then at Vincula with the Angels, I think they probably view it as a guy that might be in the big leagues pretty soon. And I think they view a lot of maturity with the bat at his present state.
Without a doubt, as Ty Head goes to the Orioles, that has instantly become one of my favorite picks right away. Head is someone who isn't going to cost you too much, but has a real chance to be an impact player pretty quickly with the hit tool in the defense. And if some power continues to emerge as picks are flying in, and there goes Mason Edwards to the Athletics. Wow, really interesting pairing there. Me and Reese were the Gage Jump Boys a couple years ago, and now they get another really interesting lefty to pair with Jamie Arnold in Mason Edwards. They're collecting a bit of a type over there, while they're all slightly different pitchers. Oliver, I want to throw the same question to you. The last 10 picks or so, we've got Logan Redeman, Bo Lawrence, a bunch of guys, Cole Carlin to the Blue Jays as well. What are you most interested in? What intrigues you?
I think that, I think there's a lot of interesting picks. I think that the combination of Brunson and Vincula Head is pretty interesting. I wonder if you start to see some more of these hit tool oriented college hitters start to go off the board. Maybe we have a little run on the Chris Remberts, the Jake Browns, some of those types. What's the guy's name? sorry, very professional. Carson Curse, like those guys, start to go off the board. Edwards finally goes off the board. I had him at 15. It's quite an interesting slide, I think. I understand the apprehension, for sure, but I think this is a really, really talented guy. I don't think you really luck into striking out 40% hitters, really. So I think that it's a pretty good pick, a pretty good get by the A's.
Yeah, as Cade McCarthy goes to the Braves, there's the prep pitcher to the Braves from Vermont, becoming the highest selected player out of Vermont in a long, long time. One of the better prep pitchers still left on the board. Landon, of the last 10 or 12 picks or so, what's catching your eye right now?
I mean, as a Dodger fan, I'm very surprised they got Lawrence. I've been doing draft targets for the Dodgers. I put 25 of them, and he was not on there. So, very surprised.
Yeah, there's definitely some interest here. And Strasnyder has still not been selected. I'm trying to figure out who else hasn't been selected. Strasnyder, Archer Horn at this point is becoming less likely by the pick. Just with the amount of money it's going to take to sign him, we'll have to see what kind of teams still have that kind of money remaining. Other than that, Ben Blair is the guy that Joe highlighted that obviously makes a lot of sense at any point in here. The Rays already took Tegan Kuntz, so unlikely to be them. So we'll see. Maybe the Marlins grab Ben Blair. So we'll see here. Anyone else I'm notably missing, guys, who probably should have been drafted by now? Rocco Maniscalco as well. I know we're all trying to catch up on our boards right now. Eric Becker is someone I want to highlight as someone that I think a lot of teams are going to want in this range. Just a really comfortable profile all around, just kind of a proven college hitter who obviously was injured at times this year, but I know a lot of teams are interested in him between the comp and early second round, so we should see him soon. Reese, you got any favorites still hanging around? I know Strasnyder's out there. Is there anyone who you find yourself a little higher on than others?
That's a good question. We're in a group chat with a scout. I don't know if he wants us telling who it is. I like Volchko though. Volchko is really I like the stuff here. I would take a chance on him because at this point in the draft, Ben Blair just went to Tampa. That's a really good fit. They're going to do a really good job with his baseline level of command. They kind of have this sort of profile at home with Michael Foray in AAA, and it's good stuff too to go along with it. I actually really like that fit. But yeah, I like Volchko. Good stuff. Command of the strike zone can kind of come, in and out. But yeah, that's sort of a guy that I really like. And I think this is a good spot for him to sort of fall in like the 50s. I am kind of surprised that Mason Edwards went there. I thought he would fall a little bit. I don't know if you and I have texted about it, Nate. I've texted about it with a few people. And I just didn't see it. Like I said, you're really relying a lot on deception, like Joe mentioned. And I think the deception, it's not going to play up in pro ball the way I think that it plays up against Big Ten hitters.
I think that's completely fair. I had Mason Edwards as, I think, my 20th ranked prospect in this class. I had a couple other college pitchers ahead of him. I think he was my college pitcher 4. So I was certainly surprised to see it. Just talking about Ben Blair here at Tampa Bay, they collect Tegan Kuntz, Ben Blair, and obviously Grady Emerson at 2. That might be my favorite draft class so far as, hold on, the Cardinals select Rocco Maniscalco. That's incredibly fun. Let's see who else the Cardinals selected because I do forget after Condon, and then Condon. Oh, they took Kuntz. The Rays did not take Kuntz. I'm totally mistaken. Condon, Kuntz, and Maniscalco is an incredible. That's a fun class right there. Yeah, you have to wonder they must have saved some money with both of those picks to be able to take a guy like Maniscalco down the board. I was just talking about the Tampa Bay Rays. Let me find them as well. It was Emerson Marchand and Ben Blair. That is one of my favorite classes as well. Just two teams who had 3 early top 50 picks, just doing a really good job as the picks continue to come through here. Chris Rembert goes to Pittsburgh at 51. After they take Aiden Ruiz, they probably save a little bit of money on Chris Rembert, that contact first bat that we were talking about just a little bit ago. Oliver, any thoughts on anything that we just saw?
Yeah, I like Chris Rembert. I like this pick. just like I think the Pirates showing again that it's their time to try to win and invest right now. And I think that Rembert, I think you're looking at a plus runner. You're looking at a guy that has really good natural ability to both like hit for power a bit. Like solid second base defense. I don't think you're talking ultimately about a super sexy player, but I think you might be talking about above average bat second base who can run a bit. And I think that that's a player that you absolutely can take in the second round, and he can move pretty quickly. So I like the pick.
No doubt. Landon, any thoughts on the 5 most recent picks?
I like McCarthy a good bit. Up to 99 or 100, I believe. He'll smaller guy, so he'll get that flat approach to the zone, and then he has some good breaking ball shapes too.
As the Miami Marlins go with the player I've seen a bunch of this year, Ethan Kleinschmidt, much earlier than maybe some would expect, but had some real helium in the last couple of weeks. Notably, Lance Brosdowski labeled him as one of his favorite college pitchers in the class. There's some real funk with Kleinschmidt from the left side, a guy who started out at junior college ball and made 2 years of starts for Oregon State, really one of the most dominant pitchers in college baseball over the last couple of years from a strikeout perspective. That's a really fun pick for the Marlins, who should save a little bit of money there. And I think we are all caught up. Rocco Maniscalco at 50. Reese, I don't know if you're a Maniscalco guy or not. Obviously, one of the youngest in the class and one of the best gloves in the class. The hit tool and just hitting overall in game this spring left some question marks. But any thoughts on maybe the Cardinals going after a really exciting prep player?
I think that it's a very good upside gamble for them. They're an organization now under Chaim Bloom who is going to take a little bit more of those shots. And like you said, and like Joe said earlier, the glove gives him such a high floor to be a major leaguer. I know he's a high school guy, as a normal college guy, but the glove is going to move quickly through the minors. I mean, what the upside could be kind of like an Edwin Arroyo sort of type, who's now up in the major leagues with Cincinnati, and is a very similar profile, glove, arm, and then if he can make a little bit of contact, if he can be a 100 to like 105 WRC plus sort of guy with his glove, he's going to be a very valuable player for quite a long time. And I like that sort of gamble there at that spot.
Yeah, so it's big risk, big reward with a little bit of a floor with the glove.
Yeah,
you gotta love it. As Carson Curse goes here to Arizona, someone that we valued a lot higher at overslot than other draft boards that might be pictured on the screen that we have to go through in the live draft tracker. Curse was someone who probably projects to play second base at the next level, but had some buzz as high as 37 or 38 in this class to Colorado. So really fun pickup that makes a lot of sense for an Arizona model at 53. Oliver, any thoughts on Curse?
Yeah, man, I love Carson Curse. Really big fan of the player. Just like super high effort, gritty player. Just hits. I don't know if you're going to get a ton of game power here ultimately, but you're going to get a ball player. You're going to get a big leaguer. So I really like the pick here. Definitely fits Arizona's model, as you said, too.
Yeah, definitely a fun one. As Connor Como comes off the board to Texas, the prep shortstop at 54. I don't have a whole lot on Como. I think I'm about as neutral as it comes. Landon or Quinn, any of you guys have any strong feelings on that pick for the Rangers?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Landon.
I mean, I like Como. Really good contact rates in the summer. I think there's 30 home run potential if he puts on more muscle, gets a little bit more bat speed. Also, Joe said he got a little better defensively. Maybe stick at third base at the very least.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know much on Como, but I want to talk about Curse. Just an incredible leap from this year to last. The hit tool is really, really polished and took a leap up in terms of bat speed. I think the defense, he has a chance to stick at short. I'm really, really high on him as well as the overslot board is. There's a lot to like. And then I'm also a huge Ethan Kleinschmidt guy. There's a lot of fun shapes he gets to. I know he's a PNW guy, which I know you love, Nate. Yeah, a lot of really fun arm lefty out of Oregon State.
as the Giants have also just made a selection that I believe is right in Oliver's wheelhouse, if I remember your board correctly. I might be completely off there, though.
No, you're right. I like Kane Actor a lot. I think this is like pretty much how you draw them up. I think that he just does like everything on the mound you could really hope for. And man, like Giants are really, really loading up their system with some quality pitching right now, and I like it personally. I like it. I like them going for they're grabbing guys that can throw strikes, that can throw good breaking balls, and can spin the ball a bit. I like this approach a lot from them. And then there's another prep arm off the board. We might be seeing a run.
Who do we got here? Jack Slydom finally comes off the board. Someone who's been mentioned as going possibly in the first round of the comp picks goes to Kansas City, and this is where we see those savings start to pay off. Assuming that they cut a little bit on Rose, Slydom here would be an expensive pick at 56, someone who had a lot of late kind of helium to him, one of those cold weather arms that people just like more and more as time goes on and as we get closer to the summer. So really exciting to see him come off the board. At one point, I thought that he would be a Chicago White Sox at 41, but they opted to take it in a different direction. Sawyer Strasnider is still on the board. Last year, we had a similar fall like this. It was the Rays who selected the outfielder Reese that I'm blanking on the name of. Reese is no longer here. Yeah, Summerhill. Summerhill had some different problems that caused him to drop. And we haven't heard some of those similar things with Strasnider, but it's really interesting to see two college outfielders in back-to-back years that were top 20 prospects slide, toward the 60s at this point.
Also pretty similar to Mason Neville last year, too. I didn't expect him to drop to day 2.
Yeah, Neville was an interesting one. I think I was more shocked by Summerhill than Neville, but Neville was the best player remaining on the board after day 1 last year. So I can get behind that for sure. Wes Mendez comes off the board at 57 to the Houston Astros, picking up a starting pitcher, one of the best remaining at this point, kind of in that tier 3 of starting pitcher. Oliver, do you have anything on either of those two picks that we just saw?
Mendez and Slydom.
Yep.
Slydom is one that's really interesting. Real just cold weather arm. I think he popped up at Jupiter this last fall, and I think that it's a really, really interesting changeup. He's got, a fastball that has some life to it, some arm side run to it. He's been up to I think 97 or 98, and you can definitely see him holding pretty big velo in the future. And like for a fastball changeup guy, like the sweeper isn't bad. There's better field spin than like a lot of guys of this archetype. So I think it's pretty interesting.
Without doubt. As we work through, Reese, are you doing all good technically?
Yeah, all of a sudden you guys all sounded like you guys like were on like helium. So I was like, what is going on here? I was like, I didn't know if there was like an overslot sort of bit or something going on or something. But yeah, I think my big problem is that my AirPods are trying to connect to my iPad. So while I watch the draft. So okay, I think we're good now. Who would have guessed Bluetooth would be the problem? It's almost magic.
My AirPods died about an hour ago. So
that's awesome. I had a little bit of a break between what I was doing over at the Dynasty Dugout, so I had a chance to charge mine up.
Looking at the board here, Eric Becker goes to Cincinnati. Someone who's expected to go quite a bit earlier than this. Battled some injuries this year. It's a sweet left-handed swing out of Virginia. One of the safer bets in this class, in my opinion. Big fan of Becker's. Landon, you got anything on Becker? Anything that we might be projecting to see soon? Strasnider still on the board. I don't believe we've seen Bamilla come off the board yet. Luke Williams still hanging around. Lots of good players still available. Landon, we cannot hear you, sadly. At hour 4, almost 4.5 of this stream, it's completely fair for some things to
Hello?
To go. Yep, I got you now.
All right. I was just saying I was in charge of the biggest winners for.
It went out again. I think your microphone might be dead or dying. That's just a guess, though. You never really know. To anyone that's still watching, you're a freak, and we love you. As one of the higher end prep pitchers remaining goes off the board. Logan Schmidt, someone who lost a lot of steam over the past few weeks, previously regarded as someone who might go in like the 20 to 30 range. Kansas City at 30 was a really popular destination for him. Has seen tempers cooled on him as we got close to the draft. Still pretty highly ranked, but goes at 59. The lefty out of California to the Cleveland Guardians. Good value pickup there. Oliver, do you have any thoughts on Logan Schmidt and what might have contributed to the fall? It seemed like MLB rumors were a big part of the reason that he just started to fall. It just sounded like nobody was really that interested in taking him too early.
Yeah, I think it just turns, and I just think it turned into people are really fascinated by like the extension and the left-handed and the velocity. And I think that when you kind of looked at it a little harder, I think that you looked and there's a little like more effort in the delivery, than maybe you'd like. There's really a little less like secondary, just a little less ability to shape the ball than you'd like, I think too. I just think that I think it's a prospect that, people just kind of like went back on and just kind of looked at it. And it's like, this is a good prospect. I don't think it's a great prospect. I kind of agree. This is kind of where I expected, like, this is kind of fits where I think he should go. And wow, that is a surprise for San Diego. Jeez.
Oh, I was under the impression that he pulled his name from the draft. Am I mistaken in saying that?
I think you are. I think that was Clark. I think it was James Clark. I don't think
I heard Lasay's maybe a day ago, but that could have also been purely speculation. Obviously, if San Diego if San Diego's drafting him, then I'm clearly mistaken. At 60, this is a guy who I had right around this range on my personal board. As you can see, ranked a lot higher over here. But Lasay's is one of the best contact bats in this whole draft class. It's going to take a long time to add some power and to make the swing usable. It's going to be a project, but you cannot teach contact skills. And the Canadian shortstop has a long ways to go, but one of my favorite under-the-radar players. So really excited to see him get drafted here to a smart San Diego organization for likely a bit of a discount. Oliver, did you have any thoughts on Lasay's going there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like he has all the tools to be a really elite contact hitter. I just think that with when it comes to like, I think I was generally lower on him, kind of around where Pipeline has him, because I think that it's just a hard balance to really strike with getting like that kind of like, you have to be like a Luis Arraez type to be like impactful, really, if you're not going to be a shortstop. And I have some doubts on that, but like, I think that it's a really talented hitter. I understand the appeal. I'm a little surprised he went this high. I'm surprised someone bought, given the fact he's also a Yale commit. But and that's going to be probably expensive to some extent. But it varies based on the player, and I get the pick. I get the pick.
As we see Tyson LeBlanc go to the Detroit Tigers. Reese, you're a Tigers fan. LeBlanc has had one of the most interesting stories over the last 2 years, rising to D1 ranks last year and absolutely raking the whole way through. Pretty fun pickup there, which might net you a little bit of savings at 61.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. At least it's I don't think it's like this craziest high upside or anything, but I think that it's a really, really interesting gamble for them. I really like what they've done so far. I like Fluky taking the falling guy who probably started off the season as a top 10 sort of selection, basically fighting between him and Flora for the top arm in this draft. And then all of a sudden, LeBlanc is just solid. Like, I think it's a really, really good pick. They do a decent job of rounding up on tools over in Detroit, and I think that he is going to fit in perfectly over up there in Detroit, and just continues his nomadic journey throughout America, I guess, because it's he's been around quite a bit. He's been to a few different places, and Detroit's going to be the next stop, or probably not Detroit, but he'll start off in Lakeland and then he'll go from there. So I'm really excited about that pick. I think it's a nice pick, and like you said, if it opens out some things later on, because they've been willing to take some upside preps later, especially those in like the Oklahoma, Pacific Northwest area as well. So this opens up a little bit of savings for them to kind of attack rounds 3 through 10 to get some of those interesting prep arms who are a little bit more unheralded.
Without a doubt. And Caden Sorrell goes off the board to the Chicago Cubs much later than expected. One of my favorite players in the draft. Obviously, plenty of hit tool concerns, a whiff whiff and K rate on the guy, Caden Sorrell. With that being said, though, really fun center field defender with very projectable power. He kind of fits this new era of baseball. But obviously, reason to be concerned, which is likely why he's slid all the way down to 62 here. Landon, any thoughts on Sorrell? As actually Sean Duncan goes off the board right here to New York, someone who there was a chance he was going to land to them at 35 earlier this week. Suffered a tough arm injury earlier in the month, I believe. This is someone who me and Joe interviewed for the Overslot YouTube channel. He's a great kid from Canada, British Columbia. Really, really decorated player. He pitched against Jesus Mate in the DSL for the Canadian national team. He's been all around. He pitched in MLB Draft League. He's pitched against professionals since he was 14 years old. Just a really advanced lefty, unorthodox mechanics that get him into some really great positions. You're going to have to wait to see him pitch until likely 2028. However, this is a big upside move from the Yankees at 63. All right, Landon, the floor is yours.
Going back to Sorrell, I think he's gonna need a major overhaul with his hit tool and approach. He was a target for the Dodgers, or he was tied to the Dodgers. I didn't really subscribe to that. Duncan, he's just loose projectable up to 96, 97, I believe. And good field of spin, good arsenal.
Oliver, a pick just came in here. Caden Bugpole to the Phillies. Any thoughts there? Kind of a fun marriage. Oliver cannot hear me. So not sure what's going on there, but for now, I know Bogdanpole was within the realm of possibility going to Seattle here at 65. So it looks like they got sniped. As Seattle is on the clock at 65, and that should come in pretty soon. This is around the part of the draft where I start getting confused at where people went in the past and start having to kind of piece everything together to make these classes make a little bit more sense. So we'll start going team by team at some point here and looking over where each class kind of stands. But it felt like just a couple of minutes ago, Redmond was picked by Colorado. So things are moving fast. And Jake Brown goes to the Seattle Mariners here at 65. That's a fantastic selection. Someone we really like at Overslot. And Joe, being a Mariners fan, should be excited about this because he's also a big Jake Brown fan. That's a really, really nice marriage. Jake Brown, just one of the more polished college outfielders at this point. As I don't know if we've seen Sawyer Strasnider come off the board yet, guys.
No.
Which is ridiculous, but interesting. Oliver, as a guy from Seattle yourself, Jake Brown, does that kind of intrigue you?
It does intrigue me. I like the pick. It's definitely like a guy who's shown both like metrically, athletically, and also on the field, the eye test, like just someone who's really developed as a player. He started off as a pitcher in high school and just completely migrated to the position player side, has gone significantly better every year, got more physical this year, got better at barreling up the ball. Obviously, got hurt, and that kind of sucks, kind of maybe diminishes draft stock a bit. And if, he didn't get hurt, there's a solid chance we might be even talking about him within, the top 40 picks, maybe within the first round. So I think Seattle's getting a real nice, talented, athletic player here. 2 college bats, which is not something you usually say about Seattle, but I think really interesting players nonetheless. So,
as I was just going to say, what if Milwaukee goes Strasnider with some of their savings after round 1? And they do. You have to wonder if they were able to get him down to 66 with a bigger number. The number 22 ranked prospect by Pipeline. It's funny to see him at 66 here. Strasnider is someone that we really liked at Overslot, but we also acknowledge that he might be slipping into the 30s or 40s. We see him slip all the way here to 66. Obviously a lower landing spot than expected for a first round talent, but the Brewers might have the money to make this all make a lot more sense. Reese, there goes Strasnider. Any thoughts on the last couple picks in the run of some of these college outfielders now?
Yeah, all of a sudden these college outfielders are starting to run. My laptop decided that it wanted to die despite being 100% charged, so that was fun. Yeah, I kind of like all the landing spots, really. I think Sorrell in Chicago is a really nice fit. You got Caden. that's the one last name I could not figure out before the draft. Bogan. I'm just gonna call Caden Missouri State. You know, big time, big physical guy, left-handed swing, and Jake Brown was also a really nice pick for the Mariners. And then Stroh, his tools. I'm surprised have allowed him to last this far. And the college outfielder run continues with Owen Hall from Boston. So it's just been an interesting thing to see. Teams maybe thought that they could like wait a little bit on these guys, so that's what they decided to do. They're just going to sit back and wait. And at this point, at the end of round 2, was the best spot to sort of tackle and attack this range and this demographic of player.
Yeah, really interesting to see a lot of these names that, Jake Brown could have gone earlier. Stroh, obviously, Sorrell, all these guys, Becker. We're starting to see some of these guys that slid from that like comp round-ish range down. They're all starting to get picked up at this point to where I don't even know who the best player left on a board could be. Joey Volchko is still available. I don't know if Ethan Waxman has been drafted yet. Landon, do you know?
Yeah, it's not.
All right, so that might be the best player available at this point. You have to wonder if he's even going to be picked at this point. Anyone have any thoughts on anyone who's still remaining out there in the draft after 2 rounds?
I'd say Gabe Gackle is an interesting one.
Yeah, with that fastball, at this range, you can see him being, a reliever at the next level. Obviously, you would hope that he is able to start with the shapes he's able to get to, but obviously it's slid a lot since the preseason. But there's no denying some of the shapes and unique traits that Gackle has, and this is right around the range where I think most expect him to start going. I think a lot of us liked him maybe a little bit more than consensus, so we'll see where he ends up going here as we wait for the 3rd round. I guess there's one pick in the comp round here in round 2, so we'll wait for the Chicago Cubs to pick at 75. Anyone else on boards? Hayden Robbins.
Comp B. The comp Bs are coming in.
Oh, I totally missed this. All right, Owen Hull goes off the board. Then Andrew Williamson from UCF. Really interesting bat. Surprised he went after Bogenpol, but is now off the board. Evan Dempsey from Florida Gulf Coast, the two-way player, one of my favorite kind of projects in this draft class. I think there's a lot in that arm. Really cool to see him go to Detroit there. Reese, you should be fired up about him. Lots of development left to go.
I'm pumped up about him. They announced him as a pitcher, so that's exciting. And they the last draft class they did pretty good. Ben Jacobs has looked like a much different pitcher going from college to the Detroit organization. So they've done a good job, and it's a good place to go pitch in Comerica. That's got one of the biggest, most expensive outfields. So yeah, Evan Dempsey, that's a really, really nice pick for this organization that seems to be going in the direction of being able to self-sustain themselves with developing pitching. Because in the past, it's an organization that's really struggled to do that, despite having really good, if you can get a pitcher to Comerica, they're going to pitch pretty well because it's a hard place to hit. So Dempsey going to Detroit right there is a really nice selection.
How about Owen Hull, the North Carolina outfielder? I've struggled with him at times this year. Oliver, do you have any thoughts on Hull? Going kind of right around where expected.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of he was in that like George Mason outfield last year. Went to North Carolina instead to boost his stock, and I think that it's pretty interesting contact. It's pretty interesting like overall athleticism. I just think that it's it's a pretty good like senior sign. Definitely one of the better senior signs you could get in this draft. And is it the first senior that we've got off the board now? I think it is, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't even considered that much. As Mulavai Levu goes off the board at 70 to the Reds, who notably love a little bit of impact, love some boppers. Landon, I would love to hear you talk about Levu, someone who you've seen in person quite a bit.
Levu, the bat is a very high floor. He doesn't make like elite contact, but it's consistently hard. He hits to the right angles. I think the versatility he showed at the combine is really big for his stock. I think I'm pretty confident in him playing at least above average third base, maybe second, and then obviously it's plus at first.
Yeah, really interesting option who I guess goes right around where expected. I would be interested. I was interested to see if Lavu might have gone off the board even earlier. Just based on some of those traits, makes a fun underslot possibility here as the Marlins are now on the clock. Looking at some other options that haven't been selected yet. Luke Williams was someone I expected to go earlier than this, kind of dominated some of the physical stuff at the combine. But we will see as Ryan Peterson goes off the board. The righty from Sam Houston State, kind of under the radar, but obviously properly ranked at this point. Ryan Peterson is a really, really fun pick for the Marlins, who have taken, I believe, back-to-back pitchers, but I could be mistaken at this point. I'm starting to go crazy. Yeah, Kleinschmidt went to the Marlins after Lombard. So wouldn't be surprised if the Marlins have another prep target at 87 or 115 after Peterson. Kleinschmidt project not to cost a whole lot. Lombard, we will see, but shouldn't break the bank at 87 or 115. We could see one of these higher talented preps come off the board. Let me get us back to where we were. Comp B. All right. And we wait for the Cardinals. All right. I would love to ask everyone what their favorite draft class so far has been. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to prepare. As I say, mine is likely the Tampa Bay Rays. I just think getting Emerson is obviously fantastic, but then Marshawn and Blair, who by all means could have been a first-round pick. But all three of these guys could have easily been first-round picks within the top 25. Just an absolute haul for those guys. Landon, do you have any thoughts on maybe your favorite team so far?
I think I'd go the Rays as well. Just getting both Emerson and Marchand is big.
Oliver?
You know, the A's are doing what they've done the last couple of years, and it's picking the guys that fall, and there are players that I like quite a bit. And, you know, I think the combination of Edwards and Burris is a pretty strong one, too, given the fact you're getting Edwards where you're getting him. They still got a comp B, you know, there. They probably, I imagine, could have, like, saved money given the fact these are both college players. You never know. These guys were both obviously kind of fell on the board a bit, but, like, I don't know if these guys are going to command, like, over a lot of money, per se, right? So I think it's a really interesting haul from them thus far.
Yeah, Reese, you got any teams that are sticking out to you early on?
Yeah, I like what the Cardinals are doing. I mean, it's what happens when you have 5 selections so far. But and they've done a really good job with those selections. I like Trevor Condon leading off. He's probably going to be like a long-term leadoff guy who's just going to be annoying to pitch to. I really like him. You and I have talked about him a lot in text. I like Tegan Coons quite a bit. And I just like everybody else that picked. Williamson was a really nice selection at that point. Probably you could argue he probably could have gone a little bit higher. I think that they've done a really, really good job, the St. Louis Cardinals under Hein Blue.
I've got to agree. And there we see Dawson Montesa, but then Gabe Gackle to the A's. They once again take one of our favorite players. This is such a fun pairing here. After you take Mason Edwards, you take Gabe Gackle. Two of the most interesting and maybe divisive pitchers in this draft class. I'm a big fan of both of them. Gabe Gackle and that fastball are headed to Las Vegas. Really interesting there. Gabe Gackle. I know you guys probably have some thoughts. Oliver, Gackle there. You like the pick?
I do like the pick. I think it's a bit of it was a very weird year for Gackle. And I think that as a result, like there is some prospect fatigue here that's kind of persisted throughout like the latter half of the spring. And, you know, I think some of it is like not really Gackle's fault. I think some of it is just like genuine questions about some of the strike throwing, some of the like the velocity was kind of down this year. The stuff was kind of down this year. I think that the stuff when it's at its best is really, really, really good. And it's just about, is the body good enough? Like, is the body able to endure a full starter's workload? Like, is the arm able to endure it? We already have a TJ on the record, if I recall, or some sort of UCL surgery, right? So I think that it's a really interesting pairing, though, given what they've had right now.
As Brett Renfroe rounds out the Comp B round to the Minnesota Twins, who've reached on a couple players, but both players I really like, and Tinney and Renfroe. Renfroe had an interesting year at Virginia Tech, but I am a believer in the overall profile and stuff. So we'll see where that goes as we wait for the third round coming up.
Also, Dawson Montesa. Hello, let's go.
Yeah, what are your thoughts there? I guess we didn't even really talk
Oh, I
about it.
like Dawson Montesa. I wrote him up a bit ago. It's a really interesting arm talent. I think that like metrically, I think it stands out a little less in the eye test, which I think is pretty interesting. Cold weather arm. He's not going to be 20 for a couple months after the draft. I mean, 21 until a couple months after the draft. He can like touch like he can sit like 93 to 95 with ease with some carry up in the zone. I think interesting curveball, like sells arm speed on a changeup. I think it's a pretty interesting mix. I think it's just a guy where you look at it and it's like, yeah, no, this is a guy that like you take and turns into something a little bit more at the next level. And
No
boy,
doubt.
what a
As
pick.
Miles Bailey goes off the board to Chicago Cubs, you cannot blame them in this range for taking a shot on this kind of talent. I want to pull up his overslot draft page, so I'm going to just give it to Reese to spout off whatever takes you want for about 1 minute while I pull this up.
Well, whatever takes I want. I like Levu when I saw him at UCLA this year. Big fan. I'm very interested to see where the Reds, who are not afraid to shoehorn guys up the defensive spectrum, where they end up putting him, because I know that he got some good reviews, I believe, at the Combine for playing third base. I do think that the arm might be a touch light for that position, but an offensive second baseman is something that I really, really like. And then have the first base fallback. He can even go play left field because again, he wasn't playing left field at UCLA because they had a pretty good left fielder. The name's escaping me for some reason. Dean West, I think, was who it was. So yeah, I kind of like that. I like the Miles Bailey pick by the Cubs. I think that they've done a pretty decent job with power hitting first baseman lately. I mean, Josiah Hartshorn is one of the best prospects in all, like low levels of the minor leagues. So, I mean, can they replicate that again with Miles Bailey? We'll wait and see. I kind of like what the Cubs have been doing in this draft. I think it's actually been a very, very good draft class for them. They're probably like my top 5 draft class so far. So yeah, I think that's my 1 minute of draft picks.
And this is the Miles Bailey profile, which I just love looking at this sometimes. Some of the worst whiff numbers in college baseball and the best power numbers, exit velocities, barrel rates. He doesn't chase. It's such an interesting profile that I think it's so interesting that teams, you'd be remiss not to take a shot on it at some point. I think a lot of teams are probably looking at Bailey in this range as someone that would be really, really interesting. I think that's the only word I could use to describe it. It's really interesting player. Divisive for sure, but it's worth a shot at that range. As we wait for Colorado and the Chicago White Sox in the Nationals, some of these teams that picked really early obviously are coming back up again. So always interesting to see what they do, as these are typically the teams who have a little bit more money to spare. Not always the case, but we wait on the Rockies pick here. And I will be back in roughly 1 minute. I got to fix my light.
Anyone have any thoughts on some of the pitchers that just went off the board? I think Ryan Peterson's a really interesting one as a whole. That, I actually want to give a shout out to, this is a little bit of a sad thing to bring up, but I want to give a little shout out to my late friend, Austin Farmer, who passed away earlier this year. He was a scout and a friend of mine in the baseball community. And he was based in the Texas area, and he liked Ryan Peterson a lot. And, I wish he was around to see him succeed and turn into a day 1 pick. I'm sure he'd be thrilled. And I just want to say to shout out to my friend, who unfortunately is no longer with us.
Well, as we move forward here, the Rockies at 76. We will see. Let's take a look at who the Rockies have picked so far. Daniel Jackson, Tyler Bell, and Logan Redmond. Pretty college heavy for a team that projected to take this draft. Safer than maybe some other teams with a newer front office working. So maybe we'll see them take a shot here at 76 in prep talent, but it's unlikely that they saved too much money. So we'll be very interested to see what they decide to do here, as we might be in a break of the draft, if we're being honest. I don't know exactly how it's going on there, but this might be one of those 5 or 10 minute breaks.
We got like a 20-minute break.
20-minute break?
Yeah, it says round 3 begins at 5:50 Eastern time.
Huh.
Oh, so we are in break.
Yeah. I don't know. Last year, did they go to 3 rounds for day 1, or was it just 2?
Last year was 3.
It was 3 last year. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I don't know how that. I remember, yeah, they're doing breaks because there's no longer 3 days, huh? Yeah. Wonky.
Yeah, we'll see. The picks just continue to speed up and speed up as we go.
You have Mark DeRosa and Von Lackey riding scooters right now on TV.
Huh.
What?
Awesome.
And Von Lackey's wearing his agency shirt. So that's what's going on MLB Network.
Oh, that's
I'd like to
great.
discuss what the Red Sox are doing, because frankly, Jake Schaffner into Owen Hull confuses me a bit. I don't really know what the idea is here. Thus far, like a lot to go, but still, like, little chaotic.
Yeah, they're certainly going off the board. As I do want to shout out both Jim Callis and Joe Doyle. Looking at the Cespedes Family Barbecue mock draft, where a bunch of different outlets get put onto a spreadsheet. Jim Callis nailed 9 of the first 14 picks and 11 of the total picks in this mock. I believe it goes to 40. And then our Joe Doyle got 9.5. The half being Logan Hughes, who went to Houston at a different pick. So good for Joe, one of the best in the game at mocking. Pretty fun. As we have a guest joining us soon, we'll see. He has entered the studio that we'll be able to talk to a little bit as we have this kind of break in the action right now. Let's see if he's in here. I don't believe he's ready yet. Thoughts on Brody Bumala? Oh, I've missed a lot of comments. I'm so sorry, guys. Thoughts on Brody Bumala? It's so hard to want to take that guy, especially if the number didn't go down a lot. It's just such a tough situation for all parties involved. Let me scroll back up here and find some of these. Case said, Joe, any idea if the Mariners were after Fluky and then shifted after 122? The Mariners were interested in Cameron Fluky, but obviously he wasn't there. They had plenty of options, though, at 24. Still depressed Wiggins was picked. I think you're going to like it more than you think. People within the industry certainly really liked it and could have seen it coming. So that's one that I can understand. Rankings don't make it look great, but baseball-wise, looks pretty good. Guys, what are your thoughts on Ethan Klein-Schmidt, prospect the Marlins just drafted? Ethan Klein-Schmidt is a fantastic player. Really fun look from the left side. Should be able to start, but also has a high floor as a reliever in the future. Will Brick to the M's. We have not seen Will Brick get drafted yet, someone who fell down draft boards over the course of the last few months. We will see if Brick still makes sense. If he was to get drafted or is to get drafted, it would have to happen likely soon, or else he might be an on-campus guy, and then he can try again when he's 20, 3 years from now. Brody Bumila has not been taken yet, to the best of my memory. Do we think he's going to get selected, Oliver?
I think he's gonna get selected. Just a little bit of a gut feel.
Sorry, this is bad podcasting. Texting on the podcast, but trying to confirm our guest right now. As you get so used to the speed of the draft that when it's not there, you have no idea what to do.
And it's going to come back roaring and faster than ever whenever it does.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to follow pretty soon here. Just wait until tomorrow when it's instantaneous. That always gets me, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be great.
But we are currently we have a lot of YouTube watchers right now, so I'd love to hear your guys' comments, questions, comments, concerns, what your teams are doing, all of the above. We are interested. Who might the Rockies go with here? Let me look at what I've got listed. The Colorado Rockies connected to Matashinsky. I don't know exactly how to pronounce his name. Prep shortstop that has yet to be drafted. Some other names are mostly all gone at this point. Sawyer Nelson from Oregon is someone that has been connected to them as well. So there's a chance we see one of those. All right, we have our guest who just had a amazing tech fail. not
I don't know if
out.
amazing is the word I would use for it, but yeah, we'll go with that. I appreciate.
I won't tell people if I don't have to.
Let's just say I'm experiencing a few technical difficulties as always.
Connor Dorney from Just Baseball is joining us now. My good buddy, I love talking ball with him, fellow Mariners fan, so we always have some great conversations. Joining us and at kind of a perfect time because we can talk about some things that have happened in the past, some things you've liked, some things you haven't liked so far in the draft. And we've all been talking for 5 hours. So, now we can ask you some good questions, Connor. First of all, how's this draft experience just been for you? You enjoying the day?
Yeah, no, it's been great. Obviously a lot of anticipation leading up to this day. And yeah, it's been fun to kind of see how things have played and a few surprises. I think maybe not as many surprises as we were potentially expecting coming in, but yeah, some fun fun times in the first few rounds here.
Right. Yeah. What do you think's the moment that was most surprising to you, I suppose? Where was the jaw dropping moment? Was it the Zion Rose moment like us, or were you able to save face there, and was it something else?
I feel like the Zion Rose thing was definitely the kind of turning point. I mean, I had heard 5 and 6 were kind of, tipping points, if you will, about how chaotic things were going to get. I really like Zion Rose as a player, so I think that the talent is certainly there. I just think it was one of those moments where, after those first few picks, you really, even getting to 4, I mean, as much heat as Flora had at that spot, after that, it was going to be kind of a crapshoot. I think most of the way down the board since then has made sense. Obviously, the Schaffner pick was a little surprising, but I know that teams were really high on him. So, I would say that the Zion Rose pick was probably the most surprising up to this point.
Yeah. Did you have any strong thoughts on Schaffner? We were on all spectrums on this stream. Some of us really liked him and could have seen it coming. Others were not so high. The defense is certainly a question mark. What were your thoughts when you saw him go to the Red Sox?
I mean, I was equally as surprised in terms of, that spot. I thought maybe they were going to go college pitching there. There were a lot of really intriguing arms on the board at that point, and, guys that I think they could probably do well with from a development standpoint. I think it's just how much do you buy into the, 1 year in a major program, major conference. If you feel like that's the true player that he is, if you feel like he's going to stick at shortstop, I think that range makes sense. It's just kind of all, just like how the draft is always, it's how you view performance. And especially for a lot of these guys going through the transfer portal, you do have to make obviously your best educated guess and say like, hey, this guy maybe has only spent 1 year playing in a major conference, but we feel like this is the level that he's going to be at. So if you look at it from that lens, I think that it makes sense. That remains to be seen.
Without a doubt. Certainly one of the more interesting twists of day one that had some people angry in the comments. What were your thoughts on Jacob Lombard heading into the draft? And based on where he ended up in Miami 14, kind of a surprise. How did you see that all playing out, and where are you standing on it right now?
I mean, I think that it's so tough with prep hitters always. I think when he didn't go to San Francisco, it was going to be like, okay, I don't know how many teams are going to be a fit after that. I didn't expect him to get out of the top 20. I think that you're looking at too talented of a player, too talented of an athlete. Obviously we mentioned the bloodlines. There's the tools there to be such an impact player. But when you have questions about the hit tool, I mean, I think that the way that a lot of teams have leaned so far, a lot of those guys that maybe had the question marks on that tool are sliding a little bit. You start to see how much teams really value that bat to ball. And so, from a pure ceiling perspective, like, you don't necessarily think a guy like Lombard's going to fall out of the top 10, but I think just the way this draft sort of unfolded, you sort of see how much of a premium teams, especially that high, put on, like, hey, when we bring this guy into our system, we don't have to worry about whether, he's going to be able to handle velocity at the next level.
Yeah, the security of the college bats is a really interesting theme early on, with teams just clearly prioritizing just the experience, the safety, pretty much throughout the whole top 12 or so. It was really interesting to see that. Do you have like a favorite draft class that's getting put together right now? Does anything really like stand out? There's a couple who have clearly, like, the Cardinals, the Rays have all done really well. Is there one that's sticking out to you in your mind?
I mean, I think definitely the Rays. It's as much smoke and mirrors as there seem to be leading up to this draft, and the whole Tyler Bell rumor at 2 that seemed to be kind of persisting through the combine, which I didn't necessarily believe at the time. But, again, they're just sticking to what they do well. I like what the Padres have done. I'm a huge fan of Elliot Lassell. I think that dude's going to rake at the next level. Obviously, Coleman Borthwick, prep arms to the Padres in the first round. That's undeniable at this point. Definitely like what the Cardinals have done. Like you mentioned, getting Condon right there is great value. But yeah, I think those are a few of the drafts that have stood out to me so far.
I love it, man. We got a couple of questions coming in here that we might as well answer all together. Thoughts on Shalar? Bit of a surprise he's still around. Reese, this is something you and me have talked about quite a bit. Connor, I don't know how big of a fan you are on Martin Shalar, but I think it's fair to say you can be surprised he's still around, but also understand that there are a lot of risks similar to some of these other prospects we talked about. The swing is very, very divisive, to where teams might not be as hot on them as some of us are. Do you have anything on that, Connor? Maybe why Shalar has dropped, or just thoughts on him in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a really impressive player. Obviously, the power is the calling card there. Watching him, take BP up close to the combine was really impressive. He had a great round. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, the question on the hit tool a little bit. That seems to be kind of the wild card for how a lot of these teams are viewing some of these prep players. And obviously, we've seen a lot of guys, leading up to this draft opt out. So it kind of is one of those things where, like, if you feel, if you're an advisor or somebody of a prep player and you feel like they're not going to get popped in the first 2-3 rounds, like, a lot of them, with the landscape of college baseball, are feeling like it's better for them development wise, for them to head to school. And I think that's why there are a lot of these types of players still on the board. And I've heard in recent years just about, with NIL, basically how teams are kind of having the approach of like, hey, we're probably not going to give you what you might have gotten 3 or 4 years ago in the draft, and kind of dare you to go to school and find playing time there, because it's hard to find playing time in college baseball now because of the transfer portal. So it's one of those, like, kind of weird dances that teams and players are doing that are, is really going to affect the draft moving forward. And obviously we don't know, what the next CBA is going to bring in terms of, the rules and all that nonsense that's kind of floating around there right now. But yeah, we'll see. But I think that's kind of the general reason that some of these, high school talents that have put up some really impressive numbers are maybe not coming off the board as quickly as people expect.
No doubt. No doubt. So you obviously attended the MLB Draft Combine this year. There are some clear standouts from that event. Is there anyone that since the combine you've taken and just kind of you're just like one of their riders at this point? Maybe they've already been selected. Maybe they're later down the board. Who are like your guys from the combine that you really like?
Yeah, I mean, Rocco Maniscalco obviously stood out. It was hard to ignore what he did, both in the cage and on the field. Hadn't had a chance to see him up close, so he was certainly one of the more impressive players that I saw at the combine. I was already, like I said, I was a big Elliott Lassell fan going in, and I think the combine solidified that for me. There were some impressive arms. I liked Ethan Waxman, what he's able to do from a pure talent standpoint. I don't know if he's going to get picked or if he ends up making it to campus. We'll see. But obviously the arm talent's pretty special. I'm trying to think off the top here. Like Dylan Vignew out of Georgia was really impressive. What he did in his combine. I like the Mike Harpster kid out of East Tennessee. Really impressive. A lot of the prep bats that I saw take BP were super impressive. Obviously Santorelli was kind of like the headline, for very good reason with what he was able to do. So yeah, those are a few of the guys that kind of really stood out to me in terms of Aiden Ruiz taking, drills at shortstop was super impressive and kind of lived up to what I was expecting to see. So those are a few of the guys that definitely stood out at the combine.
I love it. And it's interesting. A couple of guys you did highlight are still on the board. Waxman's still on the board. You said one other, I'm already blanking on the name, but there's a couple really good prep players still available at this point. Got a couple more questions that we can maybe answer as a group here. Thoughts on the Orioles draft? I will pull it up here because I don't have a good enough memory to remember what they're doing. And then we can all give our opinion on it. Okay, here we go. And Baltimore Orioles. Eric Booth and Ty Head. Oh, short and to the point. Just to start off, I think Eric Booth Jr. at 7 is an absolute steal. That was the floor for him. Being able to get him at 7 is incredible. And then Ty Head is someone who could have gone 25 picks earlier than 46. This is one of the premier bat to ball guys with some good center field defense. Power comes around, and you have one of the best picks in this draft. So yeah, two of my favorite guys in the class. So maybe I should be using the Orioles more often as an example of my favorite class. Connor, do you have any thoughts on either of those two picks? Generally, I think people probably like both these players.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense where both these guys were picked. Like you mentioned, I think Ty Head could have gone even earlier. I know he had some helium in the 20s for sure. I love Booth. He's just such a good athlete. He's one of those guys that like the first time you see him, you're like, wow, like it's just different, the type of athleticism he has. I know that there's a lot that's been talked about the swing and how it's kind of unconventional, but I think all of the tools he has, like for me, if a guy is already that athletic and that swing is working for him, like, I don't know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like there are certainly times where you can adjust, but he's also obviously a good enough athlete to adjust to whatever you need him to do. So, I mean, I think that's, obviously they were, kind of in a trend of taking college bats, in the first round. That was kind of their MO, but I think it's hard to pass up on a guy with a ceiling like Eric Booth.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Oliver, do you kind of agree? I know there's not a whole lot to say that, oh man, we really like these guys, but do you feel similarly?
It's an Orioles draft. I don't know, man. Like Ty Head is a very Orioles pick. And Booth, I don't know. I always feel like I felt pretty split on him. I understand the appeal. I think the swing's a little wonky. Like I definitely think it can get ironed out, but like I think these are two perfectly fine picks given where they're at. I mean, 46 or Ty Head, yeah, that's about right. Nothing a whole lot to say.
Fair enough. Uncle Ted has come in with about 5 comments in here, and a lot of them are Mariners related, Connor. So Mariners got both Ace Reese and Jake Brown. Bet to get Colin Ritchie next. Would be surprising if they went back to the college bat. Well, there's some other comments in here that I cannot put up on the screen, sadly, Uncle Ted. But we appreciate your comments. Ace Reese, Connor, what did you think about that pick?
Well, first of all, let me just shout out Uncle Ted. He has been a frequent guest and commenter in streams, including the draft preview show that Tyler Jennings and I did recently. where he was adamant that Ace Reese was going to go 1-1. And look, I got to say,
it's this guy.
the-
Yeah. Oh, we know
for
about
the
him.
Mariners to get Ace Reese at 24, I mean, what a blessing. It's pretty impressive. So shout out Uncle Ted in the comments. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that given how the board was shaking out, I think it makes sense. You know, I thought that if Townsend were on the board at that spot, if he didn't get picked right before, that he probably was going to be the pick. But I think that, you know, and Tyler and I actually talked about this on the preview show about Ace Reese specifically. I think sometimes people tend to underestimate the gains that a guy can make in pro ball from a defensive standpoint. Like, I don't know that he's going to be able to take a ton of reps long-term at third base. I think it's probably more of a first base, left field profile, but there's a chance that he can turn into an average defender there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a foregone conclusion. You have to let guys spend, you know, a year plus in a system to really figure out how that's going to, you know, develop. Maybe they have a specific plan in place where they feel like they can get him to that level. He was obviously announced as a third baseman. But I mean, the juice in the bat is like tremendous, and it's hard to find. And, you know, I think, you know, I had heard him as high as 12 and, you know, 12 to 14 range. So I think to get him at 24 is a really good value for sure.
Without a doubt. And I think if he almost reverts some of the adjustments he made from last year to this year, or we just see a general somewhere in the middle, it's enough of a contact profile that he'll be able to get to plenty of power. You know, the Andrew Fisher stuff is obviously there.
Right.
Fisher slightly better whiff rates and stuff like that. But you know, the power is somewhat comparable, which is really fun to say. Best pick for the Sox at 77 is Hirschkorn. That would be a fun one. I don't think they've gone prep pitcher yet, unless I'm blanking already. So that could make a lot of sense. Uncle Ted is blowing this thing up. Where do you think Bamilla will be taking, hoping the Orioles get him? This is where things are going to start to get interesting. Is he willing to accept a lower number? Because the signing bonuses that were going to be there pre-second UCL obviously weren't going to be there, but it's even more clear that was not going to happen this year. It's like, is he willing to accept $1 million? Like Joe Doyle always says, is I would hope he gets $1 million and a team takes a shot on just the arm talent, because it's worth it, but it's also really scary to use your pick on that or use just that much money on a player like that. Connor, I don't know if you have any thoughts. It's obviously a hard situation to encapsulate with Bamilla.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, watching him, I don't know if you guys have watched his basketball highlights, but oh my God, like it's insane. The level of athleticism that guy has, obviously super disappointing about the news. And, you know, the health factor is such a big deal in all of this, and it makes it really tough. I will say that, you know, if a team doesn't take a chance later down the board, he's going to a great pitching development environment at Texas. I think in terms of a soft landing, that's a pretty good spot to be at. So I think that there's plenty to probably entice him that direction, but, you know, we'll just see and see what kind of his comfort level is going into a pro organization where he's not going to pitch for over a year versus, you know, going to college and kind of see what route he prefers to go.
Without a doubt. Oliver, do you have anything to mention? I know we've talked about him a couple times already, but anything to add on there?
With Bamilla, I just think, you know, it's so hard because it's a guy that's clearly already shown a lot of injury risk. And I mean, you even look, I mean, I think all three of us have Seattle ties. You look at like a Cole Phillips type, right? Like you see a guy that got a Tommy John and just still has not pitched in pro ball. And you look back at like previous drafts, like even like just a couple of years ago, and there's plenty of guys that are very talented that haven't made the majors because they're prep arms and they just couldn't make it, right? Injury. But, you know, I think the big thing is just asking, like, holistically, like, is there something that he does that will make him a priority for teams? And I think the answer is yes. I think he does I would imagine that he does get drafted. It's just that, like, if you're him, it's just like, I kind of compare it to like Talon Haley last year. It's like, if you're Talon Haley, if the Angels offer you $1 million, I feel like you just got to take it, you know? Like, you have had so much risk, so much, like, problems and, like, setbacks in your development. I just think that you got to take whatever you can get if it's 7 figures.
I'd have to agree there. Connor, is there anyone left that hasn't been selected yet that we haven't talked about that maybe you've got your eye on over the next round or two? Tough question to track through all this stuff with boards.
No, I've got the board up right now. Let's see here. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Joey Volchko. Like, I think in the right setting, that dude's going to be a beast. Obviously, can he throw enough strikes to stay a starter long term? But I mean, you just look at the frame, you look at some of the raw stuff. I mean, you could argue that he's got some of the best raw stuff in the class. So I think I'm a little surprised that he's still on the board right now, but obviously I get, the risk associated with a guy like that. But, if there's a team out there that looks at what he did in the College World Series and that, 15 strikeout start and goes like, I know how to get him there, more consistently, then that's going to end up being a steal, especially at this part of the draft.
Yeah, you think of any team, you have to have a lot of trust in your pitching development. Not saying that GMs won't, but you have to know your pitching development system to draft Joey Volchko, because if you draft him and you don't have a clear as day plan, it's not going to work out. But I love that shout. He might be the highest guy left on our overslot board. Guys like Caden Ferraro are going to start showing up here soon. Interested to see where Cam Durnan from Missouri goes. If Jensen Hirschkorn ends up being drafted, there's a couple fun names still hanging around. Jacob Dudon from NC State, obviously, comes to mind as well. Plenty good enough to pitch for an organization. Oliver, I don't know how you're feeling, but I think I'm about ready to wrap up the stream after 5 hours.
I could do this all day, man.
You and me are
he's built different.
Yeah,
he's built
That
different.
being said, though, I want to say to shout out to Nate, because I'm just sitting here and just occasionally get called upon to say stuff. Nate's been like actively hosting, keeping conversation going, keeping everything like flowing. I just want to give a massive shout out. I could absolutely not do that, what you're doing right now, what you've done for 5 hours. So,
well, thank you, brother. Year 2 is a little easier as Landon comes back. But Connor, I want to thank you so much for your time. Always love talking and excited to talk some more draft over this weekend over the text. But appreciate your time and just coming on for a little bit here.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. All right, Landon, any final thoughts from this draft stream? We can't hear you. This is tough. I'm gonna say your final thoughts for you if your mic doesn't get working. Landon's just so thankful and he's so happy Logan Redeman got drafted.
Hello?
Yeah, okay, we got you now.
All right. Well, I don't really have any, I thought. But yeah, we're good to end the stream if you're done.
Yeah, get ready to watch round 3 right here. There are definitely some other amazing outlets who still have draft streams going. If that Just Baseball draft stream is still going, can't recommend those guys enough. Head over there. If not, after 5 hours, 15 minutes, I think we're going to say goodbye. Thank you so much to everyone who watched this stream, and stay tuned to Overslot for a bunch of content coming out over the next few days regarding the draft. So we'll see you next time.